Chapter 242. In the sky above Tongtian District. He found me, using the teleportation array to escape. Huyen was interested. He used his spiritual consciousness to investigate everything that was happening below. He wasn't being arrogant. He just wanted to see how this golden core cultivator called Jiang Ci was different from the natives they caught just now. In the 9 major galaxies of the Tao Alliance, if they met a cultivator who knew teleportation arrays, they would usually treat them with respect. This was because teleportation arrays were very rare and required a lot of inheritance. There were very few cultivators who knew about teleportation arrays. I might be able to get the inheritance of teleportation arrays from him. Huyen was looking forward to it. When he saw Jiang Ci sending his family members away using the teleportation array, he made his move. Jiang Ci was his target. He couldn't let him escape. Whoosh! Huyen gently struck out with his palm. The temperature of the area immediately dropped. Mid-autumn had just passed, but snowflakes were floating and cold winds were howling. In the blink of an eye, the entire Tongtian district, with Villa number 92 as the center, turned into a world covered in frost. Everything became slow. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, turned into a gust of wind, and flashed away in the air. The complete true intent of Tao. Huyen was surprised. What he used just now was the frost domain. The Tao domain was a Tao technique of a higher level than the true intent of Tao. He could have the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator with his late-stage golden core cultivation. The main reason was that he had already comprehended 40% of the frost domain. Even a nascent soul cultivator's speed would be affected in his domain. As for a golden core cultivator, just like the dragon python and black tortoise, their speed would be reduced to the point that they wouldn't even have the chance to resist. And now, this late-stage golden core cultivator called Riverward was actually able to fly an extremely fast speed in the frost domain. Huyen saw the wind circling Jiang Ci's body. There are only 2 possibilities to get rid of the influence of the frost domain. His strength is far greater than mine, or he has comprehended the complete true intent of Tao. Obviously, he is the latter. Because his frost domain was not complete, he had only comprehended 40% of it. Its power was not at its strongest. Huyen knew that Jiang Ci was the #1 expert among the natives of this planet, but he didn't expect that Jiang Ci could actually reach such a height. This native was not ordinary. Being able to comprehend a complete true Tao insight in an environment like the wilderness, such natural talent and comprehension ability is only a level lower than mine. Huyen laughed. This native could be sold for a high price. Then, his figure flashed as he chased after Jiang Ci. This night was destined to be an eventful one. The martial artists in Skycut District looked at the strange weather in shock. Only their area was snowing. The rest of Pak Sun Province was normal. The higher-ups of the martial arts circle in Pak Sun Province knew what was going on. They had all noticed the 2 figures that had flashed across the sky just now. Did Jiang Ci encounter an enemy? Many people began to worry. Jiang Ci was now one of the 3 pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom, and nothing must happen to him. At the same time, about 500 kilometers away from Pak Sun Province, in the middle of a barren mountain, the teleportation formation that Jiang Ci had set up beforehand lit up. In the next moment, Jiang Daodu's figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Jiang Daodu clenched her fist as she stared at the teleportation formation that had returned to normal. However, after a breath, the teleportation formation remained still. Brother, Jiang Daodu's worry rose to the highest level. She flew to the top of the barren mountain and looked towards the east. With her current strength, she could feel that there were 2 powerful auras approaching the East Sea at an extremely fast speed. One of them was Jiang Ci. Find brother Xiantian and sister Bai. Jiang Daodu quickly sent a message. Only these 2 people could help Jiang Ci now. She had followed Jiang Ci before and met Xiantian and Li Bai. She knew the relationship between the 3 of them. Fighting. 2 similar messages were sent back. Jiang Daodu's expression changed. Brother Xiantian and sister Bai Bai have encountered an enemy too? It was indeed as she thought. At the same time, a huge battle broke out in Xiantian City, Luo City Prefecture, and a nearby wilderness area. Jiang Xi flew at an extremely fast speed until he reached the sky above the East Sea. When the interstellar wanderer attacked, he knew that a huge battle was unavoidable. A late-stage golden core cultivator with a path domain. Under the path domain, he did not even have the chance to activate the teleportation formation. He could only fight. However, the battle could not be carried out in Pac Sun Province. The aftermath of the battle between two late-stage golden core cultivators could turn the entire Pac Sun Province into ruins. That was why he came to the sky above the East Sea, which was far away from the land of the Great Xia Kingdom. Brother and sister Bai Bai are also fighting. There is more than one interstellar wanderer. Jiang Xi's face darkened. He sent a message to Xin Tian and Li Bai Bai, but all he received was fighting. Interstellar wanderers were usually in small teams. Only the powerful ones would travel alone. This person's path domain is not complete. I still have a chance. Since it is unavoidable, then let's fight. Jiang Xi felt that his fighting spirit was starting to boil. He had two complete true meaning of Tao, so he might not be weaker than the interstellar wanderer. Behind him, Hu Yin had already caught up. Hu Yin was very surprised because Jiang Xi's speed was beyond his imagination. The true meaning of Tao related to the wind is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I have the frost domain, which can limit the speed. Hu Yin was very confident. The two of them faced each other in the sky above the East Sea. You are qualified to know my name. Remember, my name is Hu Yin. Hu Yin was the first to speak. He used a very stiff Great Xia language, which they had learned when they hacked into Earth's network. How did you discover Earth? Jiang Xi asked in a deep voice. This was an important question. You're just a native. You don't need to know. Be smart and let yourself be captured. Save yourself the trouble. Hu Yin grinned. Although he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Xi, it would definitely take some effort. He might even injure Jiang Xi if the goods were injured. He would have to spend money to heal them. What nonsense are you thinking? Jiang Xi flipped his hand and took out the profound condensation sword from his storage ring. Spiritual artifact, storage artifact. Hu Yin was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of Jiang Xi's words, but Jiang Xi's action of flipping his hand and taking out the sword surprised him. This native actually had a spiritual artifact? After thinking about it, he understood that it must have been left behind by the previous civilization on this planet. Therefore, Hu Yin was even more expectant. After he dealt with Jiang Xi, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong dealt with the other two. They could begin to collect the original data of this planet. At that time, they could also dig up the things left behind by the previous civilization. You have guts. Hu Yin made his move. He directly took out the spiritual artifact rope used to tie people up and attacked Jiang Xi like lightning. Crack! Jiang Xi raised his sword and displayed the complete true meaning of sword. The dense sword shadow condensed into a thin layer and covered the sword, emitting a powerful Tao rhyme. With just a sweep, the spiritual artifact rope was cut into two. Chapter 243. What? Hu Yin was shocked. The spirit binding rope that was effective against indigenous cultivators was actually cut in half by a sword. His spirit binding rope was a low-grade spirit artifact, and it was effective against indigenous cultivators. I told you. Are you dreaming? Jiang Xi sneered. He could feel Hu Yan's condescending attitude. Did he really think of him as an indigenous cultivator? Who was he looking down on? Hu Yan's expression was grave. He was going to be serious. His surprise was not only because of the broken spirit binding rope. It was also because of the sword intent that Jiang Xi had displayed just now. That was the pinnacle of Tao intent. It was also complete. This indigenous cultivator's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. Comprehending two complete Tao intents at the late-stage Golden Core realm. This kind of talent is not much different from mine. If he was born on another planet of the Tao Alliance, he could definitely easily join a powerful immortal Tao sect like the Songyun sect. Hu Yin knew that it was impossible to capture this indigenous cultivator in one piece. Frost domain. With a thought, an invisible Tao aura descended and immediately spread out. The temperature of this world plummeted, and frost and snow fell. In this domain, one's speed would be severely affected. However, Jiang Ziyi had already made his move a moment ago. Swoosh! The sword shadow was accompanied by a gust of wind, cutting open the frost domain and suddenly piercing towards Huyan. Before it even got close, its speed was restricted by the frost domain and reduced by a lot. This was different from the feeling in Tongtian district just now. Previously, he was at the edge of the domain, and now he was at the place where the frost domain was the strongest, and he was affected the most. Under my frost domain, even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator's speed will be affected. Your struggle is futile. Huyan chuckled, and with confidence, he struck out a palm at the same time. The frost palm directly hit Jiang Ziyi's sword shadow. The collision produced a huge power that swept through heaven and earth. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this sea area. Rolling up stormy waves, those waves that were nearly 100 meters high were frozen in the air by the frost before they fell, forming an ice wonder. Very strong. If this goes on, I will definitely lose. I have to think of something. Jiang Ziyi felt the chill in the air, and his heart sank. With his two true intents of Tao, he was confident that he could fight against an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. But this Huyan before his eyes, his combat strength had clearly reached middle-stage nascent soul. He would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. Boom! In the frost domain, Huyan's strength was at its strongest. Tyrannical fist and palm prints attacked Jiang Ziyi. The frozen waves on the surface of the sea exploded under the pressure of this aura. Jiang Ziyi brandished his sword to meet the attack, relying on the speed of the gale to contend with it. At the same time, he remained calm. His mind raced as he considered how to deal with the current situation, so he can only rely on luck. Jiang Ziyi sighed his heart. He quickly went through the methods he currently possessed in his mind. In the end, he realized that he still had to return to the EXP panel. The only method was to deduce. If he could deduce the next level of the Tao art, his strength would obtain a qualitative improvement. Jiang Ziyi didn't waste any time and immediately began to deduce. Use the true meaning of Gale to deduce once. Deduction failed. Use the true meaning of Gale to deduce once. Deduction failed. Compared to the true meaning of sword, the true meaning of Gale was even easier to deduce. Jiang Ziyi retreated and dodged the attacks as he continued to deduce. Almost 10 times per second. Under the night sky, above the East Sea, thunder rumbled and cold wind howled. The powerful aura's aftermath could be felt by the entire coastal area. Huyan relied on his crushing strength to control the rhythm of the battle very well. While suppressing Jiang Ziyi, he also ensured that he wouldn't kill Jiang Ziyi. If he killed him, it would be a pity. Such a genius, if captured and sold to slave merchants, would be worth at least 1 million low-grade spirit crystals, which was equivalent to a first-grade life planet. It's useless to resist. I won't kill you, and I'll even find you a good family. Huyan's frost domain had been suppressing Jiang Ziyi. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Jiang Ziyi was furious when he heard this. He waved his hand and slashed out a large sword light. I'm trying to persuade you. Don't regret it. Huyan laughed. Jiang Ziyi ignored him and used the true meaning of Gale and true meaning of sword to the extreme. If he didn't have two complete true meaning of Tao, he would have been defeated long ago. Use the true meaning of Gale to deduce once. Deduction successful. You have comprehended the Gale domain. Experience points plus 1 million. Jiang Ziyi was stunned. This time, he had only deduced less than 100 times, and he had already succeeded. Boom! A huge palm formed by frost and snowflakes approached. Jiang Ziyi didn't have time to react. He subconsciously raised his sword. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gale swept across the sky like a ghost howl. The snowflakes and frost that filled the sky instantly dissipated. Gale domain. What? Huyan's face was full of shock. Domain power. This native had actually broken through right in front of him. What kind of terrifying talent was this? This person can't be left alive. Even if he's captured as a slave, he might still be able to cultivate to the primordial soul stage and break through the slave's spiritual consciousness restriction. Hu Yan's killing intent rose. There is a principle in the slave trade that they couldn't capture cultivators with outstanding talent as slaves. Once a slave reached the primordial soul stage, they would have the ability to break through the spiritual consciousness restriction. After a slave broke free from his master's control, it was not uncommon to kill his master and the Starry Sky hunters who captured him. Previously, when Jiangxi's talent was weaker than his, he wasn't worried about this. But now, Jiangxi's talent was obviously more powerful than his. Eliminating the threat was more important than exchanging it for money. Kill. Hu Yan's frost domain suddenly shrank 100 times. The ice and frost only circled within a 10-meter radius around him. At the same time, a layer of frost armor condensed on his body, shining brightly under the moonlight. You're very lucky to be able to see my strongest state. Hu Yan's figure flashed, and he fiercely threw a punch at Jiangxi. Jiangxi didn't have time to feel the Gale domain that he had just obtained. He could only rely on the relevant comprehension in his mind to defend. Gale shield. Bang! Jiangxi was directly sent flying by the punch. His body flew back tens of thousands of meters uncontrollably. The intense pain all over his body and the bone-chilling cold transmitted into Jiangxi's brain nerves. Although it was painful, it made his mind extremely clear and calm. The power of his domain has increased by at least 10 times. Compared to his domain, my domain is much weaker. Fortunately, I had the beast skin of a nascent soul stage demon to help me defend. Otherwise, I would have been dead by now. The clothes on Jiangxi's body had been damaged under the extreme cold of the frost domain. What was exposed now was the vest and pants that were simply cut from the beast skin of a nascent soul stage demon. Eat the spiritual fruit to increase the experience of the Gale domain. With a calm mind, Jiangxi reacted quickly and made a decision in an instant. Chapter 244. At the same time, Hu Yan was even more shocked. His move just now was his strongest move. It could definitely kill a late-stage golden core in an instant. Even an early-stage nascent soul would be injured. That's the skin of a late-stage nascent soul great demon. He saw the beast skin on Jiangxi's body clearly. No wonder. Even the skin of a late-stage nascent soul great demon can't offset all of my attack power. With a few more punches, I'll shock you to death. Hu Yan was still very confident. His entire body was covered in frost armor. He was like a god of war under the moon. With a thought, he was about to catch up with Jiangxi again. At this moment, he saw Jiangxi take out a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit and eat it. His body began to expand. Do you want to be a full ghost? The spiritual energy of the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit can directly explode you. Hu Yan sneered. In the next moment, his smile froze. After Jiangxi's body expanded several times like a balloon, it returned to normal in less than a breath. At the same time, the Gale domain around Jiangxi's body was obviously strengthened. How is that possible? Hu Yan was dumbfounded. Eating fruits could make one stronger. He had never seen it before. At this time, Jiangxi ate another 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit. Increase 50,000 Gale domain experience points. Increase 50,000 Gale domain experience points. In just 1 second, he increased it 5 times before he completely digested all of the spiritual energy. His entire body was dripping with blood. His skin, blood vessels, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs were all torn to varying degrees. The spiritual energy contained in the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit was indeed not what he could withstand at this stage. If not for the experience points panel digesting it in time, he would definitely explode. This kind of dangerous increase in exchange for a huge gain. Gale domain 500,000/5 million. A 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit could provide 250,000 points of spiritual energy. Just 2 fruits allowed the comprehension of the Gale domain to reach 10%. Not enough. Continue to increase. Continue to eat. His current domain power was still far from Hu Yan's. Previously, he had brought back 100 10,000-year-old spiritual fruits from the pale blue planet. I can't let him eat anymore. A bad feeling rose in Hu Yan's heart as he unleashed his frost domain to the extreme. Under the extreme cold, the rolling waves below instantly condensed into ice spears. Spears rained down on Jiang Xi. Die. At this moment, Jiang Xi had finished digesting the third 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit. Gale. The wind was like a shield, and the power of the domain was like a shield, blocking most of the power of the ice spear. The remaining power was neutralized by the nascent soul stage, great demonic beast skin. With 2 layers of protection, Jiang Xi could already barely block Hu Yan's attack. Hu Yan was overwhelmed with shock in his heart. Too terrifying. In the short span of a dozen breaths, a native that he had crushed had almost caught up to him in strength. What Jiang Xi had shown was already beyond the early nascent soul stage. Whoosh! He turned into a cold shadow and suddenly arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The fist covered by the frost battle armor smashed onto Jiang Xi's body. Boom! This time, Jiang Xi was only sent flying nearly 1,000 meters and forcefully withstood it. At this time, he had just finished digesting the fourth 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit. 20% Gale domain. Impossible. Impossible. No matter how calm and composed Hu Yan was, his heart was also somewhat in a mess. Jiang Xi's speed of improvement made him doubt life. This kind of improvement was simply impossible. Never seen before. Never heard of before. Boom. 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 The frost fist seals that constantly blasted out emitted a dazzling brilliance under the moonlight, causing people to be alarmed. But they were all blocked by Jiang Xi's Gale domain, and it was getting easier and easier. 5th fruit, 6th fruit. Whoosh! On the profound condensation, sword body. The sword true intent condensed into a sword shadow Dao rune. Wrapped in the Gale domain, it emitted a shocking power. Jiang Xi swung out a sword and directly scattered Hu Yan's fist seal. This is impossible. What kind of monster is this? Inheritance. He must have obtained the inheritance left behind by a civilization on this planet. Hu Yan's breathing became hurried. He found it hard to believe. In just a few short minutes, this native went from being chased by him to barely blocking his attack, and now easily defeating his attack. He had completed a shocking improvement. Hu Yan's intuition told him that this would be the greatest danger he had encountered in his life as a hunter. If he was not careful, he would be buried on this native planet. Kill. Hu Yan's expression was grave as he tried his best to stabilize his somewhat flustered mind. In an instant, he blasted out hundreds of punches. The power of the frost domain caused this part of the sea to directly condense into ice. Haha, good timing. Jiang Xi's body was covered in blood. Although he looked extremely miserable, his eyes were very bright. He had already completely sorted out the situation in his body. The chaotic spirit energy had returned to normal. The newly obtained Gale domain directly spread out. Within the domain, his speed had a qualitative leap. His entire body seemed to be flashing erratic. Ordinary people's eyesight would not be able to capture his figure. Whoosh! The sword shadow was like a curtain. When the Gale domain counteracted the opponent's frost domain. At this time, the sword intent revealed its powerful might. In just an instant, it dissolved the fist seals that filled the sky. In terms of attack, saber, sword, and other types of Dao intents were the best. Begin counterattack. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and flickered within the Gale domain. With the support of the domain power, he suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yan. Too fast. Hu Yan was greatly shocked. After he blasted out hundreds of punches, he did not have time to use his next move. Jiang Xi's current speed was the fastest among all the opponents he had encountered. Chi-Chi. The sword shadow pierced through space and instantly pierced dozens of holes in Hu Yan's body through the frost armor and spirit armor, the sword intent, and the Gale domain power wreaked havoc in Hu Yan's body. Hu Yan's spirit energy immediately went out of control and lost his combat strength. The Gale domain dissipated, leaving only the whistling wind in this world. It's over. Hu Yan had wanted to condense another frost attack, but Jiangxi's speed was too fast and he could not react in time. As his spirit energy dissipated, a final despair rose in his heart. He had no combat strength now, and Jiangxi only needed one sword to sever his lifeline. Farewell, Azure Mystic Sect. Hu Yan closed his eyes, his heart filled with bitterness. His body fell uncontrollably onto the surface of a sea that had turned into ice. To be able to comprehend 40% of the Tao domain at the late-stage Golden Core realm, even in the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, you are a top genius. At this time, Jiangxi's voice rang in his ears. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Cripple. Hu Yan wanted to die with more dignity. However, he suddenly froze and was at a loss, because Jiangxi's words were not in the Great Xiao language, but the very authentic common language of the Tao Alliance. How could it be? Wasn't Jiangxi a native? Moreover, from Jiangxi's words, this native even knew the core 9 immortal sects of the Tao Alliance, the 3 gates and 6 sects. You're not a native. Who are you? Hu Yan did not want to die without knowing why, so he asked, Who am I? A native of the Great Xia on Earth. Jiangxi grinned. His face was covered in blood from the rapid improvement just now, making his smile look very sinister, like a demon. Impossible. Hu Yan was furious and humiliated. He was about to die, but this person was still teasing him. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Jiangxi defeated his opponent and felt relaxed. Then, he struck Hu Yan's head with his palm. Chapter 245. Hu Yan woke up and was at a loss. He should be dead, right? But how could he still have consciousness? Could it be that the legendary underworld really exists? When he was young, he had heard his master say that in ancient times there was a mysterious underworld in the universe. After any living being died, their soul would return to the underworld and undergo reincarnation to start the next life. Hu Yan sighed in his heart. Forget it, forget it. The next life is also good. This time, he died too sullenly. You're awake? Come eat this. A familiar voice sounded in Hu Yan's ears. Damn it, it's that native. I'm already dead, but he still won't let me go. But just as this thought appeared, he had a strong, favorable impression of this voice. He felt that this voice was very pleasant to the ears, like the sound of an immortal in the mortal world. In the next moment, Hu Yan understood why. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart, but he didn't have any thoughts of resistance. He was under a spiritual sense restriction by Jiangxi. Greetings, Master. This sea region seemed to have become the north and south poles, forming a thick layer of ice. Hu Yan got up from the ice layer and bowed respectfully to Jiangxi. At the same time, he was very surprised, because after a spiritual sense restriction was placed on a slave, they would more or less have resistance and hatred in the depths of their hearts. But in his current state, he only had a favorable impression of Jiangxi. There was no hatred, anger, unwillingness, or any other negative emotions. Master's spiritual sense restriction is very profound. It seems to be directly used on the soul. It's different from the spiritual sense restriction used by those slave merchants. Hu Yan was even more curious. What was the origin of his master? Not only did his master know the Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects, but he also knew the most authentic common language of the Tao Alliance. He also knew a few formations and profound spiritual sense restrictions. While Hu Yan was sighing in his heart, Jiangxi smiled and said again, Eat this and treat your injuries. He handed over 1,000 years spiritual fruit. Thank you, Master. Hu Yan was very respectful. He felt a lot more relieved. His master could give him 1,000 years spiritual fruit to heal his injuries, indicating that this was a kind-hearted master. Unlike in the universe, Many cultivators who bought slaves back would abuse them in every way possible. No need to call me master. Just call me Lord in the future. Yes, Lord Jiangxiai. Hu Yin ate the 1,000-year spiritual fruit and began to refine it to recover from his injuries. Jiangxiai took this opportunity to ask with a smile, "Are you still wondering about my origins?" Hu Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I'm not lying to you. I'm a native of this planet, but my master is from the starry sky. You should understand now." Jiangxiai did not hide this fact. He had already placed a spiritual sense restriction on Hu Yin, so he didn't have to worry that Hu Yin would leak it out. "My lord is indeed powerful. Among all the cultivators I've seen, you're the most talented one. You're not bad either. I don't dare to be mentioned in the same breath as Sir." Jiangxiai smiled and did not continue this one-sided flattery. In the beginning, he planned on killing Hu Yin. However, when Hu Yin lost his ability to fight, he felt that it would be a pity to kill him, because Hu Yin's talent and comprehension ability were indeed top-notch. He had gained insights into a Dao domain at the late-stage Golden Core realm. Furthermore, his insights had reached 40%. This kind of talent was even stronger than that Songyun sect genius Feng Si that he saw on planet Kanglan the last time. It could be said that as long as there were no mistakes in the future, Hu Yin could easily break through to the essence soul realm. Then, Jiangxiai thought of those mystic arts and strange techniques that he had cultivated in the past month or so. He had mastered two, the soul-searching technique and the spiritual sense restriction. Among them, the soul-searching technique was against heaven and earth. After having one's soul searched, even if one did not die, they would become a fool. Therefore, he tested the spiritual sense restriction on Hu Yin. He did not expect that he would succeed on his first try. This spiritual sense restriction was a little thing that Taoist Go meticulously designed after reaching peak Dao. Integration Taoist Go was an array formation expert. The array formation restriction that he designed, even if one's cultivation reached Dao integration, they would not be able to undo it. Therefore, Jiangxiai was not worried about Hu Yan's problems after cultivating his essence soul. Of course, even if there were problems, so what? He had the experience points panel. When Hu Yin cultivated to the essence soul realm, who knew what heights he would soar to? The inheritance left behind by Master is indeed magical. Jiangxiai sighed again and bowed 3 times in the direction of the first moon. After dealing with his opponent, he was no longer in a hurry. This was because Xin Tian and Li Bai had already sent a message that both of them had successfully captured their opponents. The crisis was completely resolved. At the same time, Jiangxiai also reported his safety to Jiang Daodu at the first moment and asked the little girl to go home first. After a while, Hu Yin completely refined the spiritual fruit, and his injuries recovered a little. The holes in his body were covered by flesh and blood again. Although his aura was still weak, he did not look so scary anymore. "Where are the cultivators and great demons that you captured?" Jiangxiai asked. "Lord Jiangxiai, please follow me." Hu Yin led the way in front and flew towards the depths of the Pacific Ocean. On the way, Hu Yin could not help but ask, "Lord Jiangxiai, what about my 2 companions? Them? Just like you, they were captured by my big brother and second sister," Jiangxiai said with a smile. "Lord, please spare their lives. They were also obeying my orders." Hu Yin pleaded for his companions. "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Jiangxiai nodded. He was quite satisfied with Hu Yan's temperament. He was not like those bloodthirsty starry sky hunters. Hu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, the 2 of them arrived above the Pacific Ocean. The flying boat was still there. "Formation barrier?" Jiangxiai smiled. There seemed to be nothing in front of him, but he had studied formations and noticed the difference. "Lord is indeed amazing," Hu Yin praised. "Stop flattering me. Hurry up and open it." Jiangxiai scolded with a smile. With his current attainments and formations, he could not forcefully open the formation barrier here, because his current research was mainly on teleportation formations, not other functional formations. Hu Yin hurriedly formed hand seals. Immediately, spirit chi surged and the barrier opened. A beautiful flying boat appeared out of thin air. Middle-grade spirit artifact flying boat, not bad. Jiang Ci nodded lightly. Thank you for your praise, Lord. I spent all my savings to buy this flying boat before I became a starry sky hunter. The maximum speed of travel can reach 200,000 kilometers per second, Hu Yan replied. Jiang Ci was very satisfied. Now Hu Yan's was his. The two of them entered the dormant cabin of the flying boat first. The captured golden core cultivators were locked in individual dormant cabins and were in a comatose state. The dragon python and black tortoise were too big and were not here. Jiang Ci glanced around. There were a total of 8 people. 2 of them were middle-stage golden core, and the rest were early-stage golden core. According to their origins, there was 1 each from the Dark Shadow Kingdom, Peacock Kingdom, and Holy Union. The other 5 were golden core cultivators who had awakened from the hidden families of the Xia Kingdom. The hidden families indeed had a deep foundation. Jiang Ci was expressionless. He was thinking about how to deal with these people. Kill them? Or how? Chapter 246. Sir, do you want to kill all 3 foreign cultivators? Hu Yan saw Jiang Ci's expressionless face and thought that Jiang Ci wanted to kill them. He had read the information on the Earth satellite network before and knew the subtle relationship between the Great Xia Kingdom and other countries. No need. Take them to a nearby island. Jiang Ci shook his head and chuckled. After pondering for a while, he now somewhat understood why Xian Tian had let go of those foreign spirit cultivators in the Jade Pool secret realm. The reason he did this was to find a few opponents for the Great Xia Kingdom to have a sense of presence. It was because of the existence of these foreign cultivators that the warriors in the martial arts world of the Great Xia Kingdom would not slack off. Just like the relationship between monsters and humans on Earth. If it were not for monsters surrounding them, human warriors would not have improved so quickly. Crisis would make people burst out with a strong motivation. In just a moment, Jiang Ci found a beautiful small island. He threw the 8 golden core cultivators who were sleeping on the beach and asked Hu Yan to remove their sleeping restriction. Jiang Ci. When the people woke up and saw the scene in front of them and Jiang Ci's figure, their faces changed drastically. They subconsciously believed that the previous arrest was done by Jiang Ci's men. Because the strange man standing behind Jiang Ci was dressed very similar to the person who captured them. The strange man seemed to be very respectful to Jiang Ci. They wanted to ask Jiang Ci the reason for all this, but they were worried that it would make Jiang Ci unhappy. They were all uneasy. One of the middle-stage golden core cultivators from the reclusive Qin family, who was the Qin family's patriarch, finally mustered up the courage to ask, Jiang Ci, what do you want to do? Looking at the uneasy looks of these golden core cultivators, Jiang Ci felt that it was very funny. However, this was also a very good opportunity to remind everyone of this. Jiang Ci coughed and chuckled. It's nothing. I just want to conduct a drill for the invasion of foreign enemies. Unfortunately, your adaptability is too poor. Drill? Their expressions eased a lot. Old Ancestor Qin smiled bitterly. Jiang Ci, you didn't say anything and suddenly did such a thing. You really scared us. Alas, but this exercise is a good warning. We old guys have been living too comfortably. If we really encounter danger, we'll be in big trouble. The ancestor of the reclusive Shu Jia also sighed. The others also nodded in agreement. Only the 3 foreign golden core cultivators dare not speak with a gloomy face. They could not understand. Why would Jiang Ci be so kind? Would they come to warn the cultivators outside the Great Xia Kingdom? Of course, there are also people who were curious about the background of the person who had just captured them. Jiang Ci knew what these people were thinking. These 8 people were captured by Hu Yan's 2 companions. However, he did not intend to explain Hu Yan's origin, and it was not easy to explain. According to Jiang Ci's idea, it was enough to keep these people in a state of anxiety. This was because the unknown would give them a huge sense of danger, which would prompt them to improve. And he was standing behind this unknown, staring at these people. Only when everyone became stronger would Earth become stronger. As for the situation outside Earth, he did not intend to announce it for the time being. First, he was afraid of trouble. Second, he was worried that these people would cause trouble if they knew about the situation outside Earth. This would expose him a lot of things. Who knew if there were more powerful old guys in these reclusive families who were sleeping? Unlike Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai, both of them were ordinary people and did not have to worry about these messy things. That was why he used such a lame lie as a drill to deceive everyone. It turned out that the more powerful a person was, the more likely they were to be convinced by the lies they told. These 8 people believed Jiang Xi's words without a doubt. Well, this drill is over. Everyone, go back to your homes. Jiang Xi clapped his hands and made a gesture to call it a day. From the beginning to the end, Hu Yin had been standing behind Jiang Xi and did not say a word. The 8 people did not hesitate and quickly flew away from the island. Then, they were divided into 2 groups. The 5 golden core cultivators of the reclusive families stopped in a wilderness area by the coast. The youngest Qin, did you see the origin of the strange man beside Jiang Xi? The patriarch of the Shu Jia frowned and asked, No, that man has never appeared before. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. The man who caught me was the same. His cultivation was at the late stage of the golden core realm. He subdued me with just a few moves. He was terrifyingly strong. The patriarch of the Qin family shook his head. The one who caught you was a man? Then why was the one who caught me a woman? Were you also caught by a woman? Me too. The other 3 patriarchs of the reclusive families looked at each other and were stunned. Was Jiang Xi driving an unknown reclusive force? Otherwise, how could 3 powerful late-stage golden core realm cultivators appear at once? I've heard that some ancient orthodoxies on Earth are not extinct. They're just hidden in places that we don't know about. Could Jiang Xi be from there? The patriarch of the Shu Jia said with a horrified expression. It's very likely. Otherwise, how could Jiang Xi improve so quickly? Think about it. He's only been cultivating for a few years. Hiss. As soon as this speculation came out, everyone gasped in shock. They finally made a decision. When they returned, they would warn their juniors not to provoke Jiang Xi. Then they would have to work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, if they were ambushed one day, they would really be gone. The 3 foreign cultivators flew to the other side of the ocean and gathered together. They had more guesses and worries than the patriarchs of the reclusive families. The 3 of them came from the Dark Shadow Kingdom, the Peacock Kingdom, and the Holy Alliance. They were the only pillars of their respective countries. Once they fell, the sky would really fall. The 3 of us must establish an offensive and defensive alliance, set a national policy. At least for 100 years, don't provoke the Great Xia Kingdom, and don't provoke Jiang Xi. In a valley in the Yi Mountain secret realm. This valley was the place where the dragon python usually lived. At this time, a giant bird of the spirit gathering stage was anxiously guarding here. This was the child of the dragon python. During the beast tide in the mountain secret realm, it was taught a lesson by Jiang Xi. Roar. The giant bird saw 2 huge figures flying in from the outside. It was the dragon python and the black tortoise Roar. It quickly went to greet them with a surprised roar. When the 2 golden core stage demons saw the giant bird, their mood was very complicated. Alas, Uncle Black, this is really embarrassing. The dragon python smiled bitterly. Don't say any more. Little dragon, cultivate well. Now you know that there's always someone better than you. The black tortoise sighed, thinking of what Jiang Xi said to them on the island just now. The 2 demons were very shocked. The 2 demons had a plan in their hearts. They were now the only 2 golden core stage demons of the demon race on Earth. They had the responsibility to be the guardians of the demon race. Therefore, they were going to take the time to hold a gathering of demons and gather all the demons of the spirit gathering stage. Then they would announce 2 things. Don't provoke humans and don't provoke Jiang Xi. As for those monsters below the spirit gathering stage, they were not demons and were not under their jurisdiction. Chapter 247. In the distant pale blue star region, in a flourishing galaxy, This was the headquarters of Qing Xin sect, one of the top 10 immortal sects in the Kanglan Star region. Old ancestor Qing Xin was not in the Qing Xin sect. He had left the sect 1,000 years ago to explore the world. The current sect master, Qing Yi, was currently communicating with old ancestor Qing Xin through the communication pearl. Both of them were waiting for good news from the distant starry skies. With this opportunity, I will have a chance to reach the Tao integration stage. Even though old ancestor Qing Xin had experienced countless life and death battles and had a heart as firm as steel, he still couldn't hide his excitement. Although he was only at the late stage of the nascent soul stage, there was a record of him killing nascent soul stage cultivators 1,000 years ago. In fact, with his talent and strength, he could have cultivated the primordial spirit long ago. The reason why he had been suppressing his cultivation all this while was because he had not achieved a breakthrough yet. The reason was very simple. It was because he was cultivating a profound cultivation technique. If he could successfully cultivate this technique, he would have the combat power of a Tao integration stage cultivator when he attained the primordial spirit stage. However, having the combat power of a Tao integration stage cultivator and being a true Tao integration stage cultivator were two different things. Tao integration stage cultivators stood at the pinnacle of all cultivators and were powerful beings who could traverse the universe. Therefore, old ancestor Qing Xin's desire for Earth was extremely strong. This is the opportunity for the Qing Xin sect to soar. Qing Yi, the head of the Qing Xin sect, was also filled with ambition. It was different from old ancestor Qing Xin's goal of seeking to reach the peak. Qing Yi really wanted to bring the Qing Xin sect to the same height as the Zhangyan sect, to be able to rule over a star region. However, there was still a question in his heart. The patriarch had never entered the depths of the chaotic star belt. So how did he know about the situation there? After thinking for a while, he asked this question. Qing Yi's sudden question did not make old ancestor Qing Xin unhappy. This was because Qing Yi was the most promising descendant of old ancestor Qing Xin. Old ancestor Qing Xin smiled and said, I guessed. This answer was out of Qing Yi's expectations. Speaking of which, this matter is related to the Purple Heaven sect. Old ancestor Qing Xin continued to explain. The Violet Heaven sect of the Three Gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Even Qing Yi, who had lived for 1,000 years, exclaimed when he heard this. Each of the Tao Alliance's 9 stellar domains was governed by a supreme immortal Tao sect, the 3 schools and 6 sects. The Zixiao region they were in now belonged to the Zixiao sect. Old ancestor Qing Xin nodded with a smile. That's right. 10,000 years ago, Taoist Gu, the Tao integration expert of the Purple Heaven sect, and Yin Tiansheng, the Tao integration expert of the Ghost Clan, fought fiercely in the Purple Heaven region, destroying countless planets. In the end, the two of them mysteriously disappeared. No one knows where they went. Tao integration stage. Qing Yi's face was filled with shock. That earth-shattering battle had happened too long ago. Even he, a late nascent soul stage cultivator who had lived for thousands of years, had only heard very little information about it. Old ancestor Qing Xin continued. I once heard that in order to find Taoist Gu, the Purple Heaven sect went to visit an almighty who was good at divination and deduction. They obtained a clue that Taoist Gu and Yin Tiansheng would fall on a planet in the depths of the chaotic star belt. Then, the Purple Heaven sect sent out experts to search the entire chaotic star belt, but they found nothing. It wasn't until 6,000 years ago that the Purple Heaven sect announced that Taoist Ji's life tablet was broken that they stopped searching. This matter was also forgotten with the passage of time. Hearing this, Qing Yi asked, then why can old ancestor be sure that the planet that Hu Yin and the others found is the one that the Purple Heaven sect is looking for? It's very simple. Regardless of whether the Purple Heaven sect found that planet or not, it's in the depths of the chaotic star belt. It was located in the depths of the chaotic star belt, and it hid so many secrets. These 2 points are enough to conclude that it's the place where Taoist Gu and Yin Tiansheng died. Old ancestor Qing Xian's eyes were suffused with a bloody light. This kind of reasoning didn't need to be completely confirmed at all. It only needed a 50% or even 30% probability to give a definite answer. Moreover, even if the reasoning was wrong, the hidden value of that planet was immeasurable. Qing let out a long breath. The shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time if old ancestor Qing Xian didn't mention this secret. He wouldn't have known at all. Many things have been buried in the long river of time for tens of thousands of years. At this time, old ancestor Qing Xian smiled again and said, 2 hours have passed. With Hu Yin and the other speed, the collection is almost finished. Contact them now. Qing Ye's eyes were filled with excitement as he used the communication bead to contact Hu Yin. No answer. He contacted again, but still no answer. Could it be that they were still collecting the original data of that planet? What's going on? Old ancestor Qing Xian frowned. No answer. Wait a little longer. After waiting for another hour, Qing Yi contacted again, but still no answer. 10 hours later, there was still no movement. Qing Yi's expression became more and more unsightly. Bin had told him before that the highest combat power on that planet was only the late-stage Gold Core realm. With Hu Yan's mid-stage nascent Soul realm combat power, it was enough to crush everything. It should have been settled long ago, right? Look at their life tablets. The bloody light in old ancestor Qing Xian's eyes pulsed faintly. Qing Yi nodded. That planet hid many secrets and definitely had many dangers. Perhaps Hu Yin and the others had encountered some danger. His spiritual sense immediately spread out and saw the life tablets of the 3 people at the place where the sect's life tablets were stored. They were intact. That meant that Hu Yin and the others' lives were not in danger. Then what had happened? Hu Yin has always been dissatisfied with me. Could it be that he changed his mind at the last minute and didn't want to hand over that planet to the sect? Qing Ye's face sank. Then, he shook his head and denied this inference. If Hu Yin wanted to change his mind, he wouldn't have told them the detailed process of passing through the chaotic star belt. Wait a little longer. Old ancestor Qing Xian was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The 2 of them waited for another day, but they still couldn't get in touch. In such a situation, there was no need to guess. They knew that something must have happened. Maybe Hu Yin changed his mind at the last minute. Or maybe Hu Yin was in danger. Set off now and enter the core area of the chaotic star belt according to Hu Yan's path. See if you can follow the place where he passed through and enter. Old ancestor Qing Xian's voice was low. There was a bloody light in his eyes and a murderous aura. No matter which possibility it was, he was determined to get that planet. Qing Yi nodded. After ending the communication with old ancestor Qing Xian, he immediately rushed to the interstellar teleportation array in the sect. He wanted to teleport to the blue planet first, then use the flying ship to go to the chaotic star belt. Blue planet was the closest to the chaotic star belt. At the same time, in the Zixiao region, an uninhabited planet with a gravity that was 1,000 times stronger, old ancestor Qing Xian, who lived in seclusion, had eyes that emitted a terrifying bloody light that shot straight into the sky. I must get such an opportunity. Unfortunately, the blood chi spirit fruit here is not ripe yet. I can't leave. Otherwise, I could personally go to the chaotic star belt. Chapter 248. The Crisis of the Interstellar Hunters on Earth this time. It came abruptly and ended abruptly. From the beginning to the end of the crisis, it actually lasted less than 2 hours. Jiang Xi sent away those golden core cultivators and big demons, then took Hu Yin to Xiantian City. He saw the other 2 captured interstellar hunters, Chu Zhe and Xiao Hong. The 2 of them looked very miserable because they picked the wrong opponent to fight. Chu Zhe had just comprehended a Dao true meaning, but his opponent, Xiantian, had already comprehended a Dao true meaning a long time ago, and it was the top Dao true meaning. Therefore, he was directly beaten up by Xiantian and became a whetstone. Xiao Hong's experience was similar. A dignified late-stage golden core cultivator couldn't withstand Li Bai's fast sword at all. Under Li Bai's 8-element swordsmanship, hundreds of bloody holes appeared on this interstellar hunter's body in an instant, and he was almost stabbed to death. Jiang Xi looked at the miserable state of the two and couldn't bear it, so he put the same spiritual sense restriction on them. So, there were two more people who called him Lord. Xian Tian and Li Bai were already used to Jiang Xi's occasional mysterious actions. They didn't ask much because they knew that it was most likely from the Jade Lake's secret realm again. However, they still had to be shocked. Jiang Xi, this kid, got 3 late-stage golden core subordinates without saying a word, which made them very envious. Then, Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Bai made some arrangements for the possible follow-up effects of the interstellar hunter's invasion. For example, Jiang Xi asked the two of them not to disclose the previous battle with the interstellar hunters. In this way, the captured golden core cultivators wouldn't be suspicious of the maneuver, so they could continue to maintain a sense of mystery. Before the three of them finished discussing, at this moment, Huyan's expression changed. He took out a communication bead, and the transmission mark on it was slightly glowing. "Lord, a message from my sect. Don't answer it." Jiang Xi's expression became serious. "Jiang Xi, what's going on?" Xian Tian and Li Bai looked at Jiang Xi in confusion. "I was just about to tell you about this." Jiang Xi's expression was solemn as he explained the reason. Huyan told his sect, Qing Xian's sect, about the existence of Earth and how he came to Earth. Xian Tian and Li Bai's expressions changed. They immediately realized the severity of the situation. They had already learned from Jiang Xi that Huyan had the battle prowess of a middle-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Then how powerful was Huyan's sect? "I'm very sorry. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused everyone." Huyan said sincerely in stiff Great Xia language. "I can't blame you for this. After all, you were our enemy before." Jiang Xi shook his head. Then, Jiang Xi said to the Xian Tian duo, "The Qing Xian sect is well aware of the value of Earth. After losing contact with Huyan, they will definitely send people to continue the search. Therefore, Earth's crisis is not over yet." Xian Tian frowned. "How powerful is the Qing Xian sect?" "Very powerful. The founder of the Qing Xian sect, old ancestor Qing Xian, although his cultivation is only at the late-stage nascent soul realm, he has the record of killing nascent soul realm cultivators. The current sect leader is at the late-stage nascent soul realm. There is also a middle-stage nascent soul realm cultivator and 3 early-stage nascent soul realm cultivators." Jiang Xi smiled bitterly. Xian Tian and Li Bai's breathing stagnated. Killing nascent soul realm cultivators. They could probably kill them with just a breath, right? Jiang Xi looked at the two and said, "There are 2 pieces of good news. First, according to Huyan, old ancestor Qing Xian left the Qing Xian sect 1,000 years ago, and his whereabouts are unknown. He didn't even appear when the Qing Xian sect was facing a crisis. Therefore, he probably won't come this time. The person who will come is most likely one or more of the nascent soul realm cultivators of the Qing Xian sect. Second, it will take about 3 years to get here from the galaxy where Huyan's sect is located. In other words, we still have a chance." Xian Tian and Li Bai looked at each other. There was bitterness in their eyes. Nascent soul realm. The two of them took a deep breath. This was not good news. They didn't give up. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, it was still a chance. In the end, it all came back to strength. As long as they were strong enough, even if the enemy came, there was no need to be afraid. "Big brother, sister Bai, I've thought about it. I'm going to leave Earth in a few days and go to the starry sky to improve. Do you want to come with me?" Jiang Xi took a deep breath and told him his plan. "Definitely. The current environment on Earth is very difficult for us to train. Only by going through stronger battles can we have a chance to improve quickly." Xian Tian agreed. Li Bai also agreed. Walking on the edge of life and death and experiencing the horror of life and death, we have a chance to get stronger. "All right, wait for my notice," Jiang Xi said finally. Next, the 3 of them discussed some other arrangements. After confirming that there was no problem for the time being, Jiang Xi left with Hu Yin, Chu Zhe, and Xiu Hong. Pak Sun Province, Tongtian District. At this time, the entire district was still in the cold winter season. Snowflakes floated in the sky, and frost covered the ground. Outside Tongtian District, everything was normal. The autumn air was refreshing, and the weather was pleasant. Such a spectacle attracted the attention of many people. At the same time, the higher-ups were still worried about Jiang Xi's situation. They were afraid that Jiang Xi would encounter an accident. The person who could create such a strange phenomenon must be very powerful. After a while, everyone was surprised to find that the strange phenomenon suddenly disappeared. The frost on the ground and the snowflakes in the sky disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This is a drill. Everyone disperse. Jiang Xi's voice echoed in the Jinten Budokan district of Pak Sun Province. Drill? Everyone was stunned. Those who were worried about Jiang Xi felt relieved. Villa 92. Jiang Dudu stood on the balcony and looked at the sky. Although Jiang Xi had already contacted her and confirmed his safety, she could not be at ease without seeing Jiang Xi with her own eyes. After hearing Jiang Xi's voice, a smile finally appeared on her face. The next moment, Jiang Xi's figure appeared in front of her. At the same time, there were 3 other strange people wearing spiritual battle suits. Brother, are these the 3 pets you were talking about? Jiang Dudu's eyes sparkled. Seeing Hu Yin and the others, she remembered her dream of catching ghosts as pets, which had yet to be realized. Hu Yin, Chu Zhe, Xiu Hong. The existence of the spiritual sense restriction made them acknowledge Jiang Xi from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, they also had a good impression of Jiang Dudu. However, Jiang Dudu's first sentence made them suffer 10,000 points of damage. Cough! What nonsense are you talking about? In the future, they will be our family's guards and nannies. Jiang Xi scratched the little girl's nose. Although the little girl was not young anymore, she would be an adult in 2 months. However, the 2 of them did not feel uncomfortable with this kind of intimate action. They felt that it was normal. Nothing needed to be said. It was fine as long as they accompanied each other. Chapter 249. The 3 of you will stay in the villa next door. If there's anything, I'll inform you. Jiang Xi said to Hu Yin. Thank you, sir. Hu Yin, Chu Zhe, and Xiu Hong respectfully bowed and left. They were very grateful to Jiang Xi for his actions and arrangements. Although Jiang Xi had placed a spiritual consciousness restriction on them, he did not treat them as slaves. Jiang Xi smiled. He had sent a message to Lu Shan to vacate the villa next door when he was on his way back. Villa 92 was his and Jiang Dudu's home. If Hu Yin and the rest were to move in, Jiang Dudu would definitely not agree to it, let alone him. Brother, is there anything else you're worried about? Jiang Dudu asked. She and Jiang Xi depended on each other for survival. She was very familiar with Jiang Xi's little movements and micro-expressions. She found that although Jiang Xi was smiling, there was a hidden worry in the depths of his expression. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. He did not hide anything and told Jiang Dudu about the Qingxian sect. Finally, he said, if the Qingxian sect really wants to come, then we only have 3 years, so I understand. Big bro, don't worry and go ahead. Don't worry about me. Jiang Dudu laughed. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Before Jiang Xi could finish his words, she already knew what Jiang Xi was planning to do. As she grew up, her initial willfulness had long disappeared. She had become a considerate little girl. In the face of such a crisis, of course, she would not pester Jiang Xi and ask Jiang Xi to take her on a trip to the starry sky. Jiang Dudu's growth and understanding made Jiang Xi happy. In the next few days, he sent Hu Yin and Chu Zhe out to collect the original data of the Earth with the astrolabe. The purpose of this was very simple. He wanted to apply to become the Lord of the Earth. Regardless of the crisis brought by the Qingxian sect, he had to apply. This was because the Tao Alliance had a rule. Private territory was sacred and inviolable. Once his application was successful, the Tao Alliance's heaven span, I would leave a mark on Earth and the star system it was located in. If someone trespassed on Earth without the permission of the Lord of the planet, he would be punished. He could then report this matter to the Alliance at that time. The enforcers of the Tao Alliance would hunt down and punish the trespassers according to the rules. Of course, Jiang Xi knew very well that this was just a means of deterrence. Those who had the guts to barge in would still make a move. Lawbreakers who took risks for their own benefits would never disappear in any era or place. As for whether or not Earth's existence would be exposed to the Tao Alliance, Jiang Xi had already made ample preparations. He would not record the secret data about the recovery of spiritual energy and the Grotto Heaven's secret realms in the astrolabe. The raw data of a planet included the situation of its galaxy, the planet's society, civilization, geography, and other data. The other secrets weren't the focus of the Tao Alliance's investigation. He had already learned from Hu Yan that the Tao Alliance wouldn't send anyone to verify his application to become the ruler of a wild planet. This was because the Tao Alliance's Eye of Heavens covered the entire universe. The Eye of Heavens would be able to determine the location of the planet and imprint it. Jiang Xi expressed his understanding of this point. The Tao Alliance's approach was to encourage exploration. It was somewhat similar to the old era of the Western Great Voyages. The countries of the Western world encouraged navigators to explore new lands, as long as they admitted that this thing was under the jurisdiction of the Tao Alliance. They could do whatever they wanted. While Hu Yan and Chu Zhe were collecting data, Jiang Xi wasn't idle either. He used all his energy to obtain experience points. This was because there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to obtain experience points once they reached the starry sky. It was better to prepare more experience points first. Thus, the monsters suffered. Jiang Xi killed all the monsters in the wilderness around the 7 prefectures of the Great Xia Empire. Although his hunting efficiency wasn't as high as during the Beast Tide, he was now stronger. With the Gale Domain, his hunting speed was quite impressive. For a time, the beasts were terrified. However, Jiang Xi didn't do such a thing. His hunting only reduced the density of monsters in the wilderness. There were still a lot of monsters. The warriors of the Great Xia Empire's martial arts world still had the opportunity to train in the wilderness. After hunting for 10 whole days, the experience points on the interface finally reached a new high. Experience points, 122 million, over 100 million. 100 million experience points should be enough for me to go all out, right? With this thought in mind, riverward into the hunt. The terrified monsters finally got rid of the fear of dying at any time. New Moon Year 96, September 27th. Xian Tian and Li Baibai announced to the public that they were going to cultivate in seclusion. In reality, they arrived at Jiang Xi's house without alerting anyone. Tongtian District, Villa 92, underground training room. Xian Tian and Li Baibai stood around the teleportation array and observed it for a long time. This is the teleportation array? It looks so exquisite. Xian Tian praised. Big brother, if you want to learn, I can compile a summary for you, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Forget it. It's more comfortable to fight and kill. This kind of research is not suitable for me. Xian Tian rejected decisively. Biting off more than he could chew was bad. He was very clear about what he needed. Hu Yan and the other two by the side had faces full of envy. The Tao of formations was a rare inheritance, even in the Tao Alliance's 9 major galaxies. After a while, it was time to set off. This time, apart from Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, Li Baibai, and Hu Yan were leaving Earth for the starry sky. As for Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong, Jiang Xi had other arrangements. He sternly reminded the two of them. Chu Zhe, Qiu Hong, don't make any mistakes in the mission I gave you. Yes, sir. The two of them answered solemnly. Chu Zhe's mission was to guard Xiantian City for Xiantian, while Qiu Hong's mission was to protect Jingdudu and Pac Sun Province at the same time. Of course, if the Dixia Kingdom encountered any danger during this period, the two of them would also have to help. Generally speaking, after Jiang Xi, Xiantian, and Li Baibai left, Chu Zhe and Qiu Hong would take over Jiang Xi's original responsibilities. Although no one on Earth had the guts to offend the three of them, It was always better to be safe than sorry. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. The necessary precautions still had to be taken. Jiang Xi did not trust those people from the hidden families. They could only leave with peace of mind after making these arrangements. Big brother, be good and come back alive. Jiang Dudu's gaze was fixed on Jiang Xi, firm and affectionate. This was because Jiang Xi's purpose in entering the starry sky was different from the last time. Last time, he was only there to explore and check out the situation. He would not encounter any danger. But this time, Jiang Xi was going to train and would definitely fight with people. Don't worry, I promise to come back in one piece. Jiang Xi rubbed the little girl's head, then smiled and said, You also cultivate well. Don't wait for me to come back and find that your cultivation hasn't changed. Okay. Jiang Du nodded vigorously. Then, Jiang Xi teleported Xian Tian, Li Bai Bai, and Hu Yin to the Guanghan Palace on the first moon. As for himself, he disappeared in the light of the teleportation array under Jiang Dudu's gaze. Chapter 250. On the first moon, in the dilapidated Guanghan Palace. Other than Jiang Xi, who was calm, Xian Tian, Li Bai Bai, and Hu Yin were all shocked. Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai were shocked that the projection of the Moon Palace during the third and fourth spiritual Qi revival was real. Jiang Xi did not reveal this to them in advance. Hu Yin was shocked that he had just found out that there was an interstellar teleportation array on this moon. He thought that Jiang Xi had brought him into the galaxy so that he could pilot the flying ship and travel through the galaxy. Jiang Xi, do you have a way to get to the second moon? Xian Tian looked at the second moon. Unfortunately, he could not see the brand new Guanghan Palace. The second moon can be seen, but not touched. How can I do that? Jiang Xi shook his head and smiled. Xian Tian sighed. 100 years ago, when the second moon appeared in outer space, the spiritual Qi revival began. Since then, people were more curious about the second moon than the first moon. The second moon seems to be in another time and space. The Dixia Kingdom tried to use a spacecraft, but it went straight through the galaxy. Li Bai Bai sighed. With our current strength, we can't explore this secret. Maybe when our cultivation is higher in the future, we will know the answer. Jiang Xi chuckled. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xian Tian urged. He could not wait to go to the galaxy and see the scenery of other planets. On the distant planet Sanglan, in the Linhai City Teleportation Hall, the captain of the guards, Gong Shi, had just entered a state of cultivation for 2 months when he was woken up by his subordinates. After learning the reason, the anger in his heart instantly dissipated. The interstellar teleportation array lit up again, and it was an interstellar teleportation with unknown coordinates. Gong Shi did not dare to be negligent. He could not afford to offend anyone who could perform such an interstellar teleportation. When the interstellar teleportation array's light disappeared, 4 figures appeared. Gong Shi, together with all the guards, hurriedly bowed respectfully. Third guard Captain Gong Shi of the Linhai City Teleportation Hall on planet Sanglan welcomes. Sir Jiang Xi. Gong Shi was stunned for a moment. He saw Jiang Xi among the 4 people. Just like last time, make a new identity jade tablet for the 2 of them. Jiang Xi didn't stand on ceremony. He maintained his cold attitude from last time and asked Gong Shi to register Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai. As for Hu Yin, after being a starry sky wanderer for so long, he naturally had many identities. There was no need for him to get a new one. After a short moment, Jiang Xi's group of 4 left the teleportation hall under Gong Shi's respectful escort. Looking at their backs, Gong Shi shook his head and sighed. A good family background was better than anything else. The interstellar teleportation of 4 people would cost 40,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. He had to work hard to guard the teleportation hall for 40 years to earn that much. It really couldn't be compared. After leaving the teleportation hall, Jiang Xi first brought Xian Tian and the others to the Gray Cloud Star Trade Center to find Steward Zhua to sell some Wonderstones. Because they needed money to do things. Then, it was Huyan's turn to lead the way to the Tao Alliance building on the blue planet. Huyan was very familiar with the situation on the blue planet. After all, the Qingxian sect was one of the top 10 sects in the blue planet. He had been here many times. Along the way, Xin Tian and Li Baibai looked at the scenery on the blue planet in amazement. It was indeed very different from Earth. On the other hand, Jiang Xi was thinking about what to do next, which was to apply to become the Lord of Earth. When the application is successful, it doesn't matter if the people from the Qingxian sect come or not. When Earth and the solar system have the mark of the Tao Alliance's Eye of Heaven, it will serve as a deterrent if any starry sky wanderers accidentally enter. As there was a no-fly law in the cities on the blue planet, the four of them still took a long time to arrive at the Tao Alliance building. From afar, they saw a majestic classical building that seemed to reach the clouds. When they got closer, they could feel a faint pressure that made them feel awe. It was also Jiang Xi's first time here. When he saw this majestic building, he immediately thought of the Tongtian Mountain, the Tongtian Tower, and the Fengdu Mountain. The pressure from the Tao Alliance building was very similar to these three, but it was much smaller. Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai looked at each other. There was shock in their eyes as they thought of the same thing. What was the connection between the Tao Alliance building, the Tongtian Mountain, the Tongtian Tower, and the Fengdu Mountain? At this moment, there were many cultivators coming and going in front of the building. However, the shock of the three did not arouse any suspicion. This was because everyone's reaction when they saw the Tao Alliance building for the first time was similar to theirs. Jiang Xi recalled the information about the Tao Alliance and the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. By analogy, the Tao Alliance occupied 9 major galaxies in the universe. It was equivalent to a national organization. The Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance was formed with the 3 sects and 6 sects, each of which controlled a planetary region as its core and many other inferior immortal Tao sects as its support. It was the highest authority of the Tao Alliance that controlled the 9 major planetary regions of the human race. The Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's influence spread throughout all of the planets that were rank 3 and above. All of the planets that were rank 3 and above that were not privately owned would have a Tao Alliance building. It would serve as the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's headquarters. This was somewhat similar to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court's office. Many matters related to cultivators had to be handled here. For example, the establishment and cancellation of immortal Tao sects, the application for or transfer of a planet's overlord status, the training and advancement of starry sky hunters, and many other matters. At this moment, many cultivators were entering and exiting the building. They were all here for business. Jiang Xi suppressed the shock in his heart. He calmed himself down, then walked into the Tao Alliance building with Xin Tian and the other 2. After entering, they went straight to the place where the application for or transfer of a planet's overlord status was handled. This place was rather quiet, or rather, there was no one there at all. Not only was it quiet, but the staff member of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court was also a very ordinary-looking middle-aged Taoist. However, his cultivation was not ordinary at all. Jiang Xi couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court was. Just a staff member of this office was at the early nascent soul stage. The middle-aged Taoist didn't underestimate Jiang Xi just because he was at the late Jindan stage. This was because the business he was in charge of was related to the development and transfer of life planets. Generally, it would involve a large sum of money. There was a fee for this kind of business. The greater the sum of money, the greater the fee. Even in the universe, the rich were the lords of the universe. For example, a rank 1 planet was worth at least 1 million low-grade spirit crystals. If a cultivator wanted to apply to become the overlord of a rank 1 planet, they would first have to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals as a processing fee. A processing fee of 1%. Jiang Xi was naturally aware of this, and he had mentally prepared himself for this long ago. According to the data he had gathered on Earth, Earth was a rank 3 planet. Its value started from 100 million low-grade spirit crystals. A processing fee of 1% was 1 million. Chapter 251. A 1 million processing fee. Therefore, when Jiang Xi left the teleportation hall, he immediately went to the Green Cloud Star Market and exchanged 1 million spiritual crystals with the magical stones. In addition, he still had 400,000 spiritual crystals in the Taoist Alliance's crystal bank. 1,400,000 low-grade spiritual crystals should be enough even if there was an accident. If there was no other way, he could go back in exchange for more. After all, he, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai all had a lot of magical stones in their storage rings. Senior, I want to apply to become the lord of this planet. This is the original data. Jiang Xi handed the astrolabe to the middle-aged Taoist. When he spoke, he used the most authentic common language of the Taoist Alliance. The smile on the middle-aged Taoist's face widened. He judged that Jiang Xi must be from an extraordinary family. He took the astrolabe with a smile and said, "Please wait for a moment." Then, he placed the astrolabe on a stone pillar carved with runes. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a closed eye. The eye suddenly opened, as if it could see through everything. It shot out a ray of light and covered the astrolabe. The eye of heaven. Jiang Xi was shocked. Then, he realized that this was the clone of the eye of heaven. After a while, the middle-aged Taoist took the astrolabe. He looked confused and surprised. He asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to become the lord of this planet?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Jiang Xi nodded. "No. The eye of heaven has judged that this planet is indeed an uninhabited planet. However, if you want to apply to become the lord of this planet, you need to pay a fee of 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals first. Then, your cultivation must be at least in the nascent soul stage." The middle-aged Taoist's words were shocking. Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, Li Baibai, and Hu Yin were all stunned. 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals. And his cultivation must be at least in the nascent soul stage. Wasn't this the standard for a level 5 uninhabited planet? For a level 3 uninhabited planet like Earth, if one wanted to apply to become the lord of this planet, one's cultivation must be at least in the golden core stage. "Senior, is there a mistake?" Jiang Xi quickly asked. Under the inspection of the eye of heaven, there is no way it could be wrong. The middle-aged Taoist said with a resolute expression, giving a definite answer. Jiang Xi, Xin Tian, and Li Baibai looked at each other. Could it be that the heavenly eye had discovered something? Did he know the difference between Earth and Earth? Didn't they say that the Alliance didn't care about these things? At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist's expression changed slightly. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes before he regained his composure. No one noticed his unusual behavior. He said to Jiang Xi, "You have two choices now. You can apply for it when your cultivation level is high enough. Or you can give up on becoming the overlord of this planet and hand it over to the Tao Alliance. That way, you will receive 100 million low-grade spiritual crystals and a top-notch cultivation technique from the Tao Alliance." Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated. He had a bad feeling. Was he being targeted? "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" He maintained his calm and asked in a low voice. The middle-aged Taoist laughed. "Don't worry. I'm strictly adhering to the rules of the Tao Alliance and giving you the choice. According to the rules of the Tao Alliance, if a cultivator discovers a new planet with life, he or she can choose to pay a price. You can choose to pay a certain price and apply to become the ruler of a planet, or you can choose to submit it to the Tao Alliance and receive a certain reward." Jiang Xi's expression was calm. He shook his head. "Thank you, Senior. I'll come again next time." What the middle-aged Taoist said was true. He must have been overthinking things just now. The Tao Alliance occupied 9 major star zones. There was no need for them to set their eyes on a small planet like Earth. Jiang Xi didn't stay any longer. He left the Tao Alliance building with the equally shocked Xin Tian, Li Baibai, and Hu Yin. The 4 of them found a secluded place to rest in Waterfront City. Jiang Xi, did they discover something? Xin Tian and Li Baibai asked the same question. They were also worried. If Earth was targeted by a colossus like the Tao Alliance, it wouldn't be able to resist at all. The omniscient must have discovered something, but it's not that serious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given me two choices. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. He then explained the comparison between the Tao Alliance and Earth. Tian and Li Baibai were both intelligent people. They also understood. Yes, the Tao Alliance was extremely powerful. How big was Earth? It was like the richest man on Earth. Would he be greedy for a small village in a remote area? So don't worry. I'll apply again when I reach the nascent soul stage, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Hey, don't be so confident. Maybe I'll reach the nascent soul stage first. Xin Tian joked. Are you two looking down on me? Li Baibai also said. Huh. The three of them felt relieved. Although there were some problems with the application to become the Earth's Lord, it was still acceptable. 100 million low-grade spirit crystals and nascent soul cultivation. Money was easy to solve. When they left Earth, they brought more than half of the wondrous stones with them. It wouldn't be a problem to gather 100 million low-grade spirit crystals. The main problem was cultivation. It wasn't easy to reach the nascent soul stage, especially Xin Tian and Li Baibai. They had reached the golden core stage less than a year ago. They wouldn't be able to reach the nascent soul stage in the near future. Only Jiang Xi was the most confident. His golden core would only need 10 years to reach the nascent soul stage under the nourishment of yin and yang. However, in Jiang Xi's opinion, 10 years was still too slow. He looked at the experience panel. Cultivation, golden core, late stage 397500, 397500, Tao technique, Gale domain 700,000/5, 000,000, sword intent 1,000,000/1, 000,000, amplitude 22. 6 deduction, 10,000 experience points, once martial arts. Purple cloud sword manual, peacock visualization experience points, 10,000,000/22, 000,000. In terms of cultivation, although he was only at the late stage of the golden core stage, the newly comprehended Gale domain and the perfected sword intent gave him a spiritual power amplitude of 22. 6 times. In other words, in terms of spiritual power, the power of his attack would exceed the full power attack of 22 cultivators at the late stage of the golden core stage. If he added the Gale domain and the sword intent to his strength, his actual combat power would exceed the late stage of the nascent soul stage. Of course, if he encountered a real late stage of the nascent soul stage, he might have to think twice. Compared to the sect leader of the Qing Xian sect, who was invincible in the nascent soul stage, they were on two different levels. Invincible in the nascent soul stage meant that the nascent soul cultivation was perfected and he had at least comprehended a complete Tao domain. Jiang Xi knew very well that he was still far from it. If the sect leader of the Qing Xian sect had already set off, he would only need 3 years to reach Earth. I have to complete the golden core stage and become a nascent soul cultivator within 3 years. By then, my Gale domain will definitely be perfected. With the sword intent, I will have a chance to compete with him. If I am lucky, I could deduce the sword domain within 3 years. Then, I will have a greater chance. But the prerequisite for all of this is to reach the nascent soul stage. Cultivation was the foundation of strength. No matter how high the spiritual power amplitude brought by the Tao technique was, if the foundation was not good, then the final combat power would not be very high. The spiritual power of a late stage of the golden core stage and a late stage of the nascent soul stage could not be compared at all. Moreover, why couldn't a late stage of the nascent soul stage comprehend the Tao technique? Chapter 252. Nascent Soul Stage. It seems that I can only look for Yang Qi. Well, I can also fulfill one of Master's requests. Jiang Xi decided on a new plan. When he was forming his gold core, he used Yang Qi to speed up the 100 refinement method. If he had yang qi to assist the yin and yang cultivation method, it would coincide with yin and yang, and the completion of the cultivation could be accelerated. Master left me 2 requests. One of them is to visit the descendants of his friend after I step into the starry sky. In Jiang Xi's mind, this was something he had to do, not only because he had made a Tao oath. More importantly, Taoist Ji's friend had saved Taoist Ji's life with his own. And as Taoist Ji's only disciple, he had the responsibility and obligation to visit the descendants of his master's friend. This time, when he left Earth, Jiang Xi had this plan. He didn't want his master to die in peace. 10,000 years have passed. I don't know if the bloodline of master's friend has been passed down, but no matter what, I have to go. Murong Planet. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. He was going to Murong Planet, which was registered in his identity information, because the bloodline of his master's friend was on that planet, and it happened to have the yang qi he needed at the moment. After sorting out the next step of the plan, Jiang Xi said, "Big brother, sister bye-bye, I'm going to another planet to do something. It may take some time. Are you waiting for me on Blue Planet, or do you have other plans?" Because he wasn't sure if he could find the descendants of his master's friend, it would definitely take some time. Will there be a fight? Xian Tian was concerned about this. I'm going to look for someone, a peaceful journey. Jiang Xi smiled. Xian Tian and Li Baibai looked at each other, and then Xian Tian smiled and said, "Then we won't go together. Baibai and I plan to apply to become Starry Sky Hunters. We will explore the Blue Planet and improve our strength through combat experience." "Okay, I'll let Hu Yin go with you. We can take care of each other." Jiang Xi nodded. Although Hu Yin was at the late stage or his core stage, relying on the 40% comprehension of the Frost domain, his actual combat strength had reached the middle stage nascent soul stage. With Hu Yin following Xian Tian and Li Baibai, Jiang Xi felt a lot more at ease. Xian Tian and Li Baibai were also aware of this, so they didn't refuse they knew of Jiang Xi's strength. Whether or not Hu Yin was there, it did not matter to Jiang Xi. Everyone went their separate ways. Jiang Xi went to Murong Planet alone. The other 3 returned to the Tao Alliance building and applied to become Starry Sky Hunters. Of course, it didn't mean that one would definitely become a Starry Sky Hunter after applying. One still had to go through the assessment and experience. The trial would be accompanied by battles and killings. It was very dangerous. This was another reason why Jiang Xi left Hu Yin behind. Earth to Xia Kingdom, Pak Sun Province, Tongtian District, Villa number 92. Jiang Xi had been gone for half a month. Ever since Jiang Xi was trapped in the Jade Lake Mystic Realm for a year and came back, he hadn't left home for more than a day. This time, Jiang Xi had left home, and no one knew when he would be back. Therefore, Jiang Daodu was also trying her best to adapt to the days when Jiang Xi wasn't around. She allowed herself to devote all her attention to cultivation. Seeing that Jiang Xi's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, she didn't want to be left behind too much. She also didn't want to follow Jiang Xi forever. She wanted to walk side by side with Jiang Xi. Just like this time, if she also had the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, she could go to the Starry Sky with Jiang Xi to train. She wouldn't be like now, alone in an empty house. After Jiang Xi left, Jiang Daodu moved her cultivation location from the villa's balcony to the underground cultivation room. Late at night, the 2 moons hung in the sky. Jiang Daodu sat cross-legged at the place where Jiang Xi usually sat. She gradually entered a state of emptiness and entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed to be midnight. An extremely faint light lit up between her eyebrows. It was almost imperceptible. This light flickered and completely drilled in her mind. There seemed to be a sinister laughter echoing in the underground cultivation room. At the same time, there was a ghastly and dense pure ghost aura that completely covered Jiang Daodu. Jiang Daodu didn't react to all of this, as if she had been cast a spell that old guy's successor hasn't returned for half a month. Finally, I can use the method of possession. This little girl is born with an extremely lean body. It's the perfect body that Yin was born with. Yin's natural remnant spirit was preparing to use the method of possession in Jiang Daoda's mind. She followed Jiang Si out of the first moon and possessed Jiang Daoda's body. Other than absorbing some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth during the fourth recovery of spiritual energy, she didn't do anything else. Although Jiang Daoda's physique was an extremely rare and powerful physique, even in the Ghost Clan's galaxy, she still resisted the urge to possess her. Because Jiang Si had obtained Taoist Ji's inheritance, she was worried that Jiang Si would have a backup plan left behind by Taoist Ge. And Jiang Si never left Jiang Daodu for more than a day, so she hadn't found a suitable opportunity. This time it was finally time. Jiang Si had been away for half a month, and she was sure that he wouldn't be back anytime soon. Possession. Yin Tianqing's remnant spirit roared excitedly. The ghastly ghost aura that covered Jiang Daodu's body shook and began to seep into Jiang Daodu's body. Suddenly, the ghastly ghost aura calmed down and then trembled violently, as if it had been frightened. What is this great horror? There's great horror in her body. Spare me. Spare my life. Spare. Yin Tianqing desperately begged for mercy. The ghastly ghost aura was completely devoured by Jiang Daodu's body in an instant. Finally, everything calmed down. In the underground practice room, nothing seemed to have happened. The next morning, Jiang Daodu yawned and stretched, then her movements froze. Oh, I actually fell asleep. It's over, I wasted a night. Golden core. The situation in her dantian made Jiang Daodu completely stunned. Overnight, she went from the early stage of spirit vessel to the early stage of golden core. What happened? Could it be that the spirit aura had recovered again? She hurriedly opened the computer network in the practice room and searched, but didn't find any real-time news about the recovery of spirit aura. What the hell? Jiang Daodu muttered. Sigh. At this time, a hoarse voice sounded with helplessness. She thought she had been discovered. Who is it? Come out. Jiang Daodu's gaze focused, and she shouted coldly. Whoosh! At the same time, a dark blue dagger with a cold light appeared in her hand. She was ready to attack at any time. The next moment, a gray figure flew out from Jiang Daodu's body. Yin Tiansheng greets master. It was a skinny old woman with sparse hair, and her figure was only the size of a thumb. Who are you? Don't try to get close to me. Jiang Daodu's face was taut as she maintained her vigilance. Chapter 253. Yin Tiansheng, was a path integration stage expert of the Ghost Clan when I was alive. Because I failed to possess Master, my remnant spirit was restrained by Master. If Master doesn't believe me, you can feel it with your mind and you will know. Yin Tiansheng, who looked like an old woman, respectfully explained the reason. Her words were half true and half false. Because she had been warned by that great terror, she did not dare to reveal the truth to Jiang Daodu. Jiang Daodu's expression changed. She had learned a lot of cultivation knowledge from Jiang Si, so she naturally knew what the path integration stage was and what possession was. With a thought, she immediately felt that she could control the life and death of this old woman. Thus, Jiang Daodu slightly relaxed her 100% vigilance by a bit. So, you're a ghost? I am a remnant spirit of the Ghost Clan, so I can be counted as a ghost. So you're my pet now? Master, you can think it that way. Yin Tiansheng did not reject the word pet, because Jiang Daodu was a great terror. Even if she was treated as a pet, she could only accept it. I, Jiang Daodu, finally have a ghost pet. With her wish fulfilled, Jiang Daodu was as happy as a 3-year-old child and cheered for a while. However, the cold dagger in her hand was still pointed at Yin Tiansheng. Yin Tiansheng, well, one is not enough. My brother has 3 human pets. No matter what, I have to get 3 ghost pets. Jiang Daodu said to herself again. Yin Tiansheng, by the way, don't call me master. It is too unpleasant. Call me Sister Daodu in the future. Jiang Daodu looked at Yin Tiansheng, who was the size of a thumb. Okay, Sister Daodu, Ying Tianxing's tone was full of helplessness. What kind of sin did she commit? Of course, Jiang Xi did not know what had happened on Earth. He had already arrived at Murong planet in the Minglan star region through the interstellar teleportation array. The Zhixiao domain was extremely vast and had many star regions, countless galaxies, and countless planets with life. The Minglan star region was located at the edge of the Zhixiao domain and was a relatively remote star region. The prosperity of the planets here naturally could not be compared with that of the blue star region as for Murong planet. Only after arriving here did Jiang Xi realize what a remote place was. In other words, it couldn't be called remote but closed off. It actually feels like I have traveled to the ancient times of the Great Xia Kingdom. Jiang Xi was wearing an ancient costume as he sat in an ancient restaurant, drinking strong liquor with a unique flavor. He was currently in Qianyang City, the capital of Murong planet. On the other hand, China was a secular country. The society, folklore, and architecture here were very similar to the pre-Qin era of the Xia Kingdom on Earth. It was hard to imagine that this was a fourth-grade planet under the control of the Tao Alliance. In addition, the exchange of information here was extremely underdeveloped. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of cultivators at all. At most, they only knew about some myths and legends. From this, it could be seen that the ruler of Murong planet had done a very good job in controlling the public opinion of the cultivation world. Furthermore, the control over foreign cultivators was also very strict. If one was not a native cultivator of Murong planet, it would be very difficult to enter this planet. One would need to go through a lot of checks. Luckily, I registered my identity as coming from Murong planet in the Minglan star region when I was on planet Kanglan previously. It just so happens that it came in handy this time. Jiang Xi shook his head. He raised a wine jar and drank half of it. This wine had no effect on him at all. Even if he drank a ton, he would not get drunk. He recalled the scene when he had just teleported here half a month ago. Good heavens, as soon as his figure appeared in the interstellar teleportation array, more than 10 golden core stage cultivators surrounded him. If it weren't for the fact that those people were wearing the same spirit artifact battle suits, Jiang Xi would have thought that he was being robbed. After some communication, he found out that it was an identity check. At that time, he adhered to his habit of remaining calm and did not let anyone notice anything unusual. He directly took out his identity jade token. He also casually threw more than 20,000 inferior-grade spirit crystals to those people as a reward. Only then did he avoid the most severe identity check. 10,000 years have passed. Things have indeed changed, and the world has changed. According to Master's inherited memory, when the One Clan's ancestor, Wen Yin, built the One Clan's ancestral land, Qianyang Cave, he had invited Master to help set up the seal array. The One Clan's ancestral land is in Qianyang City, the capital of China. However, 10,000 years have passed, and the name of Qianyang City has not changed, but the Wen clan has disappeared without a trace. The Wen clan's ancestor, Wen Yin, was Taoist Ji's friend. For half a month, he had been secretly looking for traces of the Wen clan, but to no avail. Now let's focus on Qianyang Cave. The reason why Jiang Xi knew that Murong planet had yang dark energy was very simple. It was because when Taoist Gu set up the seal array for Qianyang Cave, he had sealed a lot of yang dark energy inside. As long as he could enter Qianyang Cave, he would have a chance to obtain the yang dark energy. In fact, when Jiang Xi first arrived at Qianyang City, he had already discovered the location of Qianyang Cave. The entrance to Qianyang Cave was outside Qianyang City, in a lake called Blue Smoke Lake. There was no way not to discover it, because another unexpected situation had occurred. The external seal array that Taoist Gu set up for Qianyang Cave had loosened last year. Those phenomena and the powerful spiritual aura emitted had caused a huge commotion and had long been noticed by Murong planet's cultivation world. Last year, it was when Master's remnant spirit completely dissipated. Jiang Xi sighed softly in his heart. The dissipation of the remnant spirit caused the array that Taoist Gu set up back then to start unsealing. Just like the heaven and earth spirit lock array on the first moon, it was also unsealed because of this. It's impossible to enter the Qianyang cave quietly. Jiang Xi drank half a jar of strong wine again and was worried. His original plan was to directly use Taoist Ji's unsealing mark after arriving at Murong Planet. Enter Qianyang Cave and refine the Yang dark energy. Then, look for the descendants of the One Clan. It was simple and effortless, but he didn't expect this accident to happen. After the seal loosened, the lake called Blue Smoke Lake was already firmly controlled by the current ruler of Murong Planet. No one was allowed to go near it. The Qiao clan again. Do I have a fucking feud with the Qiao clan? Jiang Xi recalled that when he had just stepped onto the path of martial arts on Earth, the first enemy he had encountered was the Qiao clan. And now, the one who actually controlled Murong Planet was also a cultivator family with the Qiao clan. Murong Planet wasn't a private territory. It was a planet that belonged to the Tao Alliance and also had an office set up by the Tao Alliance Heavenly Courts. However, the Tao Alliance usually wouldn't interfere with the actual operation of a planet with life. Therefore, Murong Planet was already more or less a private territory under the Qiao clan's control. According to the information that Master gave me, Murong Planet was originally ruled by the One Clan. But now, the One Clan has disappeared without a trace. In the whole of China and even the surrounding secular countries, there isn't even a single one. Chapter 254. Through this half a month of investigation, Jiang Xi's keen intuition told him that the disappearance of the Wen family was not that simple. This was also the reason why he chose to secretly investigate. He was worried that there was danger behind it. The Wen family was originally the ruler of Murong Planet, a level 4 life planet. Although the Wen family's ancestor had died, they still had the ancestral land. Even if they lost the position of ruler, they wouldn't disappear, right? There was another possibility that the Wen family had moved out of Murong Planet. However, this possibility was very small because no one would be willing to give up the ancestral land, which was the foundation of a cultivator family strength. No matter what the possibility was, Jiang Xi knew that he had to stop investigating the Wen family's whereabouts for now. According to the loosening of the outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, the seal formation will be completely unsealed in a month at most. At that time, there is no need for Master Seal. Anyone can enter. I have to think of a way. Jiang Xi had considered this for a long time, but he hadn't made a decision. At present, there were only 2 ways. One was to enter by force, and the other was to enter by taking advantage of the chaos. The danger of forcibly entering was very high. The Qiao family could rule and control a level 4 life planet. Their overall strength was definitely not weak, and there might be some old guys hiding. In comparison, taking advantage of the chaos was the most feasible way. Because of the loosening of the outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, it emitted a vision and a powerful aura, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Just in this Qianyang city, Jiang Xi found a lot of cultivators. He even saw a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage. Although Murong Planet was controlled by the cultivator family Qiao family, there were other powerhouses in the cultivation world. When the seal was completely unsealed, someone would definitely take advantage of the chaos to break in, and that would be the opportunity. No matter what method it is, I have to be fully prepared. With his strength that barely reached the late nascent soul stage, there were not many people in Murong Planet who could surpass him. However, he could not let down his caution and stability at any time. This was the lesson he had learned over a long time. If the Qiao family really hid some powerful old guy, then it would be tragic thinking of this. Riverward down another half jar of strong liquor, paid the bill, and left leisurely. At this moment, the guests in the restaurant had long been stunned by Jiang Xi's drinking style. I've never seen anyone drink like this. He drank over 100 jugs in half a day. As a result, Jiang Xi left the name of the god of wine in this restaurant. Even after 1,000 years, the legend of the god of wine was still circulating in Ganyang City. After Jiang Xi left the restaurant, he wandered around Qianyang City for half a day, enjoying the scenery that was similar to ancient times. There were sugar-coated haws, donkeys rolling on the ground, and the brothel boats listening to songs. It was quite lively. It wasn't until nightfall that he entered a small alley that was rarely known by people. This was a secret workshop in the cultivation world of Qianyang City. Because Murong Planet's ruler, the Xiao family, had very strict control over the cultivation world. The transactions between cultivators could only be carried out in such a shady place. The Dark House of Ganyang City was held once every 3 months. Jiang Xi had been waiting for half a month for today, the day when the Dark House would open. In the past half a month, he had found a headhunter who was good at gathering information in the cultivation world of Murong Planet. Other than asking him to search for traces of the Wen family, he also entrusted him to search for information on spirit weapon transactions. Then, he found out about the existence of the Dark House. I have to be fully prepared. Not only do I have to prepare an escape route, but I also have to strengthen my combat strength. With his current strength, the Abyss Condensation Sword, which was only an inferior-grade spirit weapon, could no longer keep up with the times. He had to change to a higher-grade spirit weapon sword. According to Master's inherited memories, Murong Planet has always been a life planet known for its proficiency in weapon refinement. Although 10,000 years have passed, and this planet has changed a lot, the legacy of weapon refinement shouldn't be broken, right? He should be able to find a suitable spirit weapon sword here. At the very least, he had to change to a middle-grade spirit weapon. Of course, it would be best if it was a high-grade one. The Dark House was not underground, but a 3-story pavilion that was easy to escape from this was to avoid the attacks of the Qiao family cultivators. At the entrance of the Dark House, the gatekeeper carefully checked Jiang Xi's invitation token before letting Jiang Xi in. After Jiang Xi entered, he looked around. Including him, there were already 7 cultivators here. They were all at the Golden Core stage, and one of them was at the late-stage Golden Core stage. In addition, Jiang Xi found that this place was different from the market described in cultivation novels. The cultivators who participated in the Dark House's transactions did not wear any disguise measures, such as masks or bamboo hats. Thinking about it, what was the use of wearing a mask? One could know what they looked like with a sweep of their spirit sense. Moreover, everyone was guarding against the Qiao family, so it didn't matter whether they disguised themselves here or not. When Jiang Xi was inquiring about the others were also inquiring about him. Because Jiang Xi's cultivation was also at the late-stage Golden Core stage, he was one of the 2 strongest cultivators here. However, no one took the initiative to ask about Jiang Xi's background. That would be very rude. After about an hour, 2 more cultivators at the late-stage Golden Core stage came. The Dark House began. Then, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman walked down from the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Her cultivation was also at the late-stage Golden Core stage. She was the owner of this Dark House. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this middle-aged woman was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about her. At this time, the middle-aged woman said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. As usual, state your needs. It's up to you whether you want to trade or not." Then the other said a bunch of miscellaneous needs. They were all elixirs, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, and so on. Soon, it was the turn of another cultivator at the late-stage Golden Core stage who looked like an old Taoist. He coughed and said, "I need a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit. I can exchange it with magic weapons and spirit crystals." Hearing this, Jiang Xi smiled and said, "I do have a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit, but I need a high-grade spirit weapon longsword." The old Taoist was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "Although a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit is rare, its value is not equal to a high-grade spirit weapon. Can't you use a mid-grade spirit weapon? Or I can exchange it with 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. I only need a high-grade spirit weapon. If you have one, I can naturally take out something of equal value." Jiang Xi looked calm. "No." The old Taoist smiled bitterly. Jiang Xi was also a little disappointed. If a late-stage Golden Core stage cultivator didn't have a high-grade spirit weapon, then other cultivators at the middle stage and late stage golden core stage would have no hope. A 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit was very rare on Muron planet. Its price was 10 times more expensive than on Blue planet. However, 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals was nothing to him. I do have a high-grade spirit weapon, and it happens to be a long sword. At this time, the middle-aged woman in charge of the dark house spoke. How do you want to trade? Jiang Ci asked. I need an inheritance of array formations related to the unsealing seal. Hearing this, all the cultivators present looked at the middle-aged woman. Now that the seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven was about to be lifted, everyone naturally paid attention to this. Chapter 255. Everyone present knew that the entrance to Qianyang Grotto Heaven was completely controlled by the Qiao family. It was impossible for outsiders to enter Qianyang Grotto Heaven quietly. Could it be that this middle-aged woman had a way to bypass the Qiao family and enter? Everyone started guessing in their hearts, but no one took the initiative to ask. This was because they were all afraid of the middle-aged woman's strength. After all, not everyone could do this kind of underground business under the Qiao family's nose. Of course, Jiang Ci had his own array formation inheritance. In fact, he had more than one kind of array formation inheritance. Although he was also guessing the middle-aged woman's motive for wanting this inheritance, he still said that he did not have it. Although superior grade spirit weapons were expensive, it did not mean that they could only be bought on planet Muron. It was not worthwhile to expose his array formation inheritance. In the Tao Alliance, array formations were definitely one of the rarest inheritances. Previously, he only thought that planet Muron was famous for its weapon refinement, and that he might be able to find something good here. Who knew that he would encounter such an accident? The entire planet Muron seemed to have become a detention island. A late-stage golden core cultivator could not even find a 10,000-year-old spirit fruit. It sounded very pitiful. This also showed how tough the Qiao family, who currently ruled this planet, was. The underground business continued, and the middle-aged woman regained her calmness. She did not appear disappointed or depressed because of the failure of the transaction. 10 minutes later, the underground business ended. After all, it was not like an Annie in a market where she had a haggle. Everything was done according to needs. If there was something, there was something. If there was nothing, there was nothing. High efficiency and speed. Instead, when it was time to leave, the speed was much slower because they had to line up to leave. This was to ensure the safety of the participants. The early-stage golden core cultivators had to leave first and wait for more than 3 minutes before the next person could leave. With the speed of a golden core cultivator, 3 minutes was enough to reach a safe place. Soon, only Jiang Ci, the middle-aged woman, and the old Taoist priest were left in the underground business. The three of them were all late-stage golden core cultivators. The old Taoist priest was not satisfied. For the 10,000-year-old spirit fruit, he had participated in many underground business transactions in many places over the past 10 years, but the result was always failure. The 10,000-year-old spirit fruit was too precious. Even if they had it, they would not trade it. Now that he heard that Jiang Ci had it, he naturally wanted to fight for it. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else you need? He asked Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci thought about it and smiled. I'm more interested in the One Clan. Do you have any information about the One Clan? The old Taoist's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Then you've asked the right person. My ancestor used to be a servant in the One family. He does have some understanding of the One family. Oh, what I need to know is the current situation of the One family. Is something from 1,000 years ago feasible? Tell me about it. Let's start from over 10,000 years ago. After the death of the Tao integration stage patriarch, the One family continued to maintain its power and continued to rule the Mu Rong star for over 5,000 years. Up until 6,000 years ago, the One clan was still the ruler of Murong planet. However, it quickly declined and was replaced by the current Xiao clan. I know what you're talking about. Jiang Ci smiled. Don't be anxious, fellow Taoist. Let me tell you slowly. Very few people in the Mu Rong planet cultivation world know that the Qiao clan's first-generation patriarch was actually just a child of the Dao integration stage patriarch from the One clan. 1,000 years ago, there was a massacre in China. The last bloodline of the One clan was wiped out by a mysterious force. This matter didn't spread. Because my ancestor used to be a servant in the One clan, he took care of the declining One clan and happened to discover this matter. The old Taoist's words were filled with caution. From beginning to end, he didn't point out that the Qiao clan was the culprit behind the One clan's destruction. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, one could understand what he meant. The One clan was destroyed by the Qiao clan. Jiangxi's expression was calm, but he sighed silently in his heart. Has the One clan been destroyed? Master is probably really going to die with a grievance. Jiangxi knew the relationship between Daoist Gu and the One clan very well. This was recorded in his inherited memories back then. The One clan was able to remain strong after the Dao integration stage patriarch, Wen Yin, died precisely because they still had Daoist Gu as their backer. However, later on, which was 10,000 years ago, Daoist Gu went after the Ghost clan's powerful cultivator, Yin Tiansheng. Furthermore, he set up the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array on the first moon on Earth to suppress Yin Tiansheng and himself. Due to the lack of Heaven and Earth Spirit energy, Daoist Gu died more than 6,000 years ago. This time coincided with the time when the Wen clan was overthrown as the ruler. Although he didn't know how the Qiao clan found out about Daoist Ji's death, it was normal for the One clan to be overthrown as the ruler after losing their backer. The strong preyed on the weak. This was an eternal principle. Extermination shouldn't have happened. The Qiao clan deserves to die. The Wen clan had been in decline for thousands of years, and only the last of them were left in the world. However, the Qiao clan still didn't let them off and wiped out the Wen clan's bloodline. What was even more hateful was that the Qiao clan's first-generation patriarch was the child of the One clan's Dao integration stage patriarch, Wen Yin. Child cultivators weren't slaves. They were close people, like their own children. The Qiao clan was so vicious. Jiangxi's heart was filled with anger, but he didn't express his anger so as not to expose his true thoughts. At this moment, neither he nor the old Daoist noticed. When the old Daoist recounted this matter, a trace of grief and anger flashed across the eyes of the middle-aged woman with an ordinary face not far away, but she quickly returned to normal. Jiangxi got his answer and took out a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit and gave it to the old Daoist. The old Daoist left with great gratitude. Next, it was Jiangxi's turn to leave. However, like the old Daoist, Jiangxi also wanted to fight for it. If he could have a superior grade spiritual weapon now, his strength would increase a little. After all, in the current situation, the stronger his strength, the better. At the same time, he also wanted to know if this middle-aged woman had a way to sneak into Qianyang Grotto Heaven. He directly asked the middle-aged woman, "Fellow Daoist, can you give me that superior grade spiritual weapon? I only need the inheritance of array formations related to the reconciliation seal." "Fellow Daoist, you want to enter Qianyang Grotto Heaven? I'm very puzzled. Are you a cultivator from Morone Planet?" The middle-aged woman's rhetorical question shocked Jiangxi. This was the first time someone noticed this. He had already disguised himself very well, and even used his spiritual power to grow long hair. He looked no different from a native cultivator of Morone Planet. Could it be that he still exposed something? "Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by that?" He responded calmly. "The Dark House's transaction is over. Fellow Daoist, you can leave now." The middle-aged woman closed the door and sent him off. Jiangxi was helpless. He couldn't use force to get an answer. Things like forcing people to buy or sell was something that couldn't be done unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 256. After leaving the Dark House, Jiangxi's figure flashed and disappeared into the night. As for the middle-aged woman, she stood in the attic of the Dark House and looked at the scene outside Ganyang City, her eyes flickering. One could see that there was a wide lake far away from the city, shrouded in clouds and mist. One could feel the dense spirit aura emitted by the lake, even from here. It was as if a powerful spirit aura of heaven and earth was about to burst out from it. On the other side, Jiang Xiai returned to a quiet courtyard. Although he didn't get the spirit artifact he wanted in the dark house, he had an unexpected gain. He finally knew the whereabouts of the Wen family. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiai was still very angry. Even if the Wen family's destruction had nothing to do with him, he just felt that he had failed his master's trust. Daoist Gu was a person who knew how to repay kindness, and Jiang Xiai also knew how to repay kindness. Although he and Daoist Gu only had a face-to-face interaction for more than 10 minutes. But Daoist Gu had truly fulfilled his responsibility as a master. A master preaches, accepts, and dispels doubts. What Jiang Xiai obtained from Daoist Ji's inherited memories was far more than these 3 points. This inherited memory was endlessly useful to him. Qiao family. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a cold light, hiding killing intent. However, he still maintained his calm and wasn't affected by his anger. He could distinguish the importance of the matter. I still have to make other preparations. This trip to Murong Planet was not only to find the descendants of the Wen family. He also had another goal, which was to obtain the baleful yang power of Ganyang Grotto Heaven. The entrance to Ganyang Grotto Heaven was now controlled by the Qiao family. Even if he took advantage of the chaos to enter, he had to be fully prepared before he could make a move. Next, Jiang Xiai used another half a month to secretly set up 10 teleportation arrays all over Murong Planet, especially around the interstellar teleportation array of Murong Planet. He set up a total of 6. The outer seal of Ganyang Grotto Heaven will be completely unsealed in about half a month. Just wait. When he was setting up the teleportation array, he had been paying attention to the situation outside Ganyang City. The blue smoke lake, which covered hundreds of square kilometers, was shrouded in thick fog. The current ruler of Murong Planet, the cultivator family Qiao family, had sent out thousands of golden core cultivators to guard the surroundings of Blue Smoke Lake. At the same time, there were 3 nascent soul stage cultivators guarding the lake. Any cultivators who were not from the Qiao clan were not allowed to approach that place. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. With such tight security, it was impossible to sneak in. Therefore, he could only wait for the seal to be completely unsealed before taking advantage of the chaos to enter. With my strength and my understanding of formations, even if I take advantage of the chaos, there's a high chance that I can obtain baleful yang energy. Jiang Xiai was full of confidence. This was because he had another advantage, which was that other people did not know that Xianyang Cave had baleful yang energy. When he entered, no one would compete with him for it. When Daoist Gu sealed the baleful yang force inside, no one knew except for the Wen clan's ancestor, Wen Yin. Baleful yang energy was an energy form that was even rarer than baleful yin energy. Even in the 9 stellar regions of the Dao Alliance, it was extremely rare. It was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Even money might not be able to buy it. If I could buy it, I would definitely not take this risk. Jiang Xiai sighed softly. Just for this blue smoke lake, the Qiao clan had sent over 1,000 golden core cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators. However, if the Qiao clan could exterminate the Wen clan, they definitely had more than what they showed on the surface. Therefore, even if he took advantage of the chaos to enter, he would have to take a huge risk. While waiting for Qianyang Cave's seal to be unsealed, Jiang Xiai continued to comprehend the Tao of formations in his inherited memories. Just like that, another 3 days passed. His transmission pearl lit up, and someone sent him a message. There were very few people who had his transmission imprint. Other than Xin Tian and the others, there were only Shun Wanxi and Gong Shi from the Pale Blue Planet, as well as Manager Zhang from the Pale Blue Planet. Jiang Xiai accepted the message, and the figure of a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The man had an elegant temperament and was dressed like a scholar. In fact, this person was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. He was a hunter who was good at gathering information in the Murong Planet's cultivation world. Jiang Ci had once asked him to find out information about the Wen clan and the spiritual weapon trade. "Old Bao, is there any news?" asked Jiang Ci. Old Bao was how this hunter addressed outsiders. He shook his head and said, "I really can't help you with the spiritual weapon you need. The spiritual weapon trade on Muron planet is controlled by the Qiao clan. Apart from the Dark House, there are no other good channels." Jiang Ci was a little disappointed. It seemed like he could only wait until he returned to the Pale Blue planet and make a move through the Pale Blue planet. At this point, Old Bao smiled and said, "However, there's a result for the other matter you asked me to do." "You found one clan?" Jiang Ci remained calm. "That's right. But as far as I know, the last bloodline of the Wen clan was exterminated 1,000 years ago. I've also heard about what you said. In fact, there's still another bloodline of the Wen clan. They live in another city in China, Yuyang City." "How did you know?" "Ha! There's no news that the Dark House can't find out since it has existed on Muron planet for 10,000 years. Then why don't you get me a superior grade spiritual weapon?" Old Bao choked for a moment and laughed dryly before saying, "If you don't believe me, I can bring you to take a look." Jiang Ci pondered for a moment and nodded. That's fine too. Although he didn't know if Old Bao was telling the truth, he had to take a look anyway. What if the Wen clan really had a bloodline left behind? This way, he could also complete his master's request and let his master die in peace. As for whether Old Bao would have any ill intentions, Jiang Ci wasn't afraid at all. As long as he didn't encounter a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was confident that he could deal with his opponent. Late at night, Old Bao rushed to Jiang Ci's residence and brought Jiang Ci to Yuyang City. Along the way, Jiang Ci didn't let his guard down just because he was strong. He observed the surroundings at all times. He discovered that there were also wild forests on Muron planet. However, there were no demons, only some wild beasts that had yet to become demons. In other words, wild demons couldn't be seen in the entire Dao Alliance's 9 major star zones as long as it wasn't a wild planet. The two of them flew at high speed above the wilderness. After flying for a while, they passed by a mountain range. Jiang Ci stopped and asked with a frown, "Old Bao, what's the meaning of this?" After coming to Muron planet, he had already memorized the map of this planet in his mind. They weren't going in the direction of Yuyang City. Moreover, the mountain range below was a little strange. "You have a good spiritual sense indeed." Old Bao no longer concealed it and sneered. "I think you're courting death." Jiang Ci's expression was calm. After careful observation, he discovered that someone had set up a killing formation using the mountain range below. However, from what he could see, this formation was very crude. "Haha, sister, do it." Old Bao laughed and shouted as he flew back. Jiang Ci's expression was indifferent. He didn't immediately kill Old Bao. He wanted to see what Old Bao's purpose was. Chapter 257. Buzz. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spirit Qi gathered. The area where the mountain range was located was quickly shrouded in gray fog. "Kill!" A delicate shout sounded in the mountain range. Instantly, countless weapons containing killing intent were formed. Sabers, swords, staffs, axes, hooks, tridents, 108 weapons whizzed toward Jiang Ci. They arrived in an instant. These weapons that were formed by the formation emitted a very strong power. They could easily kill an early Golden Elixir Realm cultivator. Even a late Golden Elixir Realm cultivator would be injured if they were hit. However, Jiang Ci's strength had long surpassed this level of cultivation. Ridiculous! Jiang Ci took out the Abyss Coagulation Sword and stabbed out. The sword shadow formed by the sword intent seemed to be able to penetrate space and pass through the weapons formed by the formation. As fast as lightning, it accurately landed on a small mountain peak in the gray fog below. "Impossible!" Old Bao's voice sounded at the same time as the delicate shout. Boom! The weapons formed by the formation, accompanied by the gray fog that shrouded the mountain range, dissipated in an instant. Jiang Ci's expression was calm. He could see countless loopholes in such a crude formation at a glance. This sword strike of his had directly hit the biggest loophole in the formation. He broke the formation with one strike. "Come out! Don't force me to attack." Jiang Xi looked at the mountain range below. "Bastard, go to hell." Two cold lights, formed by spirit chi, shot out from the mountain range. At the same time, two figures followed closely behind and attacked Jiang Xi. After seeing the appearance of the figures, Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. As cautious as he was, he had been schemed against. One of the two people who killed him was Old Bao, and the other was the middle-aged woman from the Ganyang City Dark House. At the same time, he understood. Why did he feel that the middle-aged woman was a little strange last time at the Dark House? Because the middle-aged woman's temperament was somewhat similar to Old Bao's. After understanding all this, Jiang Xi no longer showed mercy. The gale domain immediately spread out. Whoosh! The gale whistled like a blade, sweeping through the world. The power of the domain directly trapped Old Bao and the middle-aged woman. The two cold lights with extremely powerful power also disappeared into thin air. Dao domain. Old Bao and the middle-aged woman's expressions changed drastically. They found it hard to believe. Their faces were filled with despair. They did not expect Jiang Xi to be so strong. He had comprehended a Dao domain at the late-stage Golden Core realm. This kind of talent had already not appeared in the entire Mu Rong planet for over 1,000 years. Inside his own domain, Jiang Xi walked slowly towards the two of them as if he was standing on solid ground. "Why did you set me up?" Jiang Xi asked expressionlessly. "Everyone has the right to punish this bastard." Old Bao said angrily. "Repaying kindness with ingratitude. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution." The middle-aged woman also cursed. "Inexplicable." Jiang Xi shook his head and ignored their crazy words. He asked Old Bao, "You said that the Wen family's bloodline still exists. Is that true?" "Bastard, just kill me if you want to." Old Bao glared at him. "The pitiful bloodline of the Wen clan is going to be wiped out by us." "How hateful! How hateful!" the middle-aged woman said with grief and indignation. The two of them knew that they had no chance of survival against Jiang Xi, so they no longer hid the secret they had kept for so many years. Jiang Xi was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Are you the descendants of Uncle Master Wen Yin?" According to seniority, there was no problem for him to address the Wen family's patriarch as Uncle Master. "Bastard! How dare you humiliate my Wen family's patriarch? I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Old Bao was furious. "Shut up." Jiang Xi was also enraged. Calling him a bastard, did he eat too much dog meat? Jiang Xi turned his gaze to the middle-aged woman. She looked a lot more rational. "Do you know how to form the Wen family's bloodline mark?" "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" The middle-aged woman laughed bitterly. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly and raised his hand to form a seal. After completing a set of complicated seals, the spiritual energy in his body was inexplicably drawn and condensed into a complicated pattern in his palm. This pattern was the Wen family's bloodline mark. However, if it was someone from the Wen family who formed the seal, not only would the spiritual energy in their body be drawn, but also their blood. Impossible. The Wen family's bloodline mark is passed down from generation to generation. It's impossible for outsiders to know. The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically. "Who are you?" Old Bao also widened his eyes. "Show me the seal first, then I'll tell you." Jiang Xi waved his hand to disperse the gale domain. After the two of them were no longer bound by the domain, they did not resist, nor did they think of escaping. Because of the strength Jiang Xi had displayed, the two of them realized that they could not escape. Moreover, they wanted to know Jiang Xi's identity very much. Then, the two of them formed the seal at the same time. Their movements were exactly the same as Jiang Xi's. However, when the seal was completed, a wisp of bloodlight was drawn from their bodies. Accompanied by spiritual energy, it condensed into a complicated blood-colored pattern in their palms. Jiang Xi smiled. He was very happy. After searching around, it turned out that the descendant of the Wen family was right beside him. It seemed that when he first came to Murong Planet and secretly inquired about the one family in the cultivation world, he should have been targeted by them. The middle-aged woman said in a low voice, "You can tell me who you are." Before he could finish a sentence, more than 50 figures exuding powerful auras quickly surrounded him from all directions. They were all in the golden core stage. "Ha! The one family's bloodline mark. After so many years of searching, I finally found the one family's remaining members. Kill them all." A wild laughter echoed in the sky above the mountain range. "It's the Qiao family's cultivators." Old Bao and the middle-aged woman were shocked and angry. Then they glared at Jiang Ci. "It's you've led them here. Bastard, you're really from the Qiao family." Jiang Ci shook his head and did not explain. His gaze turned cold as he looked at the golden core cultivators who were surrounding them from all directions. Gale domain. The power of the domain spread, and countless gusts of wind, like blades, immediately enveloped the attackers. "Ah, this is the Tao domain. Retreat, retreat." More than 50 golden core cultivators turned pale with fright. They were terrified and wanted to escape. But with the power of the Gale domain, with their cultivation level, if they did not fully comprehend the true meaning of Tao, there was no way they could escape. Jiang Ci was expressionless. His body swayed, and he attacked with his sword. The sword was like a ray of light. Its speed was so fast that it looked like it was flashing, leaving behind afterimages in the Gale domain. When the afterimages disappeared, more than 50 golden core cultivators were all dead. There was a ghastly hole in their foreheads. Even though there were 4 golden core advanced stage cultivators, they could not block his attack. This scene shocked Old Bao and the middle-aged woman. They were shocked and could not believe it. Those were more than 50 golden core cultivators. Even if a nascent soul advanced stage cultivator attacked, he would not be able to kill them instantly. "Who are you?" The middle-aged woman opened her eyes wide. "According to seniority, I should be your ancestor." Jiang Ci smiled. Chapter 258. Jiang Ci did not explain in detail to the two of them. Instead, he waved his hand and drove the power of his domain to collect all the storage magic treasures of the Qiao family cultivators. As for the corpses, they turned into powder in the blink of an eye under the strong wind and drifted into the mountain range, becoming natural nourishment. Destroying the corpses, then Jiang Ci said to the two of them, "It's not good to stay here for long. Let's find another place." Old Bao and the middle-aged woman already believed that Jiang Ci was not a bad person, so they took Jiang Ci and left this place. After flying for a while, Jiang Ci stopped again because this was the direction back to Ganyang City. Just now, the people from the Qiao family might have been following me and Old Bao. "Isn't it inappropriate to return to Ganyang City?" Jiang Ci frowned. "It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Moreover, the one following was you, not me." Old Bao snorted coldly. Jiang Ci smiled and did not get angry, because what Old Bao said made sense. It should be related to when he first came to Murong Planet and secretly inquired about the Wen family. If even Old Bao could keep an eye on him, the Qiao family, as the actual ruler of Murong Planet, would naturally be able to find out. "It doesn't matter. Just wear this." The middle-aged woman handed Jiang Ci a transparent mask. Jiang Ci took it doubtfully and found that it was a low-grade spirit weapon. He used his spiritual sense to refine it, and it only took a moment for him to succeed. The spiritual sense of a late-stage golden core cultivator could easily refine a low-grade spirit weapon. Then, he also understood the function of the mask, disguise. As long as the other party's cultivation did not exceed the golden core stage, they would not be able to see the true appearance under the mask. "Good stuff." Jiang Ci sighed in admiration. He slapped himself in the face again. In front of cultivators, ordinary masks did not have the effect of disguising, but spirit weapons did. Then, with a thought, his facial appearance immediately changed. This time, the people from the Qiao family should not be able to recognize him, unless they were at the nascent soul stage. However, for something like tracking, they probably would not send a nascent soul stage cultivator. Is there a higher level? Jiang Ci asked his current opponent is starting to develop towards the nascent soul stage. However, his defense against the spiritual sense of an Aurus core stage cultivator is still too low. No, old Bao and the middle-aged woman refused in unison. Jiang Ci smiled. That meant there was one. Moreover, the two people in front of him must have disguised themselves. No wonder they all looked so ordinary. They were the type that one would forget after taking a glance at them. They wouldn't attract any attention. The three of them arrived at the secret workshop in Ganyang City. It was an ordinary 3-story building, which was inconspicuous in the huge Qianyang City. Old Bao and the middle-aged woman looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, the middle-aged woman said, "Now, can you tell me who you are?" Jiang Ci shook his head. "Not yet. Fellow Taoist, are you toying with us?" Their expressions instantly turned ugly. "Haha, I know you guys have already comprehended the true meaning of the Tao. First, make a Tao oath and swear that you won't reveal what I'm about to say. Then, it won't be too late for me to tell you," Jiang Ci said with a smile. "Tao oath." Old Bao and the middle-aged woman looked at each other. "Don't worry, I won't cheat you. You guys can't be right. I'll teach you. Come, repeat after me." Jiang Ci had a kind smile on his face and looked harmless. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. "All right, I still don't know your real names and appearances. Since we're being honest, you should tell me your names. Take off your masks and let me see." Wen Yoxin, Wen Feng. The siblings were a little confused by Jiang Ci. However, the two of them were Aurus core cultivators after all. They quickly reacted and only said their names without taking off their masks. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng shook their heads at the same time. "Fellow Taoist, you should tell us your identity first." They didn't want to reveal their true appearances and were even more unwilling to make an oath. The higher one's cultivation, the more taboo things like oaths were. Especially this Tao oath, it didn't sound right. "Do you want to live or die?" Jiang Ci maintained a smile. The siblings looked at each other again with bitter expressions and finally nodded helplessly. Jiang Ci coughed and said, "Repeat after me. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I, Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng, swear with the true intent of the Tao that we've comprehended." Then the two of them followed Jiang Ci and recited this complicated and restrictive Tao oath. Their faces darkened. It was as if something had descended on them from the unseen world. Both of them felt that they had been cheated badly this time. The greatest restriction placed on them by this Tao oath was that if they leaked what Riverward was about to say, then their comprehension of the Tao of the heavens and earth would be unable to advance in the slightest. That was equivalent to cutting off their cultivation path directly. However, their lives were in the hands of Jiang Ci, and they could only do as he said. Jiang Ci smiled kindly and was in a good mood. This was a good feeling. Back then, his master forced him to swear, and now he was forcing the descendants of his master's friend to swear. It was indeed the cycle of karma. After the one siblings finished swearing, they looked at Jiang Ci with dark faces. Their meaning was obvious. "It's time to reveal your identity." Jiang Ci smiled and nodded slightly. Naturally, the fewer people who knew that he had obtained the inheritance of Taoist Gu, the better. The principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime was applicable in any era and any place. Then he did not hide anything and said to the two of them, "Do you know who designed the bloodline mark of the Wen family? I saw it in the jade slip of the family tree. It was designed by the best friend of the Wen family's ancestor and the benefactor of the Wen family, Taoist Gu," Wen Yoxin replied. "I'm Taoist Ge's disciple," Jiang Ci said with a smile. "Impossible. Taoist Ge's life jade slip was broken 6,000 years ago. Moreover, according to the jade slip of the Wen family tree, Taoist Gu has never accepted a disciple. Even if you're Taoist Ge's disciple before his death, after 6,000 years of cultivation, you're at least at the nascent soul stage. It's impossible that you're only at the golden core stage." Wen Feng immediately retorted. Wen Yoxin also looked at Jiang Ci warily. "Your analysis is correct. I'm indeed Master's disciple before his death. I should say that I'm Master's disciple before his remnant soul dissipated. Then Jiang Xi recounted the situation of him acknowledging Taoist Gu on the first moon. He also briefly recounted the experience of Taoist Gu dying under the heaven and earth spirit lock formation in order to suppress Yin Tianxing. The Wen siblings had already sworn a Tao oath and did not have to worry about this leaking out. After Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng heard this, their expressions became solemn. The two of them immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the void, remembering Taoist Gu. When Jiang Xi saw this, a smile appeared on his face. Before his master's remnant soul dissipated, he had specially asked him to come and visit the descendants of the Wen family. At this moment, after the Wen siblings paid their respects to Taoist Gu, they actually turned around and bowed respectfully at Jiang Xi's feet. Wen Yoxin greets senior granduncle. Wen Feng greets senior granduncle. Chapter 259. Two middle-aged men knelt in front of him and called him Martial Granduncle. Jiang Xi felt a little strange. After all, he was only 22 years old this year. Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng. One was in the late Golden Core stage, and the other was in the middle Golden Core stage. For both of them to be able to cultivate to this stage, their ages must be very old. However, when the siblings took off the masks they used to disguise themselves, only then did Jiang Xi realize that the two of them were not bad-looking, and their temperaments were even better. When Yoxin was dignified and gentle, looking like a kind big sister next door. After Wen Feng took off his mask, he also had a scholarly aura, like a young scholar rushing to take the exam. Jiang Xi nodded repeatedly. That was more like it. Then, he asked the two about the grudge between the Wen and Qiao families. The Wen siblings were furious. Qiao Changsheng, ungrateful people will die a horrible death. Wen Yoxin said coldly, sooner or later, I will uproot the Qiao family. Wen Feng's words were also filled with murderous intent. Qiao Changsheng, Jiang Xi asked. Wen Yoxin said with a face full of disgust, he is the Tao child of the Qiao family's first patriarch, Patriarch Wen Yin. 10,000 years ago, after Patriarch Wen Yin died, Qiao Changsheng left the Wen family. According to the records in the family history jade slip, 6,000 years ago, the life jade slip of Patriarch Gu, who protected the Wen family, suddenly shattered. Then, in less than half a day, Qiao Changsheng got the news from somewhere and brought 3 primordial soul stage experts. He killed the 2 remaining primordial soul stage patriarchs of the Wen family outside the Murong planet. The huge Wen family was wiped out because of this. At that time, because the galaxy teleportation array was controlled by the Qiao family, the surviving members of the Wen family broke up and hid in various places of the Murong planet. However, the Qiao family did not give up. They wanted to exterminate the bloodline of the Wen family completely. Martial Granduncle saw it just now. A whole 6,000 years. Until today, the Qiao family has not given up on killing us. The siblings looked sad and indignant. At the same time, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The Wen clan had lost both a Tao integration stage patriarch and a nascent soul stage patriarch. They were no match for the Qiao clan, even if the Wen clan had primordial soul cultivators now. It was useless. Back then, the 2 primordial soul cultivators were killed by Qiao Changsheng and the other 3. And the 2 of them were still in the Golden Core stage. Although he was determined to take revenge, he was very clear in his heart. It was too difficult to take revenge. Jiang Xi also sighed softly. The grudge between the Wen clan and the Qiao clan reflected the law of the jungle. Of course, there were also many suspicious points. Taoist Ji's life tablet had shattered. This should be a very secret piece of information. The Wen clan shouldn't be so stupid as to spread such news. How did Qiao Changxing find out? Furthermore, the information he received was so accurate and timely. Life token, Jiang Xi muttered. The life slip was a special spiritual weapon that was refined with the spiritual sense of the cultivator. It could monitor the life and death of the cultivator. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would not easily give their life slips to others unless it was from their sect or someone they could trust. Other than the One Clan, only the Purple Heaven sect has a piece of Master's life jade. Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Ci shook his head. His master had tricked him. However, this was not the main point of his current consideration. Jiang Ci asked again, "Is Qiao Changsheng still alive?" When Feng was a little hesitant, his tone uncertain. When Qiao Changsheng brought people to destroy my One Clan, he was already more than 4,000 years old. His cultivation was at the mid-stage essence soul stage, and the normal lifespan of an essence soul stage cultivator is 5,000 years. Logically speaking, his lifespan should have been exhausted not long after he destroyed my One Clan. However, I once inquired about this on the dark net and deduced that the probability of him still being alive is 30%. A 30% chance is not low. Otherwise, the Qiao clan would not have been able to control Murong planet steadily for more than 6,000 years. Jiang Ci frowned, worried. According to his judgment, if there was a 1% chance of something happening, then in the end, that 1% could become 100%. Subsequently, Jiang Ci's brows relaxed again. Although it was bad news, it was also good news from another point of view. Qianyang Grotto Heaven was about to be unsealed. If one did not know the Qiao clan's background, one would not be able to enter rashly at that time. One might really be slapped to death by this old fart. Jiang Ci thought for a while, then looked at Wen Yoxin and asked, "Last time, you said that you needed the legacy of array formations related to unsealing. Do you have other ways to enter Qianyang Grotto Heaven?" Wen Yoxin laughed bitterly. "The Qiao clan guards the blue smoke lake so tightly. What other ways do I have?" "Then why did you—" "It's because in the process of escaping for so many years, my ancestor lost the method of unsealing the ancestral land. Without this, even if we enter the ancestral land during the chaos, we will not be able to obtain the legacy." No wonder. Jiang Ci was enlightened. Losing the method of unsealing the ancestral land was equivalent to the Wen clan directly losing the most important legacy. It would be even more impossible for them to compete with the Qiao clan. Back then, Daoist Ge had set up two major arrays for Qianyang Grotto Heaven, one inside and one outside. The outer sealing array formation was used to cover and protect the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven. The inner sealing array formation was used to protect the true legacy of the One clan's ancestral land. The Dark Yang energy was a component of the inner sealing array formation. With the Dark Yang energy, even if Master's remnant spirit dissipates, the powerful array formation known as the Blood Seal Trigram Fire Array will not be able to unseal it. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled. "I can give you the legacy of unsealing the ancestral land, and it's the lost method of unsealing the ancestral land of the Wen clan, but the array formation of the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven was designed by Daoist Ge. Of course, he knew the method of unsealing the ancestral land of the Wen clan." Hearing this, the siblings were overjoyed. Wen Yoxin quickly nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Granduncle. It's a fair deal." She knew that Jiang Ci needed upper-grade spiritual weapons. Then, she took out two items from her storage ring. A long sword with a cold light and a transparent mask as thin as a cicada's wing. These are upper-grade spiritual weapons left behind by my ancestor after escaping for many years. Unfortunately, there are no supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Wen Yoxin was a little embarrassed, because she felt that she was taking advantage of Jiang Ci. Compared with the legacy of the One clan, upper-grade spiritual weapons were not worth mentioning. It's okay. These are enough. After all, I'm the senior. Jiang Ci laughed and took the upper-grade spiritual sword and mask. Then he said, "I see that you have studied arrays. Do you really like arrays? Or do you just want to deduce the method of unsealing the ancestral land?" Wen Yoxin smiled. "Uncle Granduncle, I've been studying arrays since I was a child. At first, it was to deduce the method of unsealing the ancestral land. Later, I gradually fell in love with arrays. But compared to Uncle Granduncle, I'm still far behind. In her opinion, Jiangxi's attainments in arrays must be far beyond hers since he could break her most powerful killing array with one strike. When a matter here is over, I'll find time to organize a legacy of Master's array formation for you. Jiangxi smiled. Ah, thank you, Uncle Granduncle. When Yoshin knelt on the ground in surprise. When Feng also knelt down with his sister. At the same time, he was envious. However, he was not good at arrays. There were detailed records of Daoist Gu in the jade slip of the One clan's genealogy. The siblings knew very well how powerful their ancestors' Tao of formations was. Jiangxi smiled gently. The method of unsealing the ancestral land of the One clan was important to the One clan. But to him, it was worthless. He felt bad about exchanging the method of unsealing for 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons. After all, this was a true junior, and he should not take advantage of her. It was a matter of principle. Chapter 260. Next, Jiangxi stayed in the dark house. While refining the 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons, he waited for the outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven to be completely unsealed. Extreme Cold Sword, Mask of the Imposter. Extreme Cold Sword doesn't sound good. Let's change it to Killer Shadow Sword. The name of Mask of the Imposter is okay. It can be kept. Jiangxi renamed the spiritual weapons. The Killer Shadow Sword was the first weapon he owned when he embarked on the path of martial arts. It was very meaningful. He was very satisfied with the quality of the 2 spiritual weapons. The reason why Murong Planet was famous for being good at refining weapons was mainly due to the Wen family. When the Wen family's ancestor, Wen Yin, was still alive, they were a family of cultivators who were good at refining weapons. Back then, they were quite famous in the entire Zixiao region. All of this was recorded in Daoist Ji's inherited memories. These 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons were passed down after the One family was destroyed. Of course, they were of excellent quality. The high-grade longsword, which had been renamed the Shadow Slaughtering Sword, was able to cut the low-grade Abyss Condensing Sword into 2 with a single slash before it was fully refined. The upper-grade spiritual weapon, Mask of the Imposter, had functions that made Jiangxi very satisfied. After disguising himself, even nascent soul cultivators couldn't see through him. It was simply the best auxiliary equipment for causing trouble. In more than 10 days, Qianyang Grotto Heaven will be completely unsealed. I'll try to finish refining the 2 spiritual weapons before then. Jiangxi set a small goal for himself and then began to focus on refining. At the same time, although the Qiao family was tough, this was a grade for planet after all. There were many cultivators in the cultivation world who dared to take risks. Therefore, more and more cultivators gathered outside Qianyang City. Soon, there were more than 1,000 cultivators. There were a few nascent soul cultivators, and the rest were golden core cultivators. 10 days after Jiangxi went into seclusion to refine the spiritual weapons, something unexpected happened when Qianyang Grotto Heaven was about to be unsealed. 300 miles south of Qianyang City was the location of the Blue Smoke Lake. Today, the Qiao family sent another 1,000 golden core cultivators. Therefore, there were more than 2,000 golden core cultivators guarding the Blue Smoke Lake. There were originally 3 nascent soul cultivators above the Blue Smoke Lake, but now there were 6. One of them was even at the late nascent soul stage. Recently, many courageous cultivators have been waiting within 300 miles of the Blue Smoke Lake. However, they did not approach the Blue Smoke Lake. The mist that enveloped the Blue Smoke Lake became thicker and thicker. The spiritual aura emitted from the entrance of Qianyang Grotto Heaven was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, there was also a burning sensation that filled the area. The temperature was rapidly rising. The land within a radius of 300 miles quickly became dry, and the vegetation gradually withered and died. The outer seal of the Qianyang Cave was about to be lifted. On this day, above the Blue Smoke Lake, the late nascent soul stage cultivator from the Qiao clan suddenly opened his eyes and a scorching light shot out. He said coldly, Cultivators who are not from the Qiao clan are forbidden to come within a radius of 150 kilometers from this place. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. His threatening voice, reinforced by spiritual energy, reverberated between heaven and earth. The powerful aura he emitted made people feel even more fearful. Within Xianyang City, Jiang Xi was awakened from his seclusion by this voice. He immediately flew to the third floor of the dark house's attic and looked toward the blue smoke lake. When Yoxin and when Feng flew up as well, their expressions grim. That late nascent soul stage cultivator is the head of the Qiao clan, Qiao Xian. The mid-nascent soul stage cultivator next to him is his son, Qiao Sui, when Feng said in a low voice. He had been lurking in the dark net for many years and was very familiar with the Qiao clan situation. Late nascent soul stage. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto Qiao Xian. The head of the Qiao clan was wearing a black spiritual artifact battle suit. His eyebrows were a strange, fiery red, and his surroundings were constantly filled with extremely hot domain power. He was very strong. Outside the city, the cultivators who were not from the Qiao clan were guarding the blue smoke lake. Under Qiao Xian's intimidation, some of them became timid and retreated 300 miles from the blue smoke lake. However, there were still some who did not believe it and remained where they were, especially those who had connections, power, and higher cultivations. They did not believe that the Qiao clan would dare to be ruthless soon. 10 breaths of time passed. Qiao Xian saw that there were still hundreds of people within 300 miles. His eyes under his fiery red eyebrows shot out blazing flames. His body also emitted a flame-like domain power. Kill! Immediately, the 6 Qiao clan nascent soul cultivators above the blue smoke lake moved. Kill! A fiery red battle saber appeared in Qiao Xian's hand under the support of the domain power. In an instant, he appeared in front of an elderly early-stage nascent soul cultivator. With a slash of the saber, a powerful aura erupted. Qiao Xian, I'm your father-in-law. The early-stage nascent soul cultivator shouted angrily and hurriedly attacked. Didn't you hear what I said? Those who are not from the Qiao clan will be killed without mercy. Qiao Xian showed no mercy. Dense flames condensed into a blade and attached to the spirit Qi battle saber. Another slash of the saber seemed to burn everything. The temperature was extremely high. The old man was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the domain power restricted him, causing his speed to plummet. Whoosh! He was hit by the saber. A cultivator in the early nascent soul stage turned into a cluster of ashes in an instant. Then, Qiao Xian didn't stop for a moment and turned to kill the other cultivators who weren't from the Qiao clan. Those people wanted to escape, but how could they? Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator was killed in 2 slashes, let alone golden core cultivators. In less than 10 breaths of time, within 300 miles of the blue smoke lake, there wasn't a single cultivator who wasn't from the Qiao clan. This act of intimidation showed the Qiao clan's tyrannical, unyielding, and cruel methods. Those who had retreated in advance out of fear were now filled with lingering fear. Even the thought of taking advantage of the chaos to enter Qianyang Grotto Heaven had disappeared. No one wasn't afraid of death. Qiao Xian had even killed his father-in-law. So how could he show mercy? Jiang Xi's expression was also extremely solemn. The development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. He had imagined that the Qiao clan would act in advance to intimidate the other cultivators, but he didn't expect that they would be so ruthless. This Qiao Xian was truly a ruthless person. He even killed his father-in-law without hesitation. Then, here came the problem. The outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven was about to be unsealed. Now that the Qiao clan had made this move, not many people dared to take the risk. If there was no chaos, how could they take advantage of the chaos to enter? Force their way in? Jiang Xi didn't have this idea at all. Not to mention whether the Qiao clan's first ancestor, Qiao Changsheng, was still alive, he didn't have the confidence to win against this Qiao Xian. Not to mention there were still 2,000 Xiao clan golden core cultivators and 5 nascent soul cultivators. Forcing their way in was courting death. Can't cause chaos? I don't believe you can't. Jiang Xiai took a deep breath and was determined. Since he couldn't break out of the current predicament in the circle of Murong planet, then he would jump out of this circle. Chapter 261. The Pale Blue Planet was a large planet that was famous for its open interstellar trade. The cultivators living on this planet were not only native to the Pale Blue Planet, but also came from various galaxies in the Pale Blue Star region. There were also cultivators from other star regions and star regions. The identities and origins of the cultivators also showed various characteristics. For example, immortal sects, ancient families, space hunters, interstellar merchants, slave traders, and so on. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread rapidly in the cultivation world of the Pale Blue Planet. Then, because of the existence of the heavenly eye of the Taoist Alliance, it was extremely convenient for them to communicate. This news spread quickly from the Pale Blue Planet to the entire Pale Blue Star region, and then to the entire Zhixiao region. The inheritance of an Essence Soul Stage powerhouse suddenly appeared on a Level 4 planet called Murong in the bright Blue Star region. I heard that it's a Grotto Heaven secret realm. The Essence Soul Stage powerhouse is dead, and the seal on the Grotto Heaven has been lifted. The interstellar teleportation coordinates of this planet have been announced. Who is this? This is too ruthless. I wonder if it's true or not. Anyone who discovers this kind of inheritance would keep it a secret. Why would they take the initiative to announce it? Is there something wrong with their brains? Who cares if it's true or not? Let's go first. Isn't it just 10,000 teleportation fees? I have to go even if I don't eat any elixirs for 10 years. If it's true, it'll be a great opportunity. The inheritance of an Essence Soul Stage cultivator was very attractive. In a star zone, Doubt Integration Stage cultivators were the most powerful cultivators on the surface, and nascent Divinity Stage cultivators were the most powerful cultivators. Just like Qin Xian's sect's patriarch Qin Xian, who only had the combat power of an Essence Soul Stage cultivator, was famous in the Pale Blue Star region. Not to mention a real Essence Soul Stage cultivator. An Essence Soul Stage powerhouse who had opened up a Grotto Heaven secret realm was an existence who had truly comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. They could easily destroy a planet with a wave of their hand. If one could get such an inheritance, they might have a chance to cultivate to the Essence Soul Stage. Therefore, those who heard this news, as long as they were powerful enough, acted immediately. They quickly rushed to Murong through the interstellar teleportation array. In terms of cultivation, most of them were in the Golden Core Stage, followed by the Nascent Soul Stage. Although the Nascent Soul Stage cultivators were more eager to inherit the Primordial Spirit Stage, there was no other way. After all, the number of Aura's Core Stage cultivators was greater. As for the Primordial Soul Stage cultivators, there was no need for them to dig up the tombs of other Primordial Soul Stage cultivators. Because Murong Star was sealed, no one could clearly find out the specific information about Murong Star. Pale Blue Planet, Waterfront City, Teleportation Hall. Gongshi had never thought that the interstellar teleportation array would be so popular. Who had ever seen thousands of Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators fighting to be teleported? If it were not for the Tsangyin sect urgently sending an early Primordial Spirit Stage Elder to guard the place. It was estimated that this teleportation hall, which covered an area of more than 100 square kilometers, would be turned into ashes by these restless cultivators. This early stage, Primordial Soul Stage Elder was not just there to guard the teleportation hall. He directly placed the Tsangyin sect disciples who came later in the queue to the front. The Tsangyin sect was the strongest immortal Tao sect in the Kanglan Star region. For the higher-ups, the inheritance of the primordial spirit realm was not that precious. But to the disciples, it was also an opportunity. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Songyun sect sent a team of disciples over as an experience. A team of 10 people, 1 mid-stage nascent soul stage, 3 early-stage nascent soul stage, and 6 late-stage golden core stage. Among them, the mid-stage nascent soul stage genius disciple Feng Si was the leader this time. They were teleported to Murong Star through the interstellar teleportation array. After they left, the only ones left were the noisy cultivators who were fighting to be teleported. However, under the suppression of the early-stage primordial soul stage elder, everyone began to line up for the teleportation. At this time, in the teleportation hall management room, the guard captain Gong Shi and his best friend Shen Wansi were watching the show. The teleportation hall was taken over by the Songyun sect elders and direct disciples, so Gong Shi was free. Old Gong, what do you think Jianggu is after? Is this the character of such a mysterious and noble person? He doesn't even care about the inheritance of the primordial soul stage? Shen Wansi could not understand and was still surprised. He was the one who helped spread the news. As a small interstellar merchant who had been on Blue Star for nearly 100 years, he might not be very strong, but he had a wide network. It only took him 10 minutes to complete the task that Jiangxi had entrusted him with. Maybe he really doesn't care about it. Didn't you say that Lord Jiangxi took dozens of stones to Blue Cloud Star to exchange for money? This kind of person spins spirit crystals like throwing stones. Maybe he's a descendant of some ancient family. It's very likely that there's a Dao integration stage ancestor in his family. Naturally, he doesn't care about the inheritance of the primordial soul stage. Gong Shi speculated. They could now confirm that Jiangxi was definitely from some ancient immortal Dao family. Otherwise, he would not act like this. This was because the disciples of immortal Dao sects were usually very competitive and did not have much capital to act so recklessly and run amok. Sigh, people really can't be compared. If you have a good life, everything is good. Shen Wansi sighed. He remembered the scene when Jiangxi sent him a message this morning. According to Jiangxi, he just wanted to watch the show, so he took out a place of inheritance of the primordial soul stage that he knew of to play. Damn, I just want to watch the show. Jianggu is not kind. It's going to let me go in first to explore. Letting it out as an amusement park is extravagant, wasteful, and wasteful. Shen Wansi grumbled in his heart. He did not join in the fun. One was that he was not strong enough. He was a merchant who was not good at fighting and only liked money. The second was that Jiangxi told him not to go. Who was Jianggu? Of course, he had to listen to Jianggu. Moreover, he was indeed afraid of death, so he did not join in the fun. He could imagine that when the time came, the sky would be dark and the ground would be dark. Even the ashes of the dead would not be found. There was only one interstellar teleportation array on Murong planet. The dozen or so guard were all from the Qiao family. The captain of the guards, Qiao Shu, was a late-stage golden core, cultivator buzz. The interstellar teleportation array lit up. Qiao Shu immediately became vigilant and led the guards to surround the teleportation array. Aside from the Qiao family, the native cultivators of Murong planet rarely had the opportunity to leave this planet. There were also very few foreign cultivators who came from outside. Most of them were the guards of the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court office on Murong planet. Therefore, this interstellar teleportation array would not light up even once in 10 years. Now, in a short 1.5 months, it had lit up twice. It was somewhat strange. Soon, the light dissipated, and 10 figures appeared in the teleportation array. Who's there? The captain of the guards, Qiao Shu, shouted. Scram! A cold shout, accompanied by a powerful aura, directly sent the entire group of guards flying. The first to arrive was the Songyun sect's training team. Their leader was the cold-faced youth, the Songyun sect's nascent soul genius, Feng Si. Chapter 262. The news first spread on planet Songlan, so the Songyun sect that ruled planet Songlan had a huge advantage. Feng Si knew the importance of being one step ahead, so he didn't waste time with the guards. He led the training team and flew away. He only sent the guards flying, but he didn't really attack. After all, They were outsiders and couldn't afford to offend the local cultivators of this grade for planet. Because they came in a hurry, they only had a rough understanding of planet Morong and knew that it was an extremely isolated planet. There were many things they had to be careful about. The captain of the guards, Xiao Shu, saw 4 nascent soul cultivators and 6 late-stage golden core cultivators like him. He knew that something bad was about to happen and immediately sent a message to the upper echelons of his family in fear. However, just as he finished sending the message, the interstellar transportation array next to him lit up again. In a flash of light, hundreds of figures were transported over at the same time. There were even nascent soul and golden core cultivators. This time, Xiao Shu didn't even dare to stop them. 4 symbols sect. His expression was aghast and terrified. Moreover, his current fear was 100 times stronger than before. 4 symbols sect was the strongest immortal sect that ruled the entire Minglan star region. Even planet Morong had to obey 4 symbols sect's orders to a certain extent. If planet Morong was still ruled by the Wen clan, it might have been harder in front of 4 symbols sect. Now, it couldn't be done at all. What's going on? Xiao Shu only felt his throat dry up. This was a physiological situation that had never happened to him since he became a cultivator. However, before it was over, the interstellar transportation array lit up again. More people were being transported over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Shu was numb. The interstellar transportation array seemed to have turned into a flashing light, activating once every 3 to 5 breaths. In a short 15 minutes, more than 10,000 cultivators were transported over. The world is going to change. Xiao Shu was already paralyzed on the ground. He didn't even know how to report this to the upper echelons of his family. At the same time, in the sky above Blue Smoke Lake outside Qianyang City, Qiao Xian, the head of the Qiao clan, sat cross-legged in the air, quietly guarding. Yesterday, he had intimidated and cleared out all the cultivators within a radius of 300 miles. This move ensured that they had firm control over Qianyang Grotto Heaven and nothing unexpected would happen. Looking at the situation, today or tomorrow, Qianyang Grotto Heaven will be completely unsealed. The legacy of the One Clan, the Tao of Fire. If I can comprehend a little of it, I will have a chance to cultivate the immortal soul directly. Xiao Xian's eyes glistened with anticipation. After the One Clan was exterminated, the ancestral land of the One Clan, the Qianyang Grotto, disappeared. Even the first ancestor of the Qiao family, Qiao Changsheng, who was Wen Yan's Taoist apprentice, did not know where the entrance to the Qianyang cave heaven was. After all, it was a grotto heaven mystic realm created by Taoist Gu and Wen Yan, 2 Tao integration stage powerhouses. Even primordial soul stage experts would have a hard time finding them. If it wasn't for the external seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven unsealing itself, they probably wouldn't have been able to discover this entrance. While waiting, Xiao Xian was also concerned about another matter. He looked to the side and saw a young man who looked somewhat similar to him. That young man also had fiery red eyebrows. His eyes were like stars, and his face was chiseled. He was extremely handsome. His cultivation was also very strong. The aura he exuded was that of a mid-stage nascent soul. Sui, have you found where Qiao Mi and the others died? Xiao Xian asked. The young man was his son, Qiao Sui, the successor of the Qiao family head. Xiao Sui frowned. We've already searched for more than 10 days. I don't think we can find them. Some time ago, he had sent his guard, Xiao Mi, and more than 50 golden core cultivators to track down the remaining members of the Wen clan. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Mi sent a message saying that he was going to exterminate the remaining members of the Wen clan, he lost contact with him. Then, he discovered that the life slips of Qiao Mi and the others had shattered. Xiao Sui also knew that since the other party could easily kill Xiao Mi and more than 50 golden core cultivators, it would be easy for them to destroy the corpses. It would be very difficult to find the place where Xiao Mi and the others died. Unless one had the ability to deduce the location of a dead person without using a corpse, one would not be able to do so. What about the outsider who was looking for the Wen clan? Xiao Xian asked again. They had found the traces of the remaining members of the one clan through that outsider. His whereabouts are unknown. According to the message Xiao Mi sent when he was alive, that dark net hunting chief, called Old Bao, should be the remaining member of the one clan. Unfortunately, he also disappeared. Xiao Sui shook his head. He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Continue tracking. The interstellar transportation array is in our hands. They won't be able to escape from Muron planet. It's been more than 6,000 years. I have a feeling that this unknown outsider can help us exterminate the one clan bloodline. Qiao Xin sneered. Father, you're right. Qiao Sui didn't finish his sentence. At that moment, Qiao Xin's communication bead lit up. The person who had sent him a message was a nascent soul elder who was in charge of guarding the clan. The Qiao clan hadn't mobilized all of its forces, so there had to be someone guarding the clan. What? Qiao Xin's expression changed slightly after he checked the content of the message with his spiritual sense. 10 foreign cultivators had forced their way into Muron planet. 4 of them were at the nascent soul stage, and 6 were at the late golden core stage. Why are there so many foreign cultivators? Qiao Xin had a bad feeling about this. Ever since the Qiao clan had taken complete control of this planet, 1 or 2 foreign cultivators would occasionally come. However, they had a strategy to deal with this. For example, they had sent many people to secretly monitor the foreign cultivator from before. If something went wrong, they would kill the foreign cultivator. It had been a long time since a situation like this where 10 foreign cultivators appeared at the same time had happened. In just a few seconds, his communication bead lit up again. Another 100 have come. Qiao Xin's expression changed drastically. This is bad. Then, his communication bead continued to light up. Father, what's wrong? Xiao Sui asked, puzzled. This is bad. More than 10,000 foreign cultivators have forced their way into Muron planet. There are nascent soul and golden core stage cultivators among them. What? Not only Qiao Sui, but the other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Qiao clan were also shocked. Father, should we ask the patriarch to come out? Qiao Sui couldn't help but ask. The patriarch is in seclusion. Unless it's a matter of life and death for the clan, we can't awaken him. Qiao Xin shook his head decisively. Then, he let out a long sigh and said with a complicated expression, release the restriction on Blue Smoke Lake. This is no longer a place that the Qiao clan can monopolize. With so many foreign cultivators here, if they continued to guard the entrance of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, something big would definitely happen. Father, are we giving up just like that? Qiao Sui was unwilling to give up. The seal was about to be completely released. How can we give up? We're retreating in order to advance. No one knows Qianyang Grotto Heaven better than the Qiao clan. Even if we take advantage of the chaos, we'll still have a chance to obtain the one clan's inheritance. Qiao Xin's expression was gloomy. The one clan's Dao integration stage patriarch, Wen Yin, had strictly controlled the news of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. However, the Qiao clan's first-generation patriarch, Qiao Changsheng, had collected a lot of useful information when he was Wen Yan's Dao attendant. This was the Qiao clan's current advantage. The only thing that puzzled Qiao Xin was how news of Qianyang Grotto Heaven had spread to Muron planet. Is it that foreign cultivator from before? Qiao Xin quickly connected the dots. Damn it! This was the only possibility. Chapter 263. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After leaving the galaxy teleportation array, figures flew toward Qianyang City one after another without hiding their powerful auras. The ordinary people in China and the surrounding countries were shocked by this scene. Many people who believed in myths and legends even knelt down. Immortals descending to the mortal world. Gods descending to the mortal world. This day became the famous day of descent in the history of Muron planet. Zhang Xi stood in the attic of the dark house and looked at the figures flying over from the sky with a bright smile. Very good, it's going to be chaotic just like this. What was this called? Chaos in the World. The Qiao family's domineering and tough attitude forced him to do this. Since the cultivators on Murong planet were scared of the Qiao family, then he would attract the cultivators outside. The universe was so big. Was there a lack of bold people? What made Jiang Xi relieved was that Shun Wanxi was very reliable and did not exaggerate what he said. The news that was spread was strictly according to his request and only said that there was an essence soul legacy here. I'm much more relieved that there's no essence soul. Of course, he was not stupid enough to tell the actual situation of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. If people knew that this was a legacy left behind by a Tao integration mighty figure, then it would definitely attract many essence soul cultivators. At that time, he, who only had late-stage nascent soul combat power, could only silently withdraw from the game. He looked at the experience points interface. Cultivation, Golden Core, late stage 397500, 397500, Tao, Guild Domain 50000/5000000, Sword Intent 10000/1000000, Amplitude 100 deduction, 10,000 experience points per time cultivation technique. Purple Cloud Sword Sutra, Peacock Visualization experience points, 91, 190. A complete Gale domain with 100 times of spiritual power amplitude. Even if I meet a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, I can still fight. Jiang Xi was full of confidence ever since he discovered the accident in Qianyang Grotto Heaven and the Qiao family's various overbearing and tough methods. He began to focus on increasing his Gale domain experience points. He ate a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit almost every 3 days. After the battle in the mountains last time, he almost had a complete Gale domain. But I'm still far from the level of invincible nascent soul. Jiang Xi shook his head again. It was not time to be complacent. He had the complete Gale domain. However, an invincible nascent soul expert also had a complete Tao domain. Furthermore, he was invincible in the original infant stage and possessed the cultivation of the full foundation of the original infant stage. He was only at the full foundation of the Golden Core stage and was still far from it. It's a pity that the success rate of deducing Sword True Intent is too low. If I could deduce Sword Domain, then my chances would be much higher. Jiang Xi was somewhat helpless. He still maintained the frequency of 10 deductions a day. From the time he left Earth until now, he had already used up a total of 4 million experience points to deduce the Sword Intent. The success rate of deduction was said to be related to the grade and completeness of the Tao technique. Actually, to a certain extent, it still depended on one's looks. Soon, more than 20,000 foreign cultivators had gathered in Ganyang City. This was because the external seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven had yet to be completely unsealed. Those powerful figures stood in the air, densely surrounding the entrance of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, Blue Smoke Lake. Such a huge formation alarmed the entire cultivation world of Murong planet. Because of the Qiao family's control and the lack of information, the cultivation world of Murong planet, other than the Qiao family and the Tao Alliance's heavenly court personnel and some nascent soul cultivators. The rest of the cultivators did not know that there were other planets with life in the universe. Where did these cultivators come from? Could there really be extraterrestrial life? For a moment, all kinds of guesses were made. The Wen siblings, Wen Yoxin, and Wen Feng were also completely stunned by this scene. Martial Granduncle? This is the extraterrestrial you were talking about? Wen Yoxin's eyes widened. So powerful. There must be more than 100 nascent soul cultivators, right? Wen Feng held his breath. The Wen family's genealogy jade slip had records of other planets with life, but the siblings had never seen any other extraterrestrials other than Jiang Xi. More than 100? After a rough look, there should be more than 600 nascent soul cultivators, and the rest are all Golden Core cultivators. Jiang Xi said calmly. More than 600. The Wen siblings' breaths stagnated. In fact, Jiang Xi was also secretly speechless. There seemed to be a little too many people and the game was a little too big. At this moment, he saw Feng Xi's figure. This genius of the Zhongyun sect was standing together with a few other nascent soul cultivators and talking about something. These people were the best of the best in the army of cultivators that filled the sky. Come, let's go over too. Jiang Xi smiled. When Yoxin and when Feng also smiled and hurriedly followed this martial granduncle out of the city. More than half of the Qiao family cultivators around the Blue Smoke Lake had already evacuated, leaving only Qiao Xian and a few other powerful cultivators. The three of them could swagger within a 300-mile radius of the Blue Smoke Lake. The Wen siblings sighed in their hearts. Their martial granduncle was still the best. They knew that this grand scene was created by this martial granduncle in front of them. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xi did not hide the power of his domain. The Gale domain was constantly scattered around him, protecting the Wen siblings at the same time. He was wearing the impersonator's mask and was not afraid of being remembered. After all, he did not want his face anymore. Therefore, no one dared to stop him as he passed through the cultivators that filled the sky. Dao domain. Among the 20,000-plus foreign cultivators, few of them possessed Dao domains. Even among the 600-plus nascent soul cultivators, there were only a few who possessed one. Furthermore, Jiang Xi's cultivation was only at the late-stage Golden Core realm. This made him even more worthy of attention in everyone's eyes. Jiang Xi maintained an indifferent expression as he led the Wen siblings to a location near the Zhongyun sect's Feng Xi. From here, he could clearly hear the conversation between Feng Xi and the others. Jiang Xi's first impression of Feng Xi was that he was a cold and callous person. However, at this moment, Feng Xi had a warm smile on his face as he chatted cheerfully with two other young-looking mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Feng Xi said, "Zheng Yuqing, you're from the Four Symbols sect and know more about the situation on the Moron planet than we do. Why don't you introduce us and play host?" For Symbols sect? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat as he took a second look at the valiant-looking young man. Before he came to the Moron planet, he had learned about the Four Symbols sect. It was an immortal sect that ruled over the Minglan Star region. It was similar to the Zhongyun sect and was very powerful. Zheng Yuqing had a valiant appearance and spoke in a low, muffled voice. In response to Feng Xi's question, he only snorted coldly. "Why should I?" "Feng Xi, why don't you find out who controls this planet instead of asking Zheng Yuqing for help? Reveal your identity, and I'm sure they won't dare to keep quiet." Another late-stage nascent soul cultivator with two sabers on his back joked. This person's name was Fu Zai, a famous starry sky wanderer in the Kanglan Star region. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, no one dared to underestimate him. Chapter 264. That's a good idea. However, this Grotto Heaven secret realm will be unsealed at any time. I won't leave. Feng Xi smiled, but he was wary of Fu Zai. He knew that this starry sky hunter was famous for his cunning. "It's best if you don't go. Before I left the sect master sent me a message telling me not to provoke the ruling family of this planet." Zheng Yuqing sneered. The ruling family of a fourth-class planet probably has nascent soul cultivators at most. Why is the Four Symbols sect so afraid? Fu Zai was surprised. This planet isn't private territory, but as you can see, the situation here isn't much different from private territory. Moreover, this situation has been going on for thousands of years. Zheng Yuqing's expression was solemn, and he didn't overdo it. Feng Xi and Fu Zai were shocked. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance wouldn't interfere with the management of private territories. The Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance would set up corresponding resident offices for those planets that weren't private territories. To a certain extent, they were used to monitor the actions of the planet's rulers. For example, the ruler of Muron planet dared to turn a planet belonging to the Tao Alliance into a private territory. This was akin to stealing from the Tao Alliance. It was considered corruption, and the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance would definitely investigate. However, This situation had been going on for thousands of years, and no one from the Tao Alliance had come to deal with it. There was only one possibility. The ruler of this planet had someone above him. Even the Four Symbols sect, which ruled over the Minglan Star region, was wary of this person. This person could only be from the 9 great immortal Tao sects of the Tao Alliance. And this was the Zixiao region, the Zixiao sect. Feng Si and Fu Zai uttered these 3 words in shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. They were both experienced and knowledgeable people. Of course, they knew that this was a true colossus in the universe. Not far away, the Wen siblings turned their shocked gazes to Jiang Xi. They knew that Taoist Gu was from the Zixiao sect. Jiang Xi shook his head slightly, telling them not to make a fuss. His heart was filled with helplessness. Master had really screwed him over. Taoist Gu had spared no effort in protecting the Wen clan, but it was wiped out in less than half a day after his death. The clan that wiped out the Wen clan, on the other hand, controlled the planet that the Wen clan had originally ruled. Even the Tao Alliance was willing to turn a blind eye to it. It was hard not to think of something. It was obvious that the Purple Heaven sect was not united. Taoist Gu also had opponents in the sect. What made Jiang Xi helpless was that his master, Taoist Gu, had given him another task. He wanted him to return the Purple Cloud sect's important inheritance, the Purple Cloud Sword Scripture, to the Purple Cloud sect within 100 years. Judging from the situation, by the time he sent it over, it would probably turn into a box. How could the opponents of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure be ordinary? Jiang Xi was worried, but he still had to focus on the matter at hand. At this moment, the cultivators who had rushed over from various vital planets were all waiting for the opening of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Until now, they still did not know that this was a Grotto Heaven mystic realm created by 2 Tao integration powerhouses. They all thought that it was the inheritance of a primordial soul stage expert. Even Zheng Yuqing, the nascent soul genius of the Four Symbols sect, did not know this. That was because the Murong planet was too closed off. In the 6,000 years that the Qiao family had ruled, almost no internal news of the Murong planet had leaked out. Time passed. To cultivators with long lifespans, a day's time was extremely short. Soon night fell. The fog that shrouded the blue smoke lake became thicker and thicker. The spiritual aura that permeated the world became more intense. The surrounding temperature also became hotter. It's opening. It was unknown who shouted in surprise. The thick fog suddenly churned violently. It then spread out instantly, covering a radius of 300 miles. The thick fog contained a powerful force that engulfed more than 20,000 cultivators. There was no reaction at all. Even nascent soul stage cultivators could not resist it. This is not the technique of a primordial soul stage cultivator. Tao integration. This is a Grotto Heaven mystic realm created by a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Feng Si, Fu Zai, and Zheng Yuqing, the 3 elites in the army of cultivators, were shocked by this force the next moment. The world spun, and everyone entered Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Qianyang Grotto Heaven was very large. At least, after Jiang Xi teleported in, he did not see anyone other than the One clan siblings whom he protected with his domain power. Looking around, one could see that. This was a world that resembled a purgatory of fire. In the sky, fiery red clouds looked like they were about to rain fire. On the ground, volcanoes were emitting black smoke and spewing scorching hot lava. Rivers of lava flowed between these volcanoes. This scene is exactly the same as what was recorded in the clan's Jade Slip. When Yoshin exclaimed in surprise, the siblings were also observing their surroundings. Looking at the terrain, we should be in the southern region of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. The ancestral land of our Wen clan should be in the central region, Wen Feng said. He was a headhunter who was good at gathering information and had a good grasp of the map. Jiang Xi nodded lightly when he heard this. Taoist Ji's inherited memories also recorded the terrain of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. The division of the terrain here was very simple. Generally speaking, it was divided into 4 regions: east, west, north, and south. In addition to the central region, there were a total of 5 regions. Among them, there was an inheritance altar in the central region, which was where the ancestral land of the Wen clan was located. Daoist Gu had set up the Blood Prohibition Trigram Fire Formation there and sealed the baleful Yang power there. Just as he was thinking, the roars of beasts suddenly came from the volcanoes in the distance. There's movement. Jiang Xi immediately became vigilant. His spiritual sense and domain power had been spreading out to observe the surrounding environment. He was one step ahead of the Wen clan siblings to discover the abnormal situation in the distance. In the next moment, dozens of fire lions covered in flames ran out of the volcanoes and rushed over aggressively. It's a golden core fire spirit. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. These fire lions were not of the demon clan, but fire spirits condensed from flames. Let's end this quickly. Jiang Xi shouted in a low voice and instantly sped up to meet the fire lions. The Wen clan siblings followed closely behind and attacked one after another. Jiang Xi's gale domain was always open. The gale swept in all directions like blades. After those fire lions entered the gale domain, they were suppressed by the domain power and their speed dropped sharply. A golden core fire spirit, even a late-stage golden core fire spirit, was no match for him. The refined upper-grade spiritual weapon, slaughtering shadow sword, scattered sword light, and fell on those ferocious fire lions. Instant kill. The fire lions that had been killed in an instant were like extinguished flames. With a puff, they suddenly dissipated. Then pieces of fiery red crystals the size of fingernails scattered on the ground. Chapter 265. You killed an early-stage golden core fire spirit. Experience points plus 1,000. You killed an early-stage golden core fire spirit. Experience points plus 1,250. You killed an late-stage golden core fire spirit. Experience points plus 1,500. A series of notifications sounded from the panel. Dozens of fire lions were killed by Jiang Xi in the blink of an eye. The Wen siblings were shocked again and smiled bitterly at the same time. They had just drawn their swords, and the battle was over. Jiang Xi's attention was not on the experience points gained. His gaze was attracted by the fiery red crystals. These are leaving fire Dao crystals. When Yoshin asked in surprise, "That's right," Jiang Xi chuckled. He waved his hand and activated the domain power to collect the Dao crystals on the ground. Then, he divided them into 3 equal portions. He kept one for himself and gave the rest to the Wen siblings. "Thank you, Uncle Granduncle." The siblings hurriedly thanked him. Jiang Xi smiled. The Dao crystals contain a trace of the Dao of heaven and earth, and were very valuable. Especially here, they were even more useful. His master, Daoist Gu, had set up the blood restriction fire formation at the Wen family's inheritance altar in the core area of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Then, the Wen family's ancestor, Wen Yin, used this formation as the core and integrated his leaving fire Dao into the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven. As a result, the blood restriction fire formation became even more dangerous. Dao Technique Realm, Dao Intent, Dao the Domain, and Dao of Heaven and Earth. A Dao integration expert at least had a complete Dao of Heaven and Earth and was extremely powerful. According to Master's inherited memories, when Uncle Master Wen Yin separated a wisp of his leaving fire Dao and integrated it into the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven, the Dao transformed into thousands of things and gave birth to the magical fire spirit. Therefore, the leaving fire Dao crystals formed after the fire spirit's death contain a trace of the leaving fire Dao. Only through these leaving fire Dao crystals can the power of the blood restriction fire formation be resisted. It could be said that the leaving fire Dao crystals were indispensable to obtain the Wen family's inheritance. Therefore, the Wen siblings were naturally very grateful. "Let's go find other fire spirits," Jiang Xi said with a smile. The Wen siblings nodded vigorously. Then, the 3 of them entered the volcano group and began to hunt. If divided by numbers. This time, the Qiao family had the most cultivators entering the Qianyang cave. There were a total of 1,000 cultivators in the golden core stage and 6 in the nascent soul stage. After all, they were the rulers of this planet. The advantage of mobilizing people was something that the foreign cultivators could not compare to. At this moment, in the core area of Qianyang Cave, a majestic circular sacrificial altar stood in the middle of the blood, forbiddenly fire formation that was like a sea of fire. The Qiao family's 1,006 cultivators were standing at the edge of the sea of fire. Relying on their understanding of Qianyang Grotto Heaven, they were the first to arrive. Qiao Xian looked at the circular altar in the distance with some excitement in his heart. He was just one step away. According to the information left behind by the ancestor, at least 10,000 leaving fire Dao crystals are needed to enter the inheritance altar. Thinking of this, he turned to Qiao Sui and said, "Swear, I'll leave 200 people here to guard this place. You lead the others to hunt those fire spirits." "Father, don't worry. I will definitely gather enough Inferno Dao crystals. Help Father comprehend the Dao of Ignis," Qiao Sui said solemnly. Following which, he took away 3 nascent soul cultivators and 800 golden core cultivators and began to collect Dao crystals. Qiao Sui believed that with their strength, they could sweep through the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven, whether it was the fire spirits or those foreign cultivators. Eastern Region. Feng Si led the Songyun Sect's training team and had just killed over 100 fire spirits in the form of vermilion birds. Looking at the fiery red crystals scattered all over the ground, Feng Si laughed loudly. "Haha, they're indeed Dao crystals. A Dao integration expert must have integrated his Dao of heaven and earth into this Grotto Heaven mystic realm to give birth to such mystical fire spirit creatures." Master once said that when a Dao integration expert leaves behind his legacy, he will use Dao crystals as a medium to allow future generations to comprehend his Dao of heaven and earth. There are countless Dao of heaven and earth, but I wonder what kind of Dao crystals contain. No matter what, let's collect. The more we collect, the better. When he felt that powerful force earlier, he knew that his previous information was wrong. This was a place of inheritance left behind by a Dao integration expert. After the shock, there was a pleasant surprise. Perhaps he could comprehend the Dao of heaven and earth left behind by this expert here. Although there were not many people in a team of 10, they were extremely powerful. 1 mid-stage nascent soul, 3 early-stage nascent soul, and 6 late-stage golden core. With such strength, they were definitely one of the top teams among the 20,000 cultivators. At the same time, in the Western region, the 4 symbols sect's nascent soul genius, Zheng Yuqing, was also ecstatic. "I've heard that Murong planet was once ruled by a Dao integration expert for nearly 10,000 years. Could this be the place of inheritance left behind by that Dao integration expert?" According to the various Dao integration inheritances recorded in the sect, Dao crystals are a necessary item to obtain Dao integration inheritances. The more we collect, the better. Genius disciples like them who came from large immortal sects had a far better understanding of the Dao integration stage than ordinary cultivators. He immediately led more than 100 of his fellow disciples to start collecting. In addition, there was also the famous starry sky wanderer Fu Zhe in the pale blue star region. This late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had explored many dangerous places in the pale blue star region had obtained some inheritances regarding the Dao integration stage. Of course, he also knew about Dao crystals. After killing a few fire spirits, he was ecstatic. Moreover, his desire for Dao crystals was much stronger than Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing. This was because he was already at the late-stage nascent soul stage and had comprehended 70% of his Dao domain. If I have enough Dao crystals to comprehend the Dao of heaven and earth of this Dao integration expert and comprehend it by analogy, I might have a chance to achieve perfection in my Dao domain. When that happens, I'll be invincible among nascent soul cultivators. I might even have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage. Those ordinary cultivators did not know what Dao crystals were. nor did they know the specific situation of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. However, this did not stop them from fighting those fire spirits. This was because if they did not kill the fire spirits would kill them. The fire spirits of Qianyang Grotto Heaven had very low intelligence. They only had a simple will to kill. When they saw cultivators, they would pounce on them without a word. The fire spirit cultivation was at least at the early stage, golden core stage. Therefore, most cultivators could easily take care of one fire spirit. However, fire spirits basically appeared in groups. Being able to take care of one did not mean that they could take care of dozens or hundreds of them. Not to mention, there would occasionally be stronger nascent soul fire spirits appearing. Very soon, many cultivators lost their lives because of this. These people held on to hope and tightened their belts. They gathered 10,000 inferior grade spirit crystals for the teleportation fee and came to Murong planet to compete for the so-called nascent soul stage inheritance. As the saying went, expectations were always beautiful, but reality was often cruel. He had just started, and he was already dead. After being killed by the fire spirits, they turned into ashes. Even his ashes couldn't be found. Chapter 266. There were many fire lions and fire spirits hidden in the volcanoes in the southern region of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. They spat out flames, and each attack carried some Tao, rhymes of the Tao of heaven and earth. If not for the Gale Domain, Jiang Xi would not have been able to kill hundreds of fire lions as easily as he did now. The power of the domain could not only increase his attack power, but also restrict the fire lion's movements. With this, Jiang Xi could easily kill the fire lions. As for the One Clan siblings, they were picking up scraps by Jiang Xi's side, helping him hunt down those fire lions that had escaped the net. If I want to refine more baleful yang energy at the inheritance altar, I must have enough Tao crystal. Jiang Xi thought about this as he brandished his sword to kill the fire lion. Whether it was the One Clan's inheritance that the One siblings wanted or the yang energy that he wanted, they were all in the inheritance altar in the core region of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Roar! A mid-nascent soul stage fire lion rushed out from the fire lions in front of him. Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. With his current strength, he could easily crush a mid-nascent soul stage opponent. Moreover, he had completely refined the superior grade spiritual artifact, Killer Shadow Sword. The power of the Gale Domain and the increase in attack power of the sword intent could be perfectly displayed through this spiritual artifact. Kill! Jiang Xi's figure flashed and appeared in front of the mid-nascent soul stage fire lion. The sword's shadow trembled and the powerful attack directly smashed the lion's head. A strong wind blew, and the flame lion, which was at the mid-nascent soul stage, disappeared into thin air. It turned into a pile of Tao crystals and scattered on the ground. At the same time, Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng were also hunting the golden core stage fire lions. The siblings' strength was honed while they were on the run. Their actual combat strength was much stronger than ordinary golden core stage cultivators, and it was more than enough to deal with these fire lions. Soon, the group of fire lions that number more than 200 were all killed by the three of them. After collecting the Tao crystals on the ground, Wen Yoxin said in surprise, "Marshal Granduncle, we have more than 10,000 Tao crystals." Wen Feng was also surprised, and overjoyed Jiang Xi took 80% of the Tao crystal from the hunt, and the two of them split the remaining 20% equally, so he also had 10,000. Not enough, it's still early. Jiang Xi shook his head calmly. The siblings were startled for a moment, then reacted. There were indeed records in their clan records. As long as they gathered 10,000 myriad Tao crystals, they could go to the inheritance altar to obtain the inheritance. However, 10,000 myriad Tao crystals was only the lowest standard, and the chances of obtaining the inheritance in the end were very small. If he wanted to truly obtain the inheritance, naturally, the more Tao crystals he had, the better. Because the more Tao crystals there were, the longer one could last on the altar. The siblings looked at each other excitedly. In the past, when the One Clan was at its peak, the clansmen who entered the Qianyang Grotto to receive the inheritance had to rely on their own abilities to obtain the Tao Crystal. Many of the weaker clansmen did not even have the chance to enter the inheritance altar because they could not gather 10,000 myriad Tao crystals. Therefore, most of the One Clan clansmen would choose to go to the altar to receive the inheritance as long as they reached the lowest standard when collecting Tao crystals. And now, they were following this powerful martial granduncle and could easily kill these powerful fire spirits. Even if Jiang Xiai only gave them 10% of the Tao crystals he hunted, the amount was still considerable, far surpassing the harvest of the clansmen who hunted alone. This way, they would be able to gather even more Tao crystals and then go to the altar. That way, the inheritance would naturally be stable. Jiang Xiai chuckled. He already had 80,000 Tao crystals in his hands, but it was still far from enough. His main goal was to refine the baleful yang energy in the altar, not the One Clan's inheritance. At that time, if he didn't have enough Tao crystals, he wouldn't be able to refine much of the baleful yang energy. That would be tragic. Of course, it wasn't only because of the Tao crystals. In addition, the experience points provided by these fire spirits were also very considerable. The lowest level of the gold core stage was 1,000 experience points. In less than 2 hours, he had already obtained nearly 10 million experience points. On Earth, the number of monsters that could be hunted for a day was only this many. Experience points, 10,030. His experience points balance had also returned to the 100 million level. Next, Jiang Xiai spread out his spirit sense again, taking the initiative to search for the fire lions hiding in the volcanoes. Under his lead, they had already hunted more than 50 fire lions. The small group of fire lions only had a dozen or so fire lions. The large group had close to 300 fire lions. Of course, there were also larger groups. However, Jiang Xiai took a detour. With his current strength, it was still a bit difficult for him to deal with more than 300 gold core stage fire lions at the same time. Soon, Jiang Xi's spirit sense found a group of sleeping fire lions beside a magma river. There were only 200 of them, and the strongest one was at the late stage of the gold core stage, which was very suitable for hunting. The approach of Jiang Xiai and the other two startled the group of fire lions. They immediately roared and rushed over, their ferocity overflowing. The two sides instantly engaged in battle. Jiang Xi's Gale Domain was simply a killing weapon of the same level. After the gold core stage fire lions entered the Gale Domain, they were restricted. Not long after, the group of fire lions were all killed by them, turning into a pile of fiery red Tao crystals. Jiang Xiai activated the power of the domain and collected the Tao crystals. After counting, there were a total of 1,352 Tao crystals. After killing so many fire lions, Jiang Xiai had already concluded a pattern. Each gold core stage fire spirit could provide 3 to 10 Tao crystals. He wasn't sure about the nascent soul stage because so far, including the one he killed just now, he had only killed 2 nascent soul stage fire spirits, and his harvest was close to 1,000 Tao crystals. What was certain was that the higher the cultivation level of the fire spirit, the more Tao crystals it would provide. Seeing so many Tao crystals, the smiles on Wen Yoxin and Wen Feng's faces never stopped. If they followed Uncle Granduncle, they would have meat to eat. At this moment, Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to stop the siblings from speaking. He only heard the sound of air being torn apart in the distance. Hundreds of powerful figures were approaching the group of volcanoes at an extremely fast speed. It was the young master of the Qiao family, Qiao Sui, and the team of Qiao family cultivators he led. 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 800 gold core stage cultivators. Run! Jiang Xiai didn't even think about it. The Gale Domain instantly spread out, enveloping the Wen siblings, and sped towards the depths of the volcanoes. Behind them, Qiao Sui's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this scene. Dao Domain! Chase after them. This kind of powerhouse can easily kill those fire spirits. They must have a lot of Tao crystals on them. Instantly, more than 800 people whistled and chased after them. In these 2 hours, they had relied on their numbers to kill many non-Xiao family cultivators and obtained many Tao crystals. This is the young master of the Murong planet's Xiao family. If you offer up your Tao crystals, we can spare your lives. A middle-aged man in the early nascent soul stage also shouted. Jiang Xi and the other 2 naturally wouldn't care about such low-level threats. Although they had enmity with the Qiao family, there was no way they could fight with Xiao Sui with so many people. Chapter 267. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. However, the timing was also important. It wasn't as if one had to fight the moment he saw his enemy. In such a situation, the Wen siblings gritted their teeth and suppressed the indignation and anger in their hearts as they followed riverward and flew at top speed. Qiao family. Jiang Xi's face darkened. He didn't relax at all as he pushed his speed to the limit. 800 golden core cultivators and 4 nascent soul cultivators. This kind of overall strength wasn't something he could deal with now. If he were to fight them head-on, he reckoned that a joint attack would be enough to seriously injure him. As for the Wen siblings, they might just be gone. Therefore, he had to escape. Xiao Sui also knew that it was useless to threaten them with simple words. He now had the mentality of a hunter. There were only 3 golden core cultivators, even if one of them had a Tao domain. There is no need for the 4 nascent soul cultivators to make a move. A joint attack from 800 golden core cultivators was enough to turn the 3 prey into ashes. However, even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Xiao Sui certainly understood this. He smiled confidently and said, "Let's go all out." 800 golden core cultivators attacked at the same time. Xiao Sui and the other 3 nascent soul cultivators also used their strongest attacks. Instantly, powerful saber lights, sword shadows, flames, and cold light, accompanied by a storm of energy, covered the sky as they attacked riverward and the other 2. Oh no! Jiang Xi's expression changed. Not only were their golden core cultivators attacking together, but there was also a blazing domain power that covered over and interfered with his Gale domain. It slowed down his speed a little. It was the young master of the Qiao family, Xiao Sui. He also had a Tao domain. We have to block it. If not, we'll be in danger. Although Jiang Xi was anxious, he still made a calm judgment. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound of energy approached and was about to hit the area covered by the Gale domain. Shield. At the critical moment, Jiang Xi directly condensed the domain power. The Gale domain was like a shield, enveloping the 3 of them. The complete Gale domain formed a protective shield that was close to the invincible state of the nascent soul cultivators. This was his strongest defensive move. The violent collision produced a strong shockwave. Strong winds blew, mixing with the flames of the Qianyang heavenly abode and sweeping across the sky. On the other hand, Jiang Xi felt as if he had been hammered tens of thousands of times, and his entire body was about to fall apart. Damn it! Jiang Xi roared as he endured the pain. In an instant, he spread out the Gale domain. The wind whistled as the 3 of them used the shock wave produced by the joint attack to flee once again. His speed was even faster than before. This is a complete Tao domain. What a terrifying talent. Xiao Sui was shocked. He had cultivated for more than 700 years and had only cultivated the blazing flame domain to 40% completion, which was still far from perfection. The late-stage golden core cultivator in front of him actually possessed a complete Tao domain. Even in the entire Mu-Rome planet, such a level of comprehension might not even appear once in 10,000 years. They must be unparalleled geniuses from other advanced life planets. Such geniuses might have powerful magical equipment, such as ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Go after them and kill them. Xiao Sui's eyes were burning with passion. Boom, boom, boom. 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 800 golden core stage cultivators continuously attacked the 3 people in front of them. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to withstand the surging energy. Jiang Xi relied on the protective shield formed by the Gale domain to block the attacks time and time again. In addition, the Gale domain increased his speed. Even with the Wind siblings, his speed was not inferior to a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator. The strongest Qiao family cultivator behind him was only Qiao Sui, who was in the mid-stage nascent soul stage. Soon, the three of them disappeared from the group of volcanoes. "I'm so angry," Qiao Sui watched as the three of them disappeared, leaving only the erupting volcanoes on the ground. He angrily struck out with his palm and smashed dozens of volcanoes into smithereens. The magma that flowed out formed a magma lake on the ground. 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 800 golden core stage cultivators had actually allowed 3 golden core stage cultivators to escape. No one would believe it if they heard about it. They will definitely go to the inheritance altar in the core area. I have to ask Father to be careful. Qiao Sui hurriedly sent a message to his father, Qiao Xian. Once the 3 of them were discovered, they would be killed immediately. In his opinion, a late-stage golden core stage cultivator with a complete Dao domain, such a genius, must have treasures on him. Riverward took the Wind siblings and flew away from the group of volcanoes. They flew for another 1,000 miles before coming to a stop. They had completely shaken off their pursuers. In front of them was a dense forest of fire trees. The 3 of them immediately hid in the forest and rested for the time being. Martial Granduncle. When Yoxin and when Feng looked at Jiang Xi worriedly, Jiang Xi's face was pale. Although he had used the Gale domain to block so many attacks, his body was still severely injured. His entire body looked like it was about to split open. Clear cracks had appeared, and even his bones could be seen. He reckoned that after a few more attacks, his body would completely split open. "I'm fine." Jiang Xi shook his head and endured the excruciating pain coming from all over his body. He took out a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit and used the spiritual energy within to heal his injuries. 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit was clearly not enough. He ate a total of 3 before the terrifying cracks on his body completely disappeared. Then, he used his spiritual energy to carefully heal his injuries. He did not dare to use the 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit because his body was already on the verge of collapse. If he were to be struck by the immense spiritual energy, he would explode. There would be no room for negotiation. When the Wind siblings saw that Jiang Xi had recovered from his injuries, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 of them looked at each other. They were still in shock. This martial granduncle was just too powerful. That was the combined attack of 4 nascent soul stage cultivators and 800 golden core stage cultivators. Furthermore, it was not just once. Even a late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator could have died in the group of volcanoes after facing so many combined attacks, right? Their martial granduncle's cultivation level was about the same as theirs, but his strength was so freakish. The 2 of them suppressed the shock in their hearts and did not speak. They quietly waited for Jiang Xi to heal his injuries. After another quarter of an hour, Jiang Xi's injuries were completely healed. He opened his eyes with a trace of relief. If it were not for the complete protective shield formed by the Gale domain, he would not have been able to withstand those powerful combined attacks. Also, the extreme speed when he escaped was also the embodiment of the Gale domain speed. Fortunately, I improved the Gale domain to the perfect state. Otherwise, I would have died just now. Qiao family. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a shocking chill erupted from his body. Even when he fought with Hu Yin on Earth, he did not suffer such serious injuries. Martial Granduncle, just bear with it for a while. When Yoxin smiled bitterly. Yes, Martial Granduncle, you will only have a chance to take revenge if you are alive. When Feng also advised, they were worried that this young Martial Granduncle would go after Qiao Sui in a rage. Of course, the 2 of them hated the Qiao family to the core. However, after so many years of escaping, they had learned to endure. Chapter 268. Jiang Xi let out a long breath and regained his composure. He shook his head and said, "It's fine, I know my limits. Let's continue hunting fire spirits." Seeing this, the Wen siblings finally relaxed. Subsequently, the three of them continued hunting fire spirits in this fire tree forest. There were quite a number of fire spirits in Qianyang Grotto Heaven. Other than the core region, there was a fire spirit tribe in each of the other four regions. The fire lion fire spirit that was hiding in the volcano group just now was the fire spirit. And in this fire tree forest lived a vermilion bird fire spirit. However, no matter what kind of fire spirit it was, most of them were at the golden core stage. Only a small number of them were at the nascent soul stage. With Jiang Xi's strength, he could easily deal with them. The three of them crazily hunted and obtained Dao crystals in this fire tree forest. Occasionally, they would encounter other cultivators, but they were not bloodthirsty people. They did not pay attention to those who were fighting with the fire spirits or were about to be killed by the fire spirits. Rather than wasting time on these ordinary cultivators, it was better to kill more fire spirits. That way, the speed of obtaining Dao crystals would be faster. As time passed, the three of them realized that the number of fire spirits was decreasing. They knew that the fire spirits here were about to be killed. It's about time. Let's go to the inheritance altar in the core region. Jiang Xi kept the Dao crystals that he had just obtained from killing the fire spirits and turned his gaze to the core region. When Yoxin and Wen Feng's eyes lit up, filled with excitement and anticipation, because the two of them had more than 30,000 Dao crystals on them. This number, even during their Wen family's heyday, only the top golden core geniuses in the family could barely gather so many. Bringing so many Dao crystals to obtain the inheritance, the success rate was definitely very high. Jiang Xi was also filled with anticipation. He had close to 250,000 Dao crystals on him. It was definitely stable. As for going so late, would the inheritance in the inheritance altar be obtained by someone else first? Jiang Xi was not worried at all. Firstly, his main goal was the Yang energy, and not the Wen family's inheritance secondly. The Wen family's inheritance was not so easy to obtain. If he did not have enough Dao crystals, it would be useless even if he went. He would not even be able to enter the inheritance altar. What if others also collected enough Dao crystals? Well, there was no what if. Did he really think that two Dao integration stage super mighty figures were useless? When Taoist Gu and Wen Yin built Qianyang Grotto Heaven, in order to prevent future accidents, they had already left a backup plan in the inheritance altar. The method of unsealing the seal that Wen Yoxin had been painstakingly searching for was one of the backup plans. The core area of Qianyang Grotto Heaven was not big. Apart from the inheritance altar surrounded by a sea of fire, there was nothing else. This sea of fire was the embodiment of the power of the blood-forbidden trigram fire array. If he did not have the energy of the Dao crystal to protect his body, he would have rashly entered the sea of fire of the blood-forbiddenly fire array. In an instant, it would be burned to ashes by the Dao of fire. Qiao Xian had long since memorized these precautions. He waited for Qiao Sui to send over the collected Dao crystals. At the same time, he brought along 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 200 Aurus core stage cultivators to guard the entire blood-forbidden trigram, fire formation, and forbade outsiders from entering. 3 foreign cultivators with ordinary looks. Qiao Xian pondered over his son Qiao Sui's message, and the images of the 3 foreign cultivators surfaced in his mind. Swayer has 3 other nascent soul stage experts and 800 Aurus core stage cultivators with him. Even I would have to expend a lot of effort to block their combined attacks. A peerless genius from another advanced planet? He doesn't even have a Dao protector by his side, so he probably doesn't come from powerful faction. Even if he dies in Qianyang Grotto Heaven, no one will pursue the matter. In terms of vision and knowledge, he clearly knew more than his son. He had lived for more than 1,000 years, but he had only mastered 70% of the blazing fire domain. A peerless genius who could master a complete Tao domain at the late stage Aura's core stage would at least have a Tao protector with primordial soul stage battle prowess. If he didn't, it meant that he was just a talented and lucky little fellow. Search carefully. If we can stop these 3 people, we might find something unexpected. Qiao Xian was looking forward to it. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a commotion from another direction. Why can't we go in? Too domineering. It's not like this is owned by your family. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of the masses with your actions? Qiao Xian frowned and went over in a flash. He saw 7 ordinary Aura's core cultivators trying to enter the core region, but they were stopped by the Qiao family cultivators. Scram if you don't want to die. Qiao Xian released the aura of a nascent soul stage cultivator. The 7 people paled and hurriedly fled. Qiao Xian only watched without taking action. Situations like this had happened many times since the beginning. Xiao Sui had taken away 800 Aura's core cultivators, but he had only left 200 behind. However, those he had left behind were all late-stage Aura's core cultivators, and 2 of them were mid-stage nascent soul stage cultivators. Such an overall strength was definitely one of the best in the Grotto Heaven Mystic Realm. There was no other. However, Qiao Xian only guarded the core region and prevented anyone from entering. He did not kill anyone. Indeed, as these people had said, he was also worried about incurring the wrath of the masses. Now, many people were watching the core region. If they were to kill in public, it might cause the scattered cultivators to band together. We can only hold them back for a while. Once Sui returns, we'll have to let them go. Qiao Xian was very clear about the situation. If they were to hold them back for too long, something would happen sooner or later. After all, there were more than 20,000 foreign cultivators. The Qiao family did not have the strength to face the wrath of so many people at the same time. He only wanted to be the first to enter the altar and obtain the inheritance once he had enough doctrine crystals. Before that, no one was allowed to enter. Of course, just because he did not kill anyone here did not mean that the Qiao family would not kill anyone. That was why he had sent his son Qiao Sui out as a backup. At the same time, on a mountaintop not far from the core region, Zhang Xi was standing there with the 1 family siblings. They had also seen what had just happened. The Qiao family deserves to die. The 1 family siblings were furious and worried at the same time. With the Qiao family guarding, it would be difficult to enter the inheritance altar. 1 late-stage nascent soul stage cultivator, 2 mid-stage nascent soul stage cultivators, and 2 late-stage Aura's core cultivators. Such an overall strength was not inferior to Qiao Sui's group. Don't worry, they'll let them go. Jiangxi's expression was calm. He was not anxious at all. This was obvious. If Qiao Xian still dared to hold them back when more people arrived and angered the cultivators, it would be strange if they did not beat their brains out. Moreover, Feng Si, Zheng Yuqing, and the rest had yet to make a move. Would these geniuses from the top immortal sects be willing to be held back? Chapter 269. Following that, many ordinary cultivators were stopped by the Qiao clan. Although many of them were furious, they did not dare to make a move. Faced with 3 nascent soul cultivators and 200 golden core late-stage cultivators, if they wanted to enter the core area, they would have to form an alliance and become stronger than the Qiao clan cultivators. The problem was that they were all competitors and were wary of each other. It would be difficult to get them to form an alliance unless they were at their wits' end. This was also the reason why Qiao Xian dared to stop them. As time passed, more and more cultivators discovered the core area and saw the majestic altar. They knew that the inheritance was located there. Therefore, more and more cultivators gathered in the core area. The Qiao clan cultivators continued to stop others from entering, relying on their strength. A feeling of anger and dissatisfaction brewed among the cultivators and became more and more dangerous. Soon, a team of 100 cultivators flew over from the western region at high speed. The leader was Zheng Yuqing, a nascent soul cultivator from the Four Symbols sect of the Minglan Star region. Zheng Yuqing stopped at the edge of the core area and saw the many Qiao clan cultivators guarding the sky, as well as Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian, what's the meaning of this? He asked in a low voice. Of course, he knew that the ruling clan of the Morong planet was the Qiao clan, but he did not want to reveal it to Feng Si and the others. Qiao Xian flew over and chuckled. Greetings, fellow Taoists from the Four Symbols sect. If you want to enter, please enter. Then, he ordered his clansmen to disperse. He knew that stopping them was the limit. If he continued, something bad might happen. Moreover, Qiao Sui had already sent him a message and would be back soon. It did not matter whether he stopped them or not. However, Zheng Yuqing did not immediately step into the sea of fire of the Blood Prohibition Trigram Fire Formation. A thoughtful look appeared on his rugged face. He was a genius disciple of the top immortal Tao sect and had seen many things. He could easily tell that the sea of fire in front of him was actually a powerful formation. This sea of fire formation vaguely exudes a trace of the Tao of heaven and earth. It must be a test left behind by that immortal integration expert. The Tao essence contained in those Tao crystals is almost the same as here. According to the sect's records of some immortal integration places of inheritance, it can be inferred that those Tao crystals are key items to pass the test. But I still have to be careful. I can't go in first. Thinking of this, Zheng Yuqing said to a disciple of the same sect, "Refine these Tao crystal. Go in and try." As he spoke, he took out 3 Tao crystals and handed them to the disciple. People were sacrificing their lives to explore the way. Qiao Xian had not retreated too far. When he saw Zheng Yuqing's actions, he sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, this Zheng Yuqing was a very meticulous person despite his ferocious appearance. As expected, none of the genius disciples of the top immortal Tao sects were easy to fool. To be honest, Qiao Xian did not know how powerful this blood-forbidden trigram fire array was. After all, apart from the members of the Wen clan, no one else had entered before. Therefore, Qiao Xian adopted a wait-and-see attitude. He wanted to see what would happen after the Four Symbols sect disciples entered. The Four Symbols sect disciples' expression changed when he heard Zheng Yuqing's request, but he could not refuse. Because Zheng Yuqing was a genius of the sect, and he was just an ordinary disciple. He grabbed 3 fingernail-sized Tao crystals and quickly refined them. Then he felt strands of powerful Tao power in his body, as if they were about to break out of his body. He gritted his teeth and directly charged into the sea of fire in front of him. Strangely, after entering the sea of fire, he felt some kind of restriction. He could not fly and could only run with all his might. His speed was only slightly faster than ordinary people. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Puff! This middle-stage golden core Four Symbols sect disciple only ran 100 meters in the sea of fire before he dissipated in a thin air like smoke. Seeing such a scene, the ordinary cultivators who were guarding outside the core area were stunned. A middle-stage golden core Four Symbols sect disciple only lasted 3 seconds in the sea of fire? What kind of fire was this sea of fire? Many people wanted to retreat. The inheritance was important, but their lives were more important. On the other side, Zheng Yuqing had more or less confirmed his conjecture then. He had another late-stage golden core, disciple refine, 10 Tao crystals, and enter the sea of fire again. That disciple had a look of despair as he ran, with all his might, toward the inheritance altar. However, he only lasted 10 seconds. After running a full 500 meters, he was still turned into ashes by the sea of fire. Zheng Yuqing's eyes flashed. The death of his 2 fellow disciples did not affect his mood at all. What he was concerned about was the distance these 2 fellow disciples had covered in the sea of fire. The first disciple, after refining 3 Tao crystals, persisted for 3 seconds and ran out 100 meters. The second disciple used 10 Tao crystals to last 10 seconds and ran 500 meters. It was not surprising that this powerful sea of fire array formation would suppress a cultivator's cultivation and speed. After all, this was the inheritance ground of a Tao integration elite. What was certain was that Tao crystals could withstand the power of the sea of fire array formation. Each Tao crystal could last for 1 second. The edge of the sea of fire is about 100,000 meters away from the altar. Based on this calculation, a round trip would take about 5,000 Tao crystals. I only have 90,000 Tao crystals. Considering that I'll have to spend a lot of time obtaining the inheritance at the altar, these Tao crystals are not enough. Zheng Yuqing's gaze swept across the cultivators around him. Then, he noticed Feng Si and Fu Zai who were hidden among the cultivators. He looked at Xiao Xian and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, on an inconspicuous mountain peak, Uncle Granduncle, the One Clan siblings turned to look at Jiang Xi. With their ancestral land in front of them, the two of them were anxious to enter. At the same time, they were worried that someone would enter the altar before them. Jiang Xi shook his head slightly and told them to calm down. Many people had yet to make a move. At that moment, the situation changed. Someone had made a move. Without any warning, Xiao Xian waved his hand and slapped a few times at the ordinary cultivators who were watching from the periphery of the core area. The raging power of the domain and the blazing flames instantly formed a firestorm that looked like it could destroy the world. Hundreds of golden core cultivators in that area were slapped to death instantly. Their storage Dharma treasures were swept away by Xiao Xian's domain. Power Xiao Xian was not the only one. Zheng Yuqing, Feng Si, Fu Zai, and the others in their training teams also made a move at the same time. The four sides reached a consensus to kill these ordinary cultivators. Most of the fire spirits had been killed, but these cultivators would definitely have Tao crystals on them. For a moment, chaos broke out everywhere. This is crazy. The major factions are killing people. Someone wanted to run away. Everyone, let's join forces and fight it out with them. Some people were hot-blooded and wanted to fight head-on. Take advantage of the chaos and charge into the sea of fire. Who knows? We might be able to reach the altar and obtain the inheritance. Some people were still holding on to hope. The ordinary cultivators were scattered and had their own plans. There was no way they could organize an effective resistance. Chapter 270. Xiao Xian, Zheng Yuqing, Feng Si, and Fu Zai each unleashed their strongest attacks to kill those ordinary cultivators. Although their combat strength could not be considered as invincible among the nascent soul realm, they were still at the top. Those powerful attacks were accompanied by the frightening power of the domain. Those ordinary cultivators were unable to withstand them at all. Death upon contact. Furthermore, other than Fu Zai, who was alone, the other three had subordinates who were elites of the same cultivation realm. Although Feng Si had few subordinates, there were 4 nascent souls in his team of 10, and their overall strength was equally strong. Hundreds of people chased after more than 20,000 ordinary cultivators and killed them in a frenzy. Some of them fled into the sea of fire of the Blood Seal Leaf Fire Formation in a desperate attempt to try their luck. However, they were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. That was because many people were still unaware of the use of Tao crystals. Earlier on, when Zheng Yuqing used his fellow disciples to scout the path, many people only saw the surface and did not know that the 2 disciples only entered after refining Tao crystals. After more than 100 people were devoured by the sea of fire, no one dared to charge in anymore and only wanted to escape. Despair spread through the hearts of the ordinary cultivators. Was this still a legacy of the essence spirit realm? It was way too terrifying. They would die if they entered the sea of fire. If they did not, they would be in danger of being hunted down and killed. Many people regretted coming here out of greed for the opportunity. Large numbers of golden core cultivators were killed one after another. Instead, the 600-odd nascent soul cultivators died even faster. That was because they were strong and had obtained more Tao crystals previously. Therefore, the firepower of Qiao Xian and the others was focused on them first. Not many of the 20,000-odd ordinary cultivators died when they hunted the fire spirits. However, more than half of them died here. Jiang Xi was unperturbed by that, even though he was the one who manipulated the situation to a large extent. These people had all come here because they had received the news that he had spread. However, many people did not realize that they had to be prepared to die if they wanted to fight for the opportunity. High returns meant high risks. That was a commonly accepted logic. After all, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Faced with the killing of the 4 factions, Jiang Xi did not reveal his full strength lest he was targeted. He deliberately avoided the nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, those who came to deal with him and the One siblings were basically all in the Golden Core stage. With such strength, Jiang Xi could easily kill him. At the same time, he could also take the storage magic treasure that the young man had just obtained for himself. As a result, he obtained quite a few Dao crystals. Scram! With a swing of his sword, Jiang Xi easily killed a late-stage Golden Core cultivator of the Qiao family. He only used the complete sword intent. He wasn't worried about being recognized by the Qiao family. After escaping from Qiao Sui's joint attack, he and the Wen siblings had changed their faces with masks. No one would be able to recognize the 3 new faces unless they were in the primordial soul stage or if he exposed his Gale domain. At this time, a group of several hundred Qiao clan cultivators flew over from afar, led by Qiao clan's young master, Qiao Sui. He had returned from a hunt. As a result, the strength of the 4 forces doubled again. The ordinary cultivators who had not managed to escape in time had even less of a chance to do so. Only despair remained. Of the 20,000 people, only 4,000 to 5,000 were left, and the number was still decreasing rapidly. It's about time. Jiang Xi had been observing his surroundings. While he led the Wen siblings to block the attacks of the 4 forces, he had also been shifting his position. Now he had arrived at the edge of the blood-sealed trigram fire array's sea of fire. The hundreds of cultivators who had risked their lives to charge into the sea of fire provided a good cover for his next move. Taking advantage of the chaos to enter the blood-sealed trigram fire array's sea of fire. They had to act. If they waited until most of the ordinary cultivators were dead, the 3 of them might be besieged. It just so happened that they were only a step away from the sea of fire. Dao Crystal. Jiang Xi and the Wen siblings refined the Dao Crystal at the same time, charged into the sea of fire, and ran toward the inheritance altar. The 4 forces didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to charge into the sea of fire. Therefore, when Jiang Xi led the Wen siblings into the sea of fire, no one stopped them. It was only after Jiang Xi and the other 2 had run 1,000 meters that the crowd realized what was going on. Someone was hiding their strength. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Qiao Xian, Zheng Yuqing, Feng Si, and Fu Zai's expressions turned cold. After that, he stopped chasing after the remaining 5,000 or so ordinary cultivators. They turned to take the Dao crystal that their subordinates had collected and refined a portion of it before charging into the sea of fire, trying to catch up to Jiang Xi and the other 2. However, they soon realized that Jiang Xi was much faster than them. They couldn't catch up. The 4 of them didn't look too good. After killing the ordinary cultivators for half a day, they didn't expect to find an expert of the same level as them hiding among them. That's the wind-related Dao domain that Sui or mentioned. No, these 3 people look different from the ones Sui is sent in the transmission. There's no such coincidence. They must have some means to disguise themselves. They might not even be late-stage Golden Core cultivators, but nascent soul cultivators. Qiao Xian's expression darkened, feeling like he had been played. Trying to take advantage of the chaos to obtain the inheritance? A Dao integration inheritance isn't that easy to obtain. Qiao Xian's gaze was cold as he stared at the backs of Jiang Xi and the other 2. Feng Si, Fu Zai, and Zheng Yuqing had the same thought. Although they couldn't catch up to Jiang Xi, they weren't too worried. The difficulty of obtaining a Dao integration inheritance was usually very high. Even they didn't have much confidence in succeeding. As the four of them advanced, they continuously refined the Tao crystal and used the energy of the Tao to resist the power of the blood prohibition leaf fire formation. After the massacre earlier, they had more than 200,000 Tao crystals in their hands. Xiao Xian, in particular, had the most Tao crystals on him now, a total of 250,000. His son Xiao Sui alone had brought him a total of 150,000 Tao crystals. The consensus now was that the more Tao crystals one had, the longer one could last in the sea of fire formation. This made it easier to comprehend the inheritance left behind by a Tao integration expert. The distance from the edge of a sea of fire to the inheritance altar was a total of 100,000 meters. With the support of the Gale domain, Jiangxi's speed was nearly twice as fast as the four people behind him, even though he was carrying the Wind siblings. 15 minutes later, he and the Wind siblings finally arrived in front of the inheritance altar. The inheritance altar covered an area of 100 square kilometers and was 100 feet tall. Its entire body was made of dark red stones and was extremely majestic. Waves of leaf fire, Tao, rhymes emanated from the inheritance altar, carrying an aura that seemed to be able to burn the soul. It spread throughout the sea of fire and then the entire Qianyang Grotto heaven. When Yoxin and Wen Feng were excited. Ever since the Wen family was exterminated, the surviving members of the Wen family had never entered the ancestral land of inheritance again. Chapter 271. The surviving clansmen of the Wen clan could only imagine the scenery of their ancestral land through the jade slips of the family tree, dreaming of the scene when they obtained the inheritance. Now, the siblings were only one step away from their dreams coming true. They had already arrived at the Wen clan's inheritance altar. As long as they obtained the inheritance, their dreams could be realized. What are you waiting for? Let's go up. Jiang Xi smiled. His master had entrusted him with the task of visiting the Wen clan. However, seeing the Wen clan in such a state, if he did not help them, his master would probably visit him in his dreams. If he could help the Wen siblings obtain the Wen clan's inheritance, it would be considered as fulfilling his master's task. Jiang Xi turned around to take a look. Behind him, Xiao Xian, Zheng Yuqing, Feng Si, and Fu Zai were only halfway there. Then, Jiang Xi and the other two walked up the stairs and climbed to the top of the inheritance altar with anticipation. When the Wen clan's ancestor, Wen Yin, opened up the Qianyang Grotto heaven and established the inheritance ancestral land, he had specially separated a wisp of his leaf fire Tao. This wisp of leaf fire Tao used the inheritance altar's blood, forbidden leaf fire formation, as its core, and merged with the entire Qianyang Grotto heaven. When Jiang Xi, Wen Yoxin, and Wen Feng reached the top of the inheritance altar, they could clearly sense the wisp of leaf fire Tao that permeated the heaven and earth. The inheritance altar that spanned over 100 square kilometers was enveloped by a Tao aura. The intense Tao aura exuded a pressure that seemed to transcend the natural order of life, making the three of them feel deep veneration. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and said to the Wen siblings, "Carefully sense the leaf fire Tao aura here. If you don't have enough Tao crystals, ask for more from me." "Thank you, Uncle Granduncle." The two of them were extremely grateful. The blood-forbidden leaf fire formation existed around the inheritance altar in the form of a sea of fire. The inheritance altar was the core of the formation. Being here, they had to constantly refine Tao crystals and use the wisp of leaf fire Tao aura in the Tao crystals to resist the power that could incinerate everything. Jiang Xi had a lot of Tao crystals on him. Previously, he had obtained close to 250,000 Tao crystals from hunting fire spirits. Just now, when the four forces had joined forces to kill those ordinary cultivators, he had conveniently killed many cultivators from the four forces now. He had close to 300,000 Tao crystals on him. A Tao crystal could last for 1 second in the blood forbidden leaf fire array. Such a number was enough to ensure that they could last for a long time at the inheritance altar. Remember, don't make any moves. Jiang Ci warned again, when Yoshin and when Feng chuckled. They had also seen this warning in the clan record's jade slips. The inheritance altar was the most sacred place of the One Clan. There was a ban laid down by the patriarch here. If anyone dared to make a move on the inheritance altar without permission, they would be punished. Then, the three of them found a place and sat down cross-legged. Compared to the huge inheritance altar, they seemed very small. The One Clan's siblings closed their eyes. As they refined the Tao crystal, they began to seriously comprehend the Li Fire Tao charm that permeated the world. When they started to comprehend, the Li Fire Tao rhymes were like naughty children dancing and circling around the two of them. When Jiang Ci saw this, he fell into deep thought. This pair of brother and sister were of the One Clan's bloodline. The wisp of Ignis Tao left behind by the One family's ancestor had a natural affinity with the two of them. Master once mentioned in the inherited memories that the One Clan members had to go through to obtain the inheritance in the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. First, you have to hunt fire spirits and obtain enough Tao crystals. This is equivalent to a test before the inheritance. The Tao crystal is the foundation of everything. With the Tao crystal, you will have the time and opportunity to comprehend the Li Fire Tao charm left behind by Uncle Master Wenyan at the inheritance altar. If the inheritance altar is a door, then the Li Fire Tao charm is the key. After successfully comprehending the Tao charm, you will be able to open the door and enter the door. That is the true One Clan inheritance. However, even if you successfully enter the door, you will still need a seal removal method. This step-by-step was enough to show how difficult it was to obtain the inheritance. Jiang Ci was not worried that someone would beat him to it. This was the reason why he was not worried. Those who were not from the One Clan or did not have a seal removal method, even if they comprehended the Li Fire Tao charm at the inheritance altar, they would not be able to obtain the final inheritance. Of course, Jiang Ci was not in the list of restrictions. However, his main target now was the baleful yang energy sealed under the inheritance altar. Whether it was outside or inside the door, it would not affect his refining of the dark yang energy. Therefore, he had a clear goal and did not comprehend the Li Fire Tao charm first. Instead, he formed tens of thousands of seals with both hands and slapped them on the surface of the inheritance altar. In the next moment, many complex array runes appeared on the smooth surface of the altar where he was sitting cross-legged. Waves of extremely pure and vigorous energy passed through the array runes and surged up from below, directly entering Jiang Ci's body. Dark yang energy. It's very sufficient. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. The seals that he had formed earlier were to open a hole in the blood prohibition Li Fire array that covered the inheritance altar. He would release the dark yang energy sealed under the inheritance altar. When Riverward sensed the dense energy gushing out, he didn't waste any time. With a thought, he quickly activated the yin-yang nourishment technique. Suddenly, an inexplicable attraction appeared in his body and absorbed all the dark yang energy that surged up into his body without any wastage. The combination of yin and yang. I have refined a lot of dark yang energy before, so I'm attracted to the dark yang energy. Therefore, I don't need to absorb much of it now, and the dark yang energy will automatically enter my body. Jiang Ci smiled as he had expected this. Then, he began to refine the dark yang energy that surged into his body. In his lower dantian, the wind and sword shadows emitted an inexplicable Tao charm that surrounded his golden core and kept circling. When the refined dark yang energy entered his lower dantian, suddenly, the speed of the circling increased. The golden core's transformation accelerated as if it had a life and was rapidly forming. Absorb, absorb, absorb. Jiang Ci's face was filled with excitement as he frantically absorbed and refined the dark yang energy that surged up from below the inheritance altar. As for whether the dark yang energy would affect the one family's inheritance ancestral land and Qianyang Grotto Heaven, the answer was yes. Of course, there would be an impact. Moreover, it would be a destructive impact. The blood prohibitionly fire array was set up by his master, Taoist Go. Now, Taoist Ji's remnant soul had dissipated. The reason why this array could still operate was mainly because of the dark yang energy. Without the dark yang energy, the blood prohibitionly fire array would lose its most important source of energy. Soon, this array would gradually disappear like the heaven and earth spirit lock array and the outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven. The consequence of the unsealing would be the collapse of the inheritance altar. At that time, the entire Qianyang Grotto Heaven would be destroyed. Chapter 272. Before coming to Muron planet, he did not expect such an accident to happen. Jiangxi's original plan was to only refine a small portion of the yang energy without affecting the seal of the array formation. This way, he could ensure the normal operation of the one family's inheritance altar. Now, in Riverward opinion, if he was crippled, then so be it. The outer seal of Qianyang Grotto Heaven had already been unsealed. Without the protection of the array formation, anyone could enter. When the time came, news of this place would spread. The inheritance of a Tao integration stage expert would definitely attract powerful essence soul or even Tao integration stage cultivators. The Wen family had declined to such a state. Only when Yoxin and Wen Feng were left. They did not have the ability to control this Grotto Heaven mystic realm. Rather than exposing the one family's inheritance to those experts, it was better to destroy it. Taoist Gu and Wen Yin would probably agree with him. Therefore, Riverward did not have any misgivings as he wantonly absorbed and refined the baleful yang energy sealed beneath the inheritance altar. The speed of the golden core's transformation is 100 times faster than before. Under normal circumstances, he would need 10 years to complete the golden core's transformation. Even if it was 100 times faster now, it would still take at least a month. But with the number of Tao crystals I have, I can only last for 3.5 days at most. This is far from enough. I need to be faster. With that, he made a few more hand seals and increased the speed of the yang energy release by 10 times. And the speed of the golden core's transformation was 1,000 times faster. Feeling the surging yang energy below, Jiangxi only had one word left in his heart. Super awesome. I can still split a portion of my attention to comprehend the leaf fire Tao rhymes here. Jiangxi realized that he still had the energy to think about his messy matters while refining the yang energy. Therefore, he hurriedly focused on comprehending the leaf fire Tao rhymes. Since he was already here, he could not waste such a good opportunity. Well, he began to comprehend it. The leaf fire Taoist rhyme that permeated the inheritance altar did not approach him like it did with the Wen siblings. In other words, it was more difficult for him to comprehend. It's because of the bloodline. The blood restriction leaf fire array, as the name suggested, was related to bloodline. After all, this was the legacy of the Wen family. The leaf fire Tao runes here were closer to the one family members. This formation is truly magical. After Jiangxi understood this, he didn't think too much about it. This formation was recorded in his inherited memories. He could slowly study it when he returned. Subsequently, he focused on refining the baleful yang energy while comprehending the leaf fire Tao runes. About a quarter of an hour later, Jiangxi suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the steps of the inheritance altar. There came the sound of rapid footsteps. Only then did the Wen siblings notice the abnormality. They also looked in the direction of the footsteps. 4 figures appeared. Xiao Xian, Zheng Yuqing, Feng Si, and Fu Zai had caught up. After they ascended the inheritance altar, they immediately saw Jiangxi and the other 2 sitting cross-legged. Some people's eyes were filled with killing intent as they directly attacked. Between Xiao Xian and Fu Zai, one struck out a blazing palm print, while the other unsheathed his twin sabers and slashed out in a crisscross manner. palm prints, saber lights, and domain power set off an energy storm. The destructive attacks attacked Jiang Ci and the other two. However, at that moment, the inheritance altar blazed with fire. The two's attacks were instantly reduced to nothingness. At the same time, the Li Fire Dao runes seemed to have gained sentience. They turned into wisps of flames and landed on their bodies. Oh no, there's a Dao integration expert's martial law here. Their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly circulated their spirit energy to resist the punishment of the flames. Then, they realized that using the energy of the Dao crystal was even more effective. Hence, they quickly refined the Dao crystal. As for the other two, Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing did not make a move. They came from top immortal Dao sections. Naturally, they knew that there were many taboos in the inheritance grounds of Dao integration experts. The most common taboos were that they couldn't fight or scold others. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing looked at Jiang Ci and the other two in surprise. It seemed that these three late-stage golden core cultivators of unknown origins were also aware of these taboos. This was because Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings had not made any moves from the beginning. Even when faced with Qiao Xian and Fu Zai's sudden attack, they watched quietly. The two were even more curious about the origins of Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings. Could they be genius disciples from other top immortal Dao sects in the Zhixiao region? There was no answer. They watched as Qiao Xian and Fu Zai desperately refined the Dao crystal and used the energy of the Dao runes to expel the flames on their bodies. Jiangxi's expression was indifferent. However, the Wen siblings were in a good mood. Wasn't fighting at the inheritance altar the same as courting death? The punishment here, especially for non-Wen family members, was even harsher. Fortunately, the two attackers were both late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, they were top nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, they would have been burned to ashes by the flames of the Li Fire Dao runes. Qiao Xian and Fu Zai took 10 minutes to expel the flames of the Li Fire Dao runes from their bodies. Their expressions were gloomy. They were furious and distressed. Not only had they wasted time, but they had also used up a total of 50,000 Dao crystals. They once again looked at Jiang Ci and the other two on the other side of the inheritance altar. At this time, Jiang Ci and the Wen siblings had already closed their eyes to continue comprehending the Li Fire Dao runes in order not to waste time. These three dogs, Qiao Xian cursed. He wanted to kill them, but he held himself back. The next moment, the Li Fire Dao runes around him turned into wisps of flames again and landed on his body. Qiao Xian's expression changed again. He hurriedly took out his Dao crystal and refined it frantically. Then he used up another 50,000 Dao crystals. He originally had close to 250,000 Dao crystals. After the two punishments, he was left with less than 150,000. Qiao Xian was very careful and did not dare to make any more moves. If he violated any more taboos and used up all his Dao crystals, he would have no fate with the inheritance. Feng Si, Zheng Yuqing, and Fu Zai, who had just been punished, were all secretly rejoicing they no longer paid attention to Jiang Ci and the other two and began to observe the situation of the inheritance altar. After looking around, they realized that the dark red inheritance altar was extremely smooth and there was nothing particularly obvious about it. However, the four of them still noticed some differences. This place is similar to some of the Dao integration inheritance grounds recorded in the sect. By comprehending the Dao runes here, one can comprehend the inheritance left behind by a Dao integration expert. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing had read many ancient books in their respective sections. They were more familiar with such situations and quickly confirmed some of the details of the inheritance altar. The patriarch once said that comprehending the Dao runes would open the door. Although I don't know what the door is, the Dao runes must be the key. Qiao Xian's eyes shone. He recalled a spiritual consciousness exchange with the patriarch many years ago. The only abnormality is that the Tao runes of the heaven and earth Tao are denser here. It seems that comprehending the Tao runes is the key to obtaining the inheritance of that Tao integration expert. Although Fu Zai did not have any family inheritance or master, he had also grasped the key with his many years of experience exploring dangerous places in the universe. The four of them each had their own thoughts. Then, they each found a spot on the inheritance altar and began to comprehend the leaf-fire Tao runes here. Nobody noticed the abnormality beneath Jiang Xi's buttocks. That was because the malevolent yang energy that surged up was completely absorbed and refined by Jiang Xi and did not dissipate. Furthermore, nobody would have thought that such a precious item would be sealed here. Therefore, Jiang Xi refined the malevolent yang energy in peace as his golden core transformed rapidly. At the same time, he was comprehending the leaf-fire Tao runes. Time passed by, and the gigantic inheritance altar was silent. 6 hours later, the silence was broken. Chapter 273. The one who broke the silence was the dignified and gentle elder sister of the one family, Wen Yoxin. More and more leaf-fire Tao runes circled around Wen Yoxin. The Tao runes seemed to have been captured and attracted inexplicably. All of them entered Wen Yoxin's body and spread out. There seemed to be no change in the process. However, after this process, Wen Yoxin's body silently exuded the aura of a domain. This aura was extremely similar to the leaf-fire Tao runes. Leaf-fire domain. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and smiled when he sensed this aura. One of the one family siblings had already succeeded in comprehending it. Both of them had comprehended fire-related Tao true intent to begin with. Now, Wen Yoxin had used the leaf-fire Tao runes here to comprehend the leaf-fire domain. Sister, Wen Feng was pleasantly surprised. He did not speak, afraid that he would disturb Wen Yoxin. Wen Yoxin was in the midst of an epiphany. The leaf-fire Tao runes that seemed to have spirituality were helping her complete the condensation of her Tao domain. In the distance, the gazes of Qiao Xian and the others were also attracted by this scene. She comprehended it so quickly. Impossible. How many hours has it been? Although the Tao runes of the heaven and earth Tao left behind by that Tao integration expert are extremely dense here, even the geniuses of the Tao Alliance's 3 sects and 6 sects wouldn't be able to comprehend it in such a short time. Feng Si, Fu Zai, and Zheng Yuqing were all in disbelief. Although Qiao Xian did not speak, his eyes were extremely sinister. He had a guess in his heart. There's another possibility. She's the inheritor of that Tao integration expert's bloodline. The other two must also be remnants of the one family. Qiao Xian glanced at Jiang Xi and Wen Feng. Previously, the Qiao family had sent more than 50 Golden Core clansmen to hunt down a male cultivator suspected to be a remnant of the one family. However, all of them died. That man happened to be a late-stage Golden Core. Qiao Xian locked his gaze on Jiang Xi. A late-stage Golden Core cultivator with a complete Tao domain. With such strength, he can easily kill more than 50 Golden Core cultivators. There are not so many coincidences in the world. He quickly connected the dots. The 3 before him must be the remnants of the one family. The one clan's inheritance was naturally prepared for the one clan's bloodline. Otherwise, the young lady would not have been able to comprehend the Taoist rhymes here so quickly. Moreover, when they came up just now, these 3 people were unscathed, as if they already knew about this place. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a remnant of the one family, it would have been impossible for him to be so familiar with the situation of the Tao integration stage inheritance ground. A mere late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Even if he obtains the inheritance, he needs to be alive to leave this place. This is the perfect opportunity to exterminate the remnants of the one family. Qiao Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. With that in mind, he sent a message to his son, Qiao Sui, who was guarding the edge of the Sea of Fire. He asked Qiao Sui to lead his men to guard the entire core area. Meanwhile, The leaf fire domain that spread out from when Yoshin's body became more and more condensed as it rapidly took shape. Suddenly, the smooth surface of the inheritance altar around her lit up with complicated formation runes. When Yoshin woke up with a start, she only saw Jiang Xiai nodding toward her. Then she disappeared in a flash of light. Xiao Xian and the others were stunned by this scene. What was going on? Feng Si from the Tsangyan sect and Zheng Yuqing from the Four Symbols sect quickly reacted. That flash of light was the same as the teleportation array. Could there be another paradise? Was the inheritance there? One could enter after comprehending the Tao rhymes here. The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing. However, they did not say anything and continued to comprehend. She opened the door that the patriarch spoke of. Xiao Xian's eyes turned even colder. As expected, comprehending the Tao rhymes here is the key. Fuzai confirmed his guess. Compared to them, Jiang Xiai was not surprised. When Yoshin had comprehended the leaf fire Tao rhymes and naturally opened the door to receive the true inheritance. Between the one siblings, Wen Feng's comprehension ability was obviously weaker. It would probably take some time for him to comprehend something. Or, if his comprehension ability was worse, he would not be able to comprehend it at all. All in all, after 6 hours, more than half of the 30,000 Tao crystals on Wen Feng had been used up. Therefore, Jiang Xiai gave Wen Feng another 30,000 Tao crystals. Wen Feng was once again extremely grateful. As long as he followed his uncle-granduncle, there was no need to ask about food and drink. Jiang Xiai merely shook his head and chuckled. He still had more than 200,000 Tao crystals on him. Regardless of whether he could comprehend the leaf fire Tao rhymes, it was enough to support him in refining the yang malevolent power. With 1,000 times faster golden core nurturing speed, he would only need 3 days to complete the transformation. I can only split a portion of my attention to comprehend the leaf fire Tao rhymes here. Let's see if I can comprehend it within these 3 days. Jiang Xiai closed his eyes once more and calmed his heart to comprehend carefully. He did not have too many demands for the inheritance of the Duowen family. His goal was clear. He was here for the yang malevolent power. If he used all his attention to comprehend the leaf fire Tao rhymes and failed, it would be all for naught. Just like that, another 8 hours passed. Wen Feng's aura also changed. The leaf fire Tao rhymes were attracted by him and drilled into his body before spreading out. The difference in talent and comprehension ability was reflected here. The leaf fire domain that spread out from Wen Feng's body condensed at a very slow speed. It took a long time before it was truly formed. Finally, the power of the domain that was released was clearly not as strong as when Yoshin's. The advancement was complete. Thereafter, he vanished in a flash of light as well. This time, Xiao Xian and the other three's expressions did not change as drastically as before. In fact, Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing were still casually guessing how long Jiang Xiai would take to comprehend the Tao rhymes here. Xiao Xian was even more certain that the 3 late-stage golden core cultivators were definitely remnants of the one family. After a day, Xiao Xian and the others had yet to comprehend it successfully. The 4 of them were puzzled because Jiang Xiai had yet to succeed as well. That was strange. In their opinion, since Jiang Xiai possessed a complete Tao domain to begin with, shouldn't his talent and comprehension ability be even stronger? Why was he the slowest instead? How could they know that only a portion of Jiang Xi's attention was focused on comprehending the leaf fire Tao rhymes? The rest of his attention was focused on refining the yang malevolent power. However, for people like Xiao Xian and Fuzai, the puzzlement only flashed through their minds, and they did not think too much about Jiang Xiai. That was because with the number of Tao crystals they had, they could only last less than 2 days in the blood forbiddenly fire array. Now that more than half the time had passed, they could only leave if they still did not comprehend it. Every second mattered. Soon, it was the 3rd hour of the 2nd day. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had suddenly formed a connection with the leaf-fired Tao rhymes that filled the sky. Some aura of the Li fire true intent spread out from his body. He had also comprehended it. Chapter 274. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. This was truly an unexpected gain. The Li fire Dao rhymes that were filled with spirituality circled around his body, helping him condense the first wisp of Dao intent. In just a moment, the first wisp of Dao intent was successfully condensed. You have comprehended the Li fire true intent. Experience points plus 100,000. The experience panel prompt sounded at the right time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi reacted quickly. He ignored the complicated gazes of Qiao Xian and the others as he continuously formed hand seals and slapped the surface of the inheritance altar. Beneath his buttocks, the formation runes used to release yang, fiendish qi instantly disappeared. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Almost at the same time, another formation rune appeared on the surface of the altar around him. The light of teleportation appeared. Riverward didn't resist this teleportation power, and his figure disappeared. Qiao Xian and the others were left behind as they looked at the place where Jiang Xi disappeared with complicated expressions. There was only a barren area. They did not discover the formation runes used to release yang qi. After cultivating for so many years, the four of them knew the importance of time. They quickly adjusted their emotions and continued to comprehend. The space changed. Jiang Xi appeared in an even hotter space, as if he was being roasted in a furnace. This is the second grotto heaven hidden in the Qianyang grotto heaven mentioned by Master in his inherited memories, the true ancestral land of the one family. He looked around. This space was not big, only tens of thousands of square meters. Countless complicated formation runes were engraved on the ground. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. The true blood seal, Li fire formation. Is that the core of the blood seal, Li fire formation? Jiang Xi's gaze was locked in front of him. A wisp of strange dark red flame floated in the middle of the formation runes. Li fire, the wisp of Li fire that the one family's ancestor, Wen Yin, had left behind. The shocking heat here was emitted by the Li fire. There was also a faint charm that was in harmony with heaven and earth that spread from the wisp of Li fire. It was intoxicating and frightening. At this time, when Yoxin and Wen Feng were sitting cross-legged in the blood seal, Li fire formation in their hand were grasping the one family's ancestral seal unsealing technique. Of course, it was Jiang Xi who gave it to them later. The One clan's ancestral unsealing method had long been lost during their escape. That wisp of Li fire was being guided by the Wen siblings' unsealing technique. It was splitting into wisps of pure Li fire and slowly entering their bodies. It was obvious that their Li fire domain was rapidly growing stronger. At the same time, other inexplicable information was transmitted to their minds through the tiny wisps of Li fire. The so-called inheritance was not as simple as the Tao of fire. The siblings' minds were completely immersed in the inheritance, so they did not notice Jiang Xi's arrival. Jiang Xi realized that they were not continuing to refine the Tao crystal. As expected, entering the second paradise is equivalent to passing the test and gaining recognition. I don't have to worry about the threat of the blood, forbidden Li fire formation anymore. Otherwise, with the number of Tao crystals that the Wen siblings possessed, they would have been used up long ago after such a long time. Right now, the two of them were still peacefully receiving their inheritances. However, to be cautious, Jiang Xi still felt it carefully. The Li fire Tao runes that filled this space were 100 times denser than on the inheritance altar. However, the Li fire Tao runes here were not offensive. Jiang Xi was relieved and immediately stopped refining the Tao crystal. Then, he did not disturb the Wen siblings. His figure swayed slightly, and he quietly arrived near the Li fire. The yang fiendish qi is sealed right below this wisp of Li fire. It can be released and absorbed here. With that thought, Jiang Ci formed tens of thousands of seals again and slapped them on the array runes below. Immediately, the yang fiendish qi surged up endlessly. Jiang Ci directly used the yin-yang nourishment technique to absorb and refine the yang fiendish qi. The speed of the golden core's nourishment increased by 1,000 times again. Earlier on the inheritance altar, his golden core had already completed half of its nourishment. Now that there was enough time, there was no need to worry about not having enough Tao crystals. When a golden core completely transformed, it would be over. Jiang Ci focused part of his attention on the nourishment of his golden core. At the same time, he looked at the wisp of leaf fire compared to this wisp of leaf fire condensed from the Tao of leaf fire. The leaf fire Tao runes on the inheritance altar is simply child's play. I'm not a member of the One family. I wonder if I can absorb and comprehend the Tao of leaf fire using the One family seal unsealing technique. At this point, Jiang Ci did not want to miss this opportunity. Immediately, he used the rest of his attention to form a complicated seal unsealing technique. Buzz. The wisp of dark red leaf fire trembled slightly, as if it was resisting. Indeed, it recognized one's bloodline. Jiang Ci was a little disappointed. However, at this moment, the wisp of dark red leaf fire separated into a tiny flame. It emitted a terrifying aura and charged towards Jiang Ci, as if it wanted to destroy Jiang Ci's soul. Fuck! Jiang Ci was shocked. While dodging, he hurriedly dispersed the seal unsealing technique. However, it was too late at such a close distance. It's over. The wisp of leaf fire directly drilled into his mind. Unexpectedly, the wisp of leaf fire suddenly became gentle again. As if it had discovered something, it circled around his mind. Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. Did I discover Master's memory inheritance? Or did I discover the experience panel? He thought for a moment and left the former guess. The experience panel was mysterious. Back then, Taoist Ji's remnant spirit had entered his mind in order to pass on his memory, but it did not discover the existence of the experience panel. This was only Wan Yan's wisp of leaf fire, so it was even more impossible to discover it. Thank you, Uncle Master Wan Yan. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully to the leaf fire, expressing his respect to the Uncle Master that he had never met. After doing this, he began to comprehend and absorb the wisp of leaf fire in his mind. Soon, he completed the comprehension. You have comprehended the leaf fire inheritance. Experience points plus 100,000. Jiang Ci was stunned again. This scene was so familiar. When he was challenging the Ling Wan Road on Earth, he had obtained similar experience points. That was the inheritance of the Gale Path. Jiang Ci was overjoyed. This was an unexpected surprise. 100,000 experience points each time. Moreover, because of his master's memory inheritance, the leaf fire no longer resisted him. He could complete the comprehension and absorption in almost a minute. His experience points increased rapidly. As for the wisp of leaf fire, it was also shrinking, although the speed was very slow. Qinyang Grotto Heaven, Inheritance Altar. Qiao Xian and the other three had been on the inheritance altar for a day and a half. For example, Qiao Xian and Fu Zai had consumed a lot of doctrine crystals because of the previous punishment. If they could not comprehend anything else, they could only leave in disappointment. Therefore, the two of them were very anxious. At this moment, the power of a domain filled with vitality suddenly spread out. It was Fu Zai, the famous starry sky hunter of the Blue Star region, who had broken through. Chapter 275. Fu Zai shut his eyes tightly. The domain power that was suffused with vitality was constantly shrinking and changing. Its might was also gradually increasing. In just a moment, his Tao domain finally stabilized and perfected Tao charm spread out. Like a withered tree receiving a new lease of life, one could clearly sense the rich vitality from afar. A complete Tao domain. I've long heard that Fu Zai was at the perfected nascent soul realm. Now that his Tao domain is perfected, he is now invincible among the nascent soul realm. Qiao Xian, Feng Si, and Zheng Yuqing were envious. Invincible among the nascent soul realm. The higher one's cultivation level, the more one could experience the power of being invincible among the same level. Especially after reaching the nascent soul realm, it was even more difficult to achieve that. As for situations where the weak defeated the strong, it was almost impossible to see among high-level cultivators. After all, those who could cultivate to the nascent soul realm and above were not weak. For example, Patriarch Qing Xian of the Pale Blue Star Zone was an expert who could defeat the strong despite being weak. He was famous throughout the Star Zone for that. However, what puzzled the trio was that after Fu Zai's Dao technique broke through, there was no movement from the inheritance altar. The teleportation that they imagined did not happen. Fu Zai was even more puzzled. He waited for a moment, but there was still no change. Could it be that only by comprehending the Dao technique left behind by this expert will I have the chance to receive the next inheritance? This thought surfaced in Fu Zai's mind as his expression changed. He thought that he only needed to form a connection with the Dao charms here. Therefore, he did not think of comprehending a new Dao technique. Instead, he used it to enhance his Dao domain. Fu Zai thought about it, and could only sigh bitterly in the end. He did not have many Dao crystals left, and had no time to comprehend a new Dao technique. I have neither a sect nor a master. After cultivating for 1,000 years, my cultivation level has long reached the perfected nascent soul realm. Now that my Dao domain is perfected, this trip is not completely fruitless. Although he was indignant, he could only console himself like that. As he did not have a master or a sect, his improvement in Dao technique comprehension was slower up until now. He had only comprehended 70% of the withered wood domain. The further one progressed in Dao technique comprehension, the more difficult it became. If not for this opportunity, it would probably take him another 500 years to cultivate the withered tree domain to the perfected realm. But now, he had used this place to achieve his goal ahead of time. It could be said that he had gained something. At that thought, Fu Zai stood up and cupped his fists at Qiao Xian, Feng Si, and Zheng Yuqing. Fellow Taoists, I'll take my leave first. Qiao Xian and the other two also cupped their hands in congratulations. As for why Fu Zai did not enter the next stage of the inheritance after successfully comprehending it, they all had their own guesses. Perhaps Fu Zai's Dao technique is not suitable for this heritage, thought Qiao Xian. It was obvious that the Tao of heaven and earth left behind by the one family's ancestor was related to fire. Those three Aurus core stage cultivators had comprehended fire-related Tao arts. As for Fu Zai's Tao domain, it suffused rich vitality. It obviously didn't meet this requirement. My Tao technique is the blazing flame domain. In this aspect, I should have a huge advantage. Qiao Xian was filled with confidence. Feng Si and Qiao Xian looked at each other again. They seemed to have thought of something, but didn't say it out loud. Then, the three of them continued to comprehend the Leaf Fire Tao runes. On the other side, after Fu Zai obtained a complete Tao domain, his speed increased as he rapidly passed through the blood-forbiddenly fire-raised Sea of Fire. At the edge of the Sea of Fire, the ordinary cultivators had either fled or died. They were nowhere to be seen. Only the 1,000-odd cultivators from the Qiao family, Sungyun sect, and Four Symbols sect remained. These people did not stop Fu Zai. This was because they had already received the message from Qiao Xian and company. They were not to stop him. He was an invincible nascent soul expert. If he was truly angered, they would not be enough to kill him even if they joined forces. Fu Zai carried his twin sabers on his back. After leaving the core region, he chose not to leave the Qianyang Grotto Heaven. He turned around and stood guard at the edge of the Sea of Fire. His gaze was fixed on the majestic inheritance altar. Those three late-stage Aurus core stage cultivators have all entered the next stage of the inheritance. From the looks of it, they do know something. Treasures in this world belong to the strong. Perhaps I can obtain the final true heritage through them. Fuzai had roamed the cosmos for hundreds of years. He was a powerful space hunter who believed in strength. He had given up at the inheritance altar because he had no other choice. The Tao integration inheritance was the greatest opportunity he had encountered since he started cultivating. He could not give up until the very end. Xiao Xian tried his best to remain calm and suppress the anxiety in his heart. He allowed himself to fully comprehend the Leaf Fire Tao runes. The reason why he was anxious was because he did not have many Tao crystals left. Well, he was left with only 10,000 Tao crystals. Suddenly, his expression lit up. The spiraling Leaf Fire Tao runes were drawn into his body by his guidance. He had also succeeded in comprehending. The blazing fire domain spread out. With the help of the Leaf Fire Tao runes, it shrank and increased continuously, rapidly approaching the perfected realm. In just a moment, the blazing fire domain, which was similar to the aura of leaf fire, emitted an even more scorching aura. A complete Tao domain. Another invincible nascent soul expert. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing exchanged a bitter smile. Everyone else had broken through, while the two of them, geniuses from top immortal Tao sects, fell behind. Xiao Xian was overjoyed as he waited for the teleportation to arrive. However, nothing happened after a while. His expression changed. Why? I clearly comprehended a fire-related Tao technique. Must I comprehend the exact same Tao technique as the one family patriarch to be qualified to receive the true inheritance? Many years ago, when he communicated with his patriarch through spiritual consciousness, the patriarch did not mention this. Damn it! Xiao Xian roared indignantly as the powerful, blazing fire raged around him. He still wanted to use the one family's inheritance to break through to the essence soul realm. However, being invincible in the nascent soul realm was not his goal. However, he was now facing the same problem as Fuzai. There was not enough time left with 10,000 Tao crystals. It was almost impossible for him to comprehend a new Tao technique. Although he was indignant, Xiao Xian did not dare to vent his anger here for fear of violating the taboo. There's still a chance to obtain the final inheritance through the 3 one family remnants. Xiao Xian left with a final glimmer of hope. However, Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing were deep in thought. They had previously read about similar Tao integration inheritances in the ancient books of their sect. Through the success of the 3 golden core cultivators and the failure of Fuzai and Xiao Xian, they already had a definite answer in their hearts. So what if I'm indignant? If I can't even comprehend the Tao technique left behind by this expert, how can I accept his inheritance? The inheritance is also a selection process to choose a suitable successor. Apart from bloodline, it might also require talent, physique, Tao techniques, etc., to be compatible. They kept such guesses to themselves. Everyone was here for the opportunity, so they naturally could not say it out loud. Chapter 276. These 2 geniuses from the top immortal Tao sects had long considered this. Therefore, they had been carefully comprehending the Tao runes here from the start, attempting to comprehend the Tao techniques left behind by a Tao integration expert. They did not perfect their Tao domains like Xiao Xian and Fuzai. There's still a chance. Although Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing were anxious, they controlled their emotions well. A Tao crystal could last for 1 second. Both of them had more than 200,000 Tao crystals at the start. In other words, they could last for more than 2 days here. Now that 2 days had not passed, they still had a chance. As the saying went, hard work would definitely be rewarded. It was just a matter of how much. Soon, the 2 days were over. It was the 3rd hour of the 3rd day. Feng Si and Zheng Yuqing did not have many Tao crystals left either. At this moment, their hard work was finally rewarded. The 2 of them succeeded at almost the same time. The wisps of leaf fire, Tao, runes danced joyfully, emitting a shocking aura as they condensed the true intent of leaf fire. The two of them were overjoyed. They had succeeded at the last moment. A moment later, the true intent of leaf fire was formed. Runes of teleportation spell formations appeared around them. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, terrifying cracks appeared on the magnificent inheritance altar. The ground shook as if it was about to collapse. The surrounding sea of fire shook violently, its aura weakening and about to be extinguished. A destructive aura spread from the depths of the inheritance altar. What's going on? This place is going to be destroyed? I haven't received the inheritance yet. This is the inheritance ground of a Tao integration expert. It's indestructible. At the edge of the sea of fire, more than 1,000 cultivators from the Qiao family, Sangyun sect, and Four Symbols sect surrounded the core area. Qiao Xian and Fu Zai, the two new invincible nascent soul experts, stood guard in two different directions. They were all waiting. Since they could not obtain the inheritance of a Tao integration expert through the inheritance altar, then he would obtain this opportunity from those three golden core stage cultivators. At this moment, they noticed a huge commotion in the sea of fire in front of them. As if there was a gust of wind, the shockingly powerful flames shook violently as if they were about to be extinguished. Some rose tens of thousands of feet high, while others sank to only an inch. At the same time, the earth was trembling. The inheritance altar is about to collapse, someone exclaimed. Amidst the sea of fire, the inheritance altar that covered an area of more than 100 square kilometers was cracking and collapsing. A powerful destructive aura swept out and spread throughout the entire Qinyang cave. Huff, huff. The shocking power of a sea of flames instantly vanished. They're coming out. Qiao Xian and Fu Zai's eyes lit up. At the same time, he flew out. Let's go back in time a little. It was the 18th hour of the second day after everyone ascended the inheritance altar. In the Qinyang heavenly abode, the second heavenly abode that was like a furnace. The wisp of leaf fire floating in the center of the blood, forbidden leaf fire formation had already shrunk by half. The Wen siblings opened their eyes at the same time, ending the inheritance. The siblings were pleasantly surprised and were about to speak. Then, they saw that Jiang Xi was here as well. He seemed to be receiving an inheritance. The dignified and gentle Wen Yoxin quickly shook her head at Wen Feng. He indicated that he should not disturb this young martial granduncle. Afterwards, the two of them communicated with each other through their spiritual senses. Big sister, what level has your leaf fire domain reached? 60%. Big sister is still the best. I'm only at 30%. Not bad. The ancestor left behind a wisp of leaf fire Tao with the intention of helping our clansmen improve their Tao techniques. However, even during our one clan's heyday, only the clansmen with top-notch comprehension had the opportunity to comprehend 30% or more of the leaf fire domain during the inheritance. Wen Feng nodded. In comparison, his talent and comprehension weren't bad. The Tao technique inheritance is only secondary. What's important is that our one clan's artifact forging inheritance has finally returned. Wen Yoxin said with a smile on her face when Feng also smiled. The most important inheritance of the one clan, apart from the Tao techniques left behind by the ancestor, was artifact forging. 10,000 years ago, the one clan was a cultivator clan that was famous throughout the Zhixiao region for its artifact forging. However, this inheritance had been severed after the clan was exterminated. The one clan had lost its foundation for its rise. Now, the siblings had regained this inheritance from the leaf fire left behind by the ancestor. The future was promising. Suddenly, when Feng's gaze focused, he saw the leaf fire that had shrunk by half. Big sister, why is the leaf fire left behind by the ancestor so much smaller? Wen Yoxin also looked at it and was stunned. The jade slip that they kept recorded that the wisp of leaf fire left behind by the ancestor was indestructible and had the ability to recover on its own. The small amount that the two of them had absorbed and refined wouldn't have any effect on the leaf fire. Then why was it so much smaller? At this moment, they noticed that the leaf fire that had shrunk by half split off a tiny dark red flame and drilled into Jiangxi's mind. A minute later, the same scene appeared again. So fast, the siblings were shocked. When they received the inheritance just now, it took them more than an hour to completely refine and absorb a wisp of leaf fire. However, Jiangxi only used a minute to complete the process. He was 60 times faster than them. Martial Granduncle's talent and comprehension are so terrifying, the two of them exclaimed. No wonder the leaf fire was consumed so quickly. If this continued, the leaf fire would be sucked dry by this young Martial Granduncle. The feelings of the Wen siblings were somewhat complicated. If this wisp of leaf fire was gone, then the Wen family's inheritance would also be gone. If it's gone, then it's gone. Even if this land of inheritance still exists, it won't fall into our hands. It will only benefit others. When Yoshine said, yes, Martial Granduncle is not an outsider. After all, Ancestor Gu is also the creator of the land of inheritance. When Feng nodded the sibling side and quietly watched Jiangxi absorb and refine the leaf fire. After the inheritance, the two of them could have left through the teleportation array in this space. However, now that they saw Jiangxi enter, they wanted to wait for Jiangxi to leave together. What is that vigorous energy? When Yoshine discovered a wisp of yang qi that was escaping from Jiangxi's body. I'm not sure. It's not recorded in the Jade Slip. When Feng was also surprised, the two of them realized that they couldn't see through this young Martial Granduncle anymore. Mysterious origin, terrifying talent, terrifying strength. Just like that, another hour passed. Jiangxi's body suddenly shook. The endless stream of yang qi dissipated in an instant. At the same time, some nascent soul stage aura appeared on his body. He had completed the nurturing of the golden core. The golden core had completely transformed and could form a nascent soul at any time, becoming a nascent soul cultivator. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.